was groggily awakened by the sound of two people talking. Yulian, are you ready? Don't worry, Xiaohua. Everything's arranged. In another hour, my mother will bring the entire village over. Huh. By then, when we're done, we'll just say it was Wang Qiulin who did it, and make him bleed out a hefty sum. Xiaohua, you're so clever. Not only can I give myself to you without any problems, but I can also pin the blame on Wang Qiulin and make him pay. No, we might even get him to raise a child for us for free. Oh, you're so bad. I'm still an untouched maiden. Where would the child come from? Ha ha ha. Well, in a little while, that won't be the case anymore. Lying in bed, my eyelids trembled, and my mind snapped awake instantly. I more or less understood the situation. This woman was named Qin Yulian, and the man was Su Xiaohua. They planned to get intimate right in front of me, then call in Qin Yulian's mother, He Xiaoying, with a crowd from the entire village to catch me in the act, accuse me of forcing her, and extort a hefty sum. What a vile scheme. But here's the issue. Since when did I have an unmarried fiancée named Qin Yulian? I pinched myself. Something wasn't right. I had transmigrated. A flood of memories that didn't belong to me appeared in my head. This was 1975, in a place called Tianqin Village. The body's original owner was also named Wang Qiulin, and Qin Yulian was supposed to be his soon-to-be bride. Earlier that day, Qin Yulian had approached him, claiming she wanted to discuss wedding arrangements. The original owner drank a glass of water she offered, then passed out. It seems the drug they used was too strong, so strong that it sent the original owner away, and here I was. Fine. Since I've taken over this body, I'll settle this score myself. Qin Yulian, Su Xiaohua, you want to conspire against me? Then today, I'll let you taste your own medicine. I quietly got out of bed and moved behind them. The two were too engrossed in the good times, awaiting them to notice I had woken up. Just as they were about to get close, I struck out. With two swift chops to the back of their necks, both of them collapsed to the floor. I shook my hands. This body was quite strong. Took them down with just 2 moves. Looking at the two of them, I smirked. Weren't they planning to frame me? Well, if I don't make it real, wouldn't that be wasting their efforts? Su Xiaohua, you want to mess with my woman and have me take the blame? Then how about I mess with your woman and let you take the fall? That seems fair. Qin Yulian was someone I definitely wouldn't keep, but leaving like this would feel too much like a loss. On the table was a remaining half jug of the drugged water Qin Yulian had given me. I picked it up and poured it directly into their mouths, just in case they woke up unexpectedly and ruined the plan. I glanced at Qin Yulian. Scheming as she might be, her looks and figure were undeniably stunning. Fine. Today, I'll take one for the team and help Su Xiaohua achieve what he couldn't. I dragged Su Xiaohua to the side, ready to help him complete the act he had been so eager to start earlier. Meanwhile, He Xiaoying was sitting under a large tree not far from her house. After half a day, she slowly got up and muttered, "It's about time. Let's gather the people." In winter, there was no need to work in the fields, so everyone in the village was gathered at the drying yard, basking in the sun and chatting away. He Xiaoying deliberately tousled her hair into disarray, then put on a panicked look as she ran toward the drying yard, shouting, "Something terrible has happened. Someone's being indecent. That scumbag Wang Qiulin broke into my Yulian's room while no one was home, trying to force himself on her." What? Someone has the audacity to pull such a stunt in broad daylight here in Tianqin Village? Are they tired of living? Let's go. We need to see who this audacious bastard is. Everyone sunbathing immediately stood up. However, a few who only heard the first half of her shout, "Someone's being indecent," didn't catch the rest and joked, thinking someone might have targeted He Xiaoying herself. Xiaoying, could it be that the village simpleton tried something with you? He's just a fool who doesn't know better. You should go easy on him. Who would have thought? Even at your age, you still have your charms. Even the simpleton is smitten. But honestly, you wouldn't be losing. He may be simple, but he's young and strong. He Xiaoying turned red with frustration. No, it's Wang Qiulin. That beast broke into my house when no one was there. Someone frowned. Are you sure? Qiulin doesn't usually seem like that type of person. Besides, isn't Yulian going to marry him in a few days? Why would he do something like this now? Yeah, Xiaoying, if you caught him in the act, why didn't you stop him and instead ran over to get us? The crowd looked doubtful. He Xiaoying faltered inwardly, but soon composed herself. I was afraid Wang Qiulin would become desperate and harm us. Plus, by the time I caught on, they were already inside the room. I couldn't stop them, so I came to ask the villagers to help. Her explanation sounded somewhat reasonable. It's true. Once things already escalate to that stage, there's no point in intervening. But in reality, He Xiaoying just wanted to use this opportunity to extract more benefits from the Wang family. It suited her nature. Who would have thought Xiaolin, usually so well-behaved, would do something like this? Don't worry, Xiaoying. If he really did it, we'll get justice for you. A throng of people followed her toward her house, excited by the juicy gossip. There was no harm in taking in some free drama. He Xiaoying's house was a big tile-roofed residence made with a blue brick foundation and walls of mud bricks. Pointing at a room, she wailed at the crowd. Villagers, it's in that room. That beast Wang Qiulin took advantage of my Yulian when no one was home. How can my Yulian face anyone in the future? He's definitely still in there. You all have to help me catch him and bring him to the Wang family for an explanation. She cried with convincing anger and sorrow. Someone asked, are you sure he's still in there? It's awfully quiet inside. Could it be he ran off while you came to get us? He Xiaoying immediately raised her voice. Impossible. I was only gone for a short while. There's no way he could have escaped. He must still be in there. Of course, she was confident. This was a scheme she and Qin Yulian had meticulously planned. In the dead of winter, without fieldwork to occupy people, she deliberately sent her husband out of the house so they could catch me red-handed in front of the entire village. At that moment, a young man at the back of the crowd teased, "Aunt he? Maybe your future son-in-law is just really quick?" The crowd erupted in laughter. That young man was none other than Su Xiaohua's older brother, Su Anhua. As for me, I wasn't even in the room. When He Xiaoying went off to gather the crowd, I had already slipped out and was now hiding around the corner of a neighboring house, watching her put on an Oscar-worthy performance. Man, how can you just go around slandering Qiulin like that? I put on a look of both hurt and anger. Annie, I'm deeply in love with Yulian, and you're actually accusing me of being a lecher? I, Wang Qiulin, consider myself a man of conscience. Everyone in this room today can vouch for me. I just got back from the village entrance. How could I possibly have been in Yulian's room? The village chief had long since been drawn over by the commotion. Now, frowning, he spoke up. Xiaoying, you need to back up your claims with evidence. Qiulin did indeed just come in from outside. What exactly is this evidence you're talking about? He Xiaoying was suddenly at a loss for words. Her lips moved, but she didn't know what to say. She'd been convinced the man on the bed was me. But now that she saw me standing here unscathed, she was completely dumbfounded. Maybe Qiulin climbed out the window and then pretended to come back, acting like he didn't know anything. Qin Yinshan said with a grimace, trying to salvage the situation. I almost burst out laughing, but I forced myself to hold it in. I deliberately walked over to the window and gestured. Second brother, are you sure I could climb out of a window that's only half a person wide? Don't even mention it. This window frame is so tight it's even pinching my shoulders. The crowd burst into laughter, and many began to look at the Qin brothers with strange expressions. Seeing this, Qin Jinwu shot Qin Yinshan a fierce glare, then turned to the village chief and said, Village chief, there must be a misunderstanding here. But since someone really did take advantage of my sister Yulian, we can't just let this slide. The village chief nodded. Of course we can't let it go. This is a serious matter. We can't just take one side's word for it. Here's what we'll do. Have everyone step back into the courtyard and call in someone sensible to bring the man on the bed out. Let's see who he really is. As soon as he said this, everyone's gaze fixed on the bed inside the room. The quilt wasn't pulled all the way over him, revealing a glimpse of the man's profile. It was blurry and hard to make out clearly, but curiosity had already gripped the entire crowd. I sneered inwardly. The show is reaching its climax. Now let's see how He Xiaoying explains this. The man acted indecently toward Qin Yulian, and even though she didn't see who it was, she blamed Qiulin outright, making us all believe it was him. The man speaking was Wang Dezhu, around his 20s, someone I got along well with. I feigned a shocked expression before suddenly letting out a furious roar, my eyes bloodshot as I glared at the Qin family. What? This shameless woman Qin Yulian messing around with another man at home, and you still want me to take the blame? Your Qin family has some nerve. You took the dowry from the Wang family, allowed your daughter to fool around, and now you want to ruin my reputation on top of it. I want to see who this man is, daring to humiliate me, Wang Qiulin, to this extent. Today, I'll kill this pair of cheating dogs. I looked like an enraged lion, my fists clenched tightly, emitting cracking sounds as I stepped closer to the bed. He Xiaoying panicked and quickly grabbed me. Qiulin, stop. There must be some misunderstanding here. Let's step outside and talk this over slowly. Qin Jinwu also rushed forward to grab my other arm, his face full of fear. She's right, Qiulin. We don't know the exact situation either. If you do this, how can Yulian face people in the future? Let's sit down outside and talk this out. It must be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? My soon-to-be wife lying in bed with another man. And you call this a misunderstanding? Do you take me for a blind man? I flung their hands off and stormed forward. You filthy duo of cheaters, don't think lying under the blanket pretending to be dead will spare you. Both of you get ready to die. Before anyone could react, I leapt onto the bed, clenching my fists and raining punches down on Su Xiaohua and Qin Yulian like a storm. They hadn't reacted even after so many people barged in. Clearly, the effects of the drug hadn't worn off. Fine, Then I'll use my fists to wake them up while venting my rage. Punch after punch landed until, finally, the two began to cry out in pain. Heh, fists actually worked to counter the drug's effects. That just gave me more reason not to stop. I kept punching, yelling all the while. So it's you, Su Xiaohua? I never thought you'd stoop this low, you beast. Today I'll kill you. Oh my god, the molester is Su Xiaohua? Now it makes sense. He was always hanging around Yulian. That scumbag definitely had ulterior motives. The onlookers were enjoying the drama, and instead of stepping in, they added fuel to the fire. Wang Daju was even tougher. He grabbed Su Xiaohua's elder brother Su Anhua by the collar and growled ferociously. So it makes sense now, Su Anhua. No wonder you were the one leading the insults against Chilin earlier. You were covering for your brother all along. Admit it. Did you know it was your brother in bed and tried to throw mud on Chilin to make him take the blame? Wronged. I swear I didn't know. I only said that because Aunt Xiuying said it was Wang Chilin. I had no idea it was actually Xiaohua. Su Anhua was a mix of grievance and fear. He had come just to witness the commotion, not realizing it would involve his own family. I hadn't expected the seemingly gullible Wang Deju to be this helpful. Inwardly, I gave him a massive thumbs up and played my role even more wildly. So, it turns out this was all premeditated. Not only did you cuckold me, but you also tried to tarnish my reputation. I won't let this go. I'll kill you two shameless bastards today. Since the drug still hadn't worn off, I intensified my act, glaring at them like a ravenous beast, my fists raining down continuously. If it weren't for external intervention, those two would have slept a little longer. But my relentless beating finally woke them up from the haze. Wang Chilin, enough. Su Xiaohua suddenly shouted, summoning his strength and shoving me hard. Taken off guard, I toppled over and hit the floor. Rolling on the ground briefly, I sprang back up and lunged at him again, roaring, Su Xiaohua, after doing such a vile thing, you dare resist? I'll kill you. My face was twisted into a horrifying expression, like a bull that had seen red, scaring Su Xiaohua so much he hugged the blanket and shrank into the corner of the bed, screaming, help. Somebody stop him. Wang Qiulin's trying to kill me. Mom, Dad, stop him. He's really going to kill us. Qin Yulian's voice rose to a terrified pitch as she screamed, frightened by my murderous glare. At that moment, they cared nothing for their dignity. If no one intervened, they genuinely feared I would kill them. Their minds were still hazy from just waking up, unable to comprehend why their plans had gone so awry. Clearly, their scheme had failed, but there was no time to dwell on why. They needed to save their lives first. Hearing the screams, the village chief and brigade leader were visibly troubled. But they couldn't just stand by and let someone die. They shouted almost simultaneously. Quick! Everyone, stop Wang Qiulin. Don't let him commit murder. Several Qin family members rushed forward to restrain me. Let go of me. Your Qin family couldn't frame me. So now you want to beat me up instead? I shouted furiously, struggling with all my might. Of course, my anger was entirely for show. Pummeling those two was just to let off steam. I'd never intended to actually kill anyone. Qiulin, I know you're angry, but can you calm down for a minute? Let's sit and talk this over peacefully, okay? Qin Jinwu tried to persuade me. No one wants to hurt you. We're doing this for your own good. Village Chief Su Shiyu and Brigade Leader Wang Yaohui also chimed in. Qiulin, if you really kill them, you'll be executed. It's not worth it. Think about your family. It's okay to be angry, but control yourself. Let's settle this calmly. Wang Daju, genuinely concerned, added. Qiulin, you've vented your anger. There's no need to ruin your entire life over two scumbags. Thankfully, you and Qin Yulian aren't married yet. It's better to see her true colors now. Just call the wedding off and have them return the dowry. She's just one woman. You'll surely find someone 1,000 times better in the future. Daju's right. A woman like her isn't worth my while. I was just too angry earlier and acted impulsively. It's not worth ruining my future over someone like her. The act had gone on long enough. I pretended to take a long time to think, finally making a difficult decision. That's the right way to go about it. Whatever you need, let's sit down and discuss it slowly, the village chief said, relieved. Fine, I replied. Given how things have turned out, I won't marry Qin Yulian anymore. But the 300 yuan dowry the Wang family gave must be returned immediately. Expressionless, I declared, I don't want anything more. Just return what belongs to the Wang family, and we'll consider it settled. Village Chief Su Shiyu froze for a second, seemingly surprised that I didn't try to extort them for more. He tentatively asked, It's only fair, it's only fair. So except for wanting back the betrothal gift you gave the Qin family, you don't have any other demands. No compensation is necessary. It's dirty, and I don't want it. I sneered coldly. From now on, I have nothing to do with the Qin family. Qin Yulian can mess around with whoever she wants. It doesn't concern me. As long as the betrothal money is returned to me today, we'll sever ties completely. As soon as the words left my mouth, Qin Jinshan jumped up like his tail had just been stepped on, yelling, "Impossible! The money is already spent. Our family doesn't have that kind of money right now." He looked so self-righteous, as if raising his voice would prove his point. I fixed Su Shiyu, the village chief, with a deep and steady gaze. "You see this for yourself, village chief. I've already compromised as much as I can, yet they're still unsatisfied. So, they can't blame me for what happens next." With that, I began raging again. I shook off the hands trying to restrain me and roared, "If you won't let me survive peacefully, then nobody will have a good day today. Whoever dares stand in my way, I'll take them down first. If I have no money or justice, then what's the point of living anymore? Before I go, I'll make sure to drag a few of you down with me. Taking out one is worth it. Taking out two is a win. Su Xiaohua, Qin Yulian, I'll take care of the two of you first, and then I'll deal with your whole family." Without thinking, I grabbed a long wooden bench and hurled myself toward the bed, swinging it at them. Of course, I didn't aim to seriously harm them, nor did I target any critical areas. It's not worth committing murder over something like this. But my aggression was enough to frighten Su Xiaohua and Qin Yulian. They jumped out of bed, wrapped in blankets, darting and dodging around like clowns. The ridiculous scene was almost comical. Su Xiaohua screamed in panic, "Village chief, stop him. He's gone mad. Help me. Mom, Dad, Big Brother, come save me." The onlookers, however, seemed thoroughly entertained, whispering amongst themselves. Who would have thought that usually docile Chiolin could go this crazy? Even a rabbit bites when it's cornered. They've pushed him too far. Old Wang's family saved up their life's earnings to get him a wife, and now the wife belongs to someone else, and the money's gone too. Who wouldn't go mad in his shoes? The brigade leader, Wang Yaohui, rushed in, shouting, "What are you all standing around for? Pull him back already. Wang Daju, come over and lend a hand. What if someone ends up dead?" Wang Daju hesitated for a moment, but then quickly grabbed my other arm. Though he shared my disdain for Su Xiaohua and Qin Yulian, he wasn't willing to let things escalate to where lives were at risk. The Qin men also rushed in and seized the bench from my hands. Putting on an act is exhausting, I sighed inwardly. But outwardly, my expression remained furious as I glared at them, yelling, "Let go of me. I'm not leaving today until I finish them off." Su Shiyu stepped forward, trying to placate me. "Chiolin, calm down. Didn't we agree to sit down and talk? Why are you getting physical now?" "Village chief, it's not that I don't want to negotiate. It's that some people here have no intention of negotiating in good faith." I shot a sharp look at Qin Jinwu. I never betrayed the Qin family. It's they who've gone too far. It's bad enough that Qin Yulian fooled around with Su Xiaohua, but for the Qin family to then try and pin the blame on me? If I hadn't come by when I heard rumors of trouble, I'd not only be wearing a green hat, but have my reputation completely destroyed. I was willing to annul the engagement for the collective good of the village and the brigade, and I was prepared to let it go at just getting the bride price back. But now they won't even return the money. Tell me, how is this supposed to be resolved? Who could swallow such an insult? My voice grew louder and more impassioned until I was nearly shouting. Su Shiyu tried to soothe me again before turning a stern gaze on Qin Jinwu. "Your family is in the wrong here, Jinwu. Returning the betrothal gift is only proper. If you want to resolve this, pay up immediately. Otherwise, we won't mediate anymore, and your family can face the consequences alone." Qin Jinwu looked troubled. "Village chief, I know we've wronged Chiolin, and I know we should return the betrothal money. But our family truly doesn't have that much money right now. Some time ago, we used the money for Jinshan's engagement. The date's already been set, and the funds were handed over to the bride's family. How about I write a promissory note for Chiolin, promising to pay him as soon as we have the money?" His words were plausible enough. They were known for being lazy, living idly, and squandering resources as soon as they came in. They had spent the bride price on arranging Qin Jinshan's marriage. Now, they likely couldn't even scrape together 100 yuan, let alone 300. Being broke makes you right somehow. I snapped angrily. "Either pay me back today, or we'll settle this with our lives. How much money you have doesn't concern me. If necessary, sell everything you own, including this house, to pay me back." I fully understood one thing. The debtor is king in situations like this. If I didn't seize this opportunity to recover what was mine, it would only become more difficult later. Qin Jinshan leapt up again, shouting, "If we give you the house, where are we supposed to live? Stop pushing us so hard." "Oh, who's pushing who now? Is it me, or is it your Qin family?" I turned to Su Shiyu and Wang Yaohui. "Village chief, brigade leader, you've both seen how things are. They're the ones refusing to resolve this, not me. Don't think you can cover for them just because there are more of you. Can you protect them forever?" "I, Wang Xiolin, don't pick fights, but I'm not afraid of them either. Unless you kill me today, as long as I'm alive, the Qin family and the Su family had better not run into me anywhere. no matter if they're old or young, male or female. If I see anyone from either family, I'll make sure they regret it. I let out a maniacal laugh. Come on, kill me then. If you don't kill me today, you'll be the ones dying tomorrow. The crowd stepped back in fear, murmuring amongst themselves. He's gone completely mad. We'd better stay out of this. He might lash out at us if we get involved. Su Shiyu and Wang Yaohui, visibly distressed, glowered at Qin Jianwu. Watch your attitude, and don't provoke Qilin further. He's only asking for the bride price, his most reasonable demand, and you're still being difficult. A woman chimed in from the crowd. You're lucky he hasn't demanded compensation. Just give the money back already. If anyone dies, it'll be too late. If word gets out, Tianxin village's reputation will be ruined. Who will want to marry into or out of our village then? The crowd began to chastise Qin Jianwu. His face twisted in discomfort as he forced a smile. Everyone, please understand. It's not that I don't want to repay him, but we genuinely don't have the money. Then he turned back to me. Qilin, can we resolve this another way? Besides Yulian, I still have a younger daughter, Billian. She's of marriageable age. What if I arrange for her to marry you? Not a chance. I rejected coldly, without hesitation. I hadn't expected him to even offer Billian as compensation, but this wasn't about making amends. It was clear he just wanted to keep leeching off of me. I'm not about to. I am no longer the person I once was. How could I possibly agree? Why not? Billian is just as pretty as Yulian, if not more so, and she's younger. You're not losing out at all. A young man next to us chimed in, egging me on. Exactly, Qilin, swapping for a younger, prettier Billian is such a good deal. Just say yes. I wouldn't dare to take another daughter from the Qin family. I replied with a mocking smile. What if they pull another stunt like that? Wouldn't I be the laughingstock again? Do you think I'm stupid enough to fall into the same trap twice? My only demand is simple, refund me the money. I will not accept any other terms. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Qilin's got a point. You marry a wife for her virtues, not just her youth and beauty. Yeah, don't forget he already suffered a big loss once before. Qin Jinwu's face turned darker and darker, as if he wanted to tear me apart, yet he forced a fake smile onto his face. Qilin, please rest assured, we will refund the bride price, but I need a few days to gather the money. With the village chief and the team leader as witnesses, you won't be shortchanged a single cent. But our family really has no money right now. Even if you push me to death, I can't come up with it. Su Shiyu interjected with a nod, trying to mediate. There's really no money in their household. Pressuring them won't help. How about giving them 2 days? Fine. Out of consideration for the village chief, I'll allow some time, but no more than a day. I relented, knowing full well that forcing them wouldn't produce money anyway. 1 day is too short. We won't be able to get it together in such a short time. Qin Jinwu began to lament pitifully. Whether you can scrape it together or not is your problem. At most, I'll give you 1 extra day. I cast a cold glance at him, then shifted my gaze to the man cowering in the corner of the room, Su Xiaohua. If you can't manage, why not have Su Xiaohua's family pay up? Yulian is his woman now. The money should rightfully come from him. It's not like the Qins need to pay out of their own pockets. What are you so worried about? Hearing this, Qin Jinwu's eyes lit up, and he secretly exclaimed, what a good idea. He immediately turned to Su Xiaohua with renewed hope. Before he could even open his mouth, Su Xiaohua jumped to his feet shouting, no way. The money owed to Wang Qilin by the Qin family has nothing to do with my family. Don't even think about it. Su Xiaohua had been getting involved with Qin Yulian out of pure calculation, attempting to take advantage of the situation. A free woman without any strings attached? Why not? He never intended to bear such a steep cost for it, and certainly never planned to marry Qin Yulian. Now, not only did he fail to gain any benefit, but he might be set back 300 yuan, an amount the Su family couldn't save up in an entire year of struggle. Qin Jinshan glared at him venomously. Su Xiaohua, you did this despicable thing to my sister, and you still want to shirk responsibility? If you dare to walk away from this, I'll accuse you of coercion and have you sent to labor reform. Bullshit. I didn't do anything to Qin Yulian. Why should I be responsible? Su Xiaohua seemed to finally recall something. He had been ambushed and knocked unconscious just as he was preparing to take advantage of Qin Yulian. When he woke up, he found me beating him senseless, and the rest was a blur. How could he be responsible when he had been unconscious the whole time? Even if he wanted to do something, he never even got the chance. No, wait. It was Wang Qilin who framed me. He knocked me out and set it up to make it look like this. He framed me. Having just been pummeled by me earlier, Su Xiaohua's mind now seemed to have jolted awake at the threat of taking responsibility and handing over money. It was as though his blocked thoughts had suddenly cleared, and he began piecing things together at lightning speed. I sneered coldly, gazing disdainfully at Su Xiaohua's pitiful attempt. Su Xiaohua, you're truly shameless to shift blame just to escape responsibility. What do you take the people here for, fools? Do you actually think such a lousy lie could hold water? You claim I framed you? What could I possibly gain from framing you? Why would I throw my soon-to-be bride into this mess? What do I stand to gain? The crowd began discussing among themselves once again. Yeah, Chilean has no reason to do such a thing. There's literally nothing for him to gain. Not just nothing to gain. He'd lose all his dignity by doing something like this. Why would he bother? Unbelievable that Su Xiaohua would stoop so low to avoid taking responsibility. He's even come up with such an absurd excuse. Nobody was buying his story. After all, who would believe someone would go to such lengths to humiliate themselves? Still shouting, Su Xiaohua insisted, "Don't listen to Wang Qiulin's lies. I'm the one being framed. You have to believe me." Watching him, I could see his thinking becoming sharper. He remembered now. When he was about to get familiar with Qin Yulian, someone struck him from behind. At the time, it had just been me, Qin Yulian, and him in the house. When he regained consciousness and saw me there beating him while everyone else crowded around, it was almost too obvious to him. Who else could have knocked him out besides me? Su Xiaohua, even at this point, you're still trying to pin this on me? I said with a smirk. Fine. Then let me ask you the same question once more. What reason would I have to frame you? He stammered, at a loss for words. The truth, of course, was too risky for him to admit. He grit his teeth and blurted. Well, why else? You framed me because you wanted to extort me. Extort you? I laughed out loud, almost doubling over. Su Xiaohua, has your brain been fried from messing around with women? Turning to the crowd, I said, you all heard him just now. He claims I supposedly did all this to extort him. Now, all I'm asking for is to take back the bride price my family gave. Does that count as extortion? According to his logic, anyone who takes something from someone else never needs to return it. Asking for it back would apparently be extortion. What a ridiculous joke. If he's going to make excuses, at least come up with a decent one. The disdain from the onlookers was palpable. Chilean is only asking for what belongs to him. He hasn't even demanded compensation for the humiliation he suffered. If this counts as extortion, then what doesn't qualify as extortion? Su Xiaohua is absolutely shameless. Getting caught fooling around isn't enough. Now he's trying to turn the tables and claim he's being extorted. Realizing there was no way to talk his way out of it, Su Xiaohua suddenly seemed to think of a new play. Desperately, he shouted, "Everyone listen. I was unconscious, which means I couldn't have done anything to Yulian. If you don't believe me, we can inspect Yulian's body. I've been wronged." Hearing this, Su Anhui attempted to back him up. I don't think Xiaohua is lying. Maybe it really was all just a misunderstanding. Wang Dazhu immediately spat on the ground. Su Anhui, go spew that nonsense somewhere else. A misunderstanding? Then maybe I'd like to have a misunderstanding with your wife. With clothes off and all, what kind of misunderstanding could that be? Even if Su Xiaohua didn't actually do something, it's because we showed up in time and stopped him. Say that again, Wang Dazhu. If you dare talk about my wife, I'll kill you. Su Anhui's rage turned his face bright red. Wang Dazhu clicked his tongue in mock disdain. Look at him getting all worked up. He knows the truth as well as the rest of us, but is shameless enough to argue otherwise just to cover for his brother. How much guts does it take to shamelessly spout such lies? I had to admit, Wang Dazhu really had a sharp tongue. But Su Xiaohua wasn't done fighting back yet. He continued to protest. I really didn't touch Yulian. Why should I take responsibility? These words completely infuriated Qin Yulian. She had thought she and Su Xiaohua were deeply in love, but when something happened, he was desperate to distance himself. Unlike Su Xiaohua, even though she had been unconscious earlier, she could still vaguely remember what had happened. She was puzzled as to why I hadn't been framed, but the first person she eliminated from her thoughts was me. That left only Su Xiaohua as the culprit. To some extent, she even felt a bit relieved. Sure, getting caught by so many people was humiliating, but on the other hand, it gave her a legitimate claim to marry Su Xiaohua. Now seeing him trying to shirk responsibility, she couldn't sit still any longer. She broke into tears, her face full of grievance. Brother Xiaohua, how could you say such a thing? I've already given my body to you. How can you abandon me like this? The whole village already knows about us. If you don't take responsibility for me, how will I ever face anyone again? Qin Yulian knew very well her reputation was utterly ruined after what happened today. The only way out was to tie herself firmly to Su Xiaohua. When she heard him trying to back out, she couldn't care about her dignity anymore and clung tightly to him as she cried. Let go of me. I didn't touch you. Don't falsely accuse me. Su Xiaohua shook her off hard. That completely enraged Qin Yulian. She grabbed him even more fiercely and yelled, Su Xiaohua, I never expected you to be such a person. When you coaxed me into bed earlier, you didn't talk like this. You said you liked me and would treat me well for the rest of my life. But now, you've barely pulled up your pants and you're already denying it. You shameless bastard, trying to deny it with so many people watching? I'll beat you to death today. Qin Jinwu, who had just let go of me, dashed aggressively at Su Xiaohua, his eyes bloodshot with anger. That's right. You scoundrel bullied my sister and now want to deny it? Do you think the Qin family is easy to mess with? Qin Jinshan also turned his fury at Su Xiaohua. You did this to my sister, so you have to take responsibility. My sister was supposed to marry Qiulin, but you, this filthy thug, took advantage of her, causing Qiulin to break off the engagement. Not only do you have to take responsibility, but the compensation must all come from the Su family. Qin Yinshan sneered coldly. Otherwise, we'll accuse you of being a lecher. With both witnesses and evidence, you won't be able to escape. In truth, the Qin family had a pretty clear idea of what Qin Yulian originally wanted to do. But her scheme had failed, and now the tables had turned. She hadn't caught the chicken, but instead lost the rice. Their only option was to pin everything on Su Xiaohua. That way, they could somewhat restore their daughter's reputation and still have Su Xiaohua pay compensation. Either way, the Qin family wouldn't lose much. You all. This is clearly. Su Xiaohua stammered, both shocked and livid. Before he could finish, Qin Jianwu roared and interrupted him. Clearly, your ass. You shameless scum dare to bully my daughter and then try to drag Yulian through the mud. I'll kill you, you disgusting lecher. His fists came raining down on Su Xiaohua, joined by the punches and kicks of Qin Jinshan and Qin Yinshan. Soon, Su Xiaohua was curling up into a ball, covering his head as he tried to flee from the onslaught. I stood in the background enjoying the show, feeling an undeniable sense of gratification. Qin Yulian, Su Xiaohua, wasn't your plan to frame me and force me to take the fall? Well, guess what? I didn't take the bait. Handle this mess yourselves now. The corners of my lips couldn't help but curl up in satisfaction, only for that fleeting smugness to be caught by Wang Dezhu, who was standing nearby. Wang Qiulin, he remarked, his face full of confusion. Why do I feel like you're not angry or upset at all? In fact, you kinda look happy. I froze inside. Clearly, I'd gotten carried away. Letting your true feelings show is never a good idea when you're supposed to be miserable. I hurriedly put on a somber expression. Dezhu, I know you're trying to console me, but don't make up jokes like that. This isn't even remotely funny. Do you really think anyone would be happy in this situation? And no, definitely not. Wang Dezhu shook his head hesitantly, now thoroughly perplexed. Maybe I just misread it? Others nearby immediately started scolding him. Dezhu, you might mean while trying to comfort Qiulin, but saying something like that just makes it worse. If you really want him to be less miserable, the best way is to help him find another bride. Wang Dezhu sank deeper into guilt and self-reproach. Seeing him like this, I could only apologize silently in my heart. Right now, I'm supposed to be the victim, so I have to keep up the act of being devastated. There was no way I could explain anything to him. Though I appeared to be the most pitiful one here, the only one who truly understood who was suffering the most was Su Xiaohua himself. After taking a brutal beating, he finally couldn't take it anymore. Uncle Qin, big brother, second brother, stop hitting me. I agree to your terms. That's more like it, Qin Jinwu said as he withdrew his fists. Since Qiulin insists we get the compensation today, you'd better go home and get the money. He then turned to his two sons. You two stop too. He's about to become your brother-in-law now. Don't actually injure him too badly. No way. If we let him go just like that, what if he runs off and refuses to pay? Exactly, Dad. We'll feel better if we go back with him. Qin Jinshan and Qin Yinshan objected immediately. I won't run. I won't run, I swear. Su Xiaohua waved his hands desperately. But I don't have that much money at home. I'll need to borrow from relatives. Please give me some time. Time, huh? Qin Jinwu snorted coldly and looked toward me. That depends on whether Qiulin agrees. Facing his cold glare, I spoke calmly. Giving you time to borrow money isn't out of the question, but only on the condition that the original 300 yuan betrothal gift is refunded as agreed. Earlier in the Qin family courtyard, I had stood among this whole group of people and spoken coldly. Out of respect for the village head and the commune leader, I had been willing to ask only for what rightfully belonged to me. But since they'd tried to get out of it by slandering me, the victim, simply getting my money back was no longer enough. I had also said that to prove I wasn't extorting anyone, I wouldn't even ask for compensation. But the Qin family and Su family had to explain the truth in front of the entire village and apologize to me. Deep down, I knew how devastatingly humiliating it would be for them to apologize publicly. It was almost impossible, but my stance had to seem firm. And if it didn't work out, well, extorting a bit of money wouldn't be so bad either. On the surface, I seemed to be taking a huge loss. But only I knew. I hadn't just rid myself of Qin Yulian, but I had also managed to pocket some interest along the way. The first to oppose this was Su Xiaohua, who immediately shouted, "No way. There's no way I'll apologize to the entire village." Today had already been humiliating enough. If he had to recount everything in front of everyone, he'd probably never be able to show his face outside again. Qin Yulian's mother, He Xiaoying, quickly came up to me, trying to play the emotional card. Qiulin, you and Yulian at least had feelings for each other. If we apologize publicly, how will she live with the shame? How about I just let? How to break through this era? Yulian and the others want to apologize in private? Now that everyone knows what happened, we've lost face, and so have you. Why make it worse? I sneered coldly. Andy, do you think I haven't already lost face? This village is full of people. Do you think this kind of thing can stay a secret? I turned to the village head, Su Shiyu. Village chief, you tell me. After suffering such humiliation, am I just supposed to suffer it in silence? Su Shiyu glanced awkwardly between Su Xiaohua and the Qin family, then turned to me with an attempt at persuasion. Qiulin, how about they compensate you a bit? Let's be real, there's no way to totally cover this up. But it was a private affair. Officially blowing it up wouldn't look good and could even harm the village's chances for collective awards. That wouldn't benefit anyone. I understood what he meant. Settling it quietly would mean that, even if the entire village knew, it'd just be gossip. Those higher up might hear rumors, but could dismiss them as baseless. Once revealed openly, though, it would become an undeniable fact. So I followed his lead. If the village chief is thinking about collective honor, I'll respect your advice. I trust the village head and the team leader to give me a fair resolution. I didn't press further, acting as if I were magnanimously sacrificing my pride for the greater good. My stance only made Su Shiyu feel more pressured. If I was compensated too little, it would chill the heart of a young person putting the collective first. But too much compensation? The Qin and Su families would never agree. After thinking it over for some time, he gritted his teeth and looked at me nervously. Qiulin, $100 in compensation. How about that? I agreed readily. Whatever the village chief decides. But still, the usual rule, I give them only one day. The village chief and team leader will have to guarantee it. Qin Jinwu looked like he had more to say, but Su Shiyu silenced him with a hard glare. Reluctantly, he bellowed, fine, I promise you. But in exchange, you have to let this matter rest from now on. Don't start more fights over it. I chuckled lightly. Rest assured, chief. Once the Qin family pays back the money, I'll have nothing more to do with them. As long as they don't mess with me, I won't cause trouble for them. Frankly, I should thank Su Xiaohua for today. It helped me see through certain people sooner rather than later. If I'd only found out after getting married, that would have truly been too late. Su Shiyu sighed, patted my shoulder, and waved to everyone. That's it. All done. Everyone disperse. Then he addressed Qin Jinwu and Su Xiaohua with finality. You've got until tomorrow to gather the money and pay it back to Qiulin's family. If you don't blame me for being harsh. And with that, the drama came to an end. The villagers whispered among themselves as they gradually dispersed. Shuaing really, her daughter was fooling around with Su Xiaohua at home, but she turned around and accused Qiulin of being a pervert, even making a big show of calling us all over to catch them. Exactly. And then it turns out it wasn't Qiulin at all, but Yulian fooling around with another man. The one worst off is still Qiulin, getting dragged into something like this. Imagine how devastated he'll be when he gets home. Devastated? Not in the slightest. Far from feeling heartbroken, I was inwardly delighted. I just crossed over into this world and immediately solved a huge headache while neatly tying the two guilty parties together in a bind. Walking ahead of the other villagers, I seemed to be avoiding their idle chatter, but in reality, I was so pleased that my footsteps quickened. Wang Dazhu caught up with his long strides, whispering in my ear. Qiulin, you're really going to let Su Xiaohua and Qin Yulian, those two scumbags, off that easy? I smiled wryly. What other choice do I have? Kill them? I'm not going to ruin my own life for two pieces of trash. I get it, but I just can't swallow this anger, he muttered, lowering his voice even more. What if we, I don't know, threw some sacks over their heads tonight for a little payback? I quickly stopped him. Don't cause trouble. I haven't even gotten my money back yet. If, and only if, they pay up first, we'll talk. His eyes lit up. You're a thinker, Qiulin. All right, then we'll wait a couple of days before making a move. Calm yourself and head home, big guy. I need to go talk things over with my family. Having just crossed over and faced such a chaotic display, I needed to figure out my next steps for survival in this era. It was the mid-1970s, not exactly rife with opportunities. Under collective farming, business ventures were out of the question, and even farming involved working communally, earning through labor credit. Trying to do anything entrepreneurial could easily label me a speculator or black market trader, inviting serious repercussions. The real golden age wouldn't come for a few years. Still, I couldn't sit idly by. Coming from a future era, even if the golden age hadn't yet arrived, I had to at least ensure my family had enough to eat. Before crossing over, I had naively assumed food wasn't an issue during the collective farming era. But after absorbing the original owner's memories, I realized the truth wasn't so simple. Crop yields back then were low, and collective labor meant people lacked motivation to work hard. Annual income was barely enough to get by. After paying grain taxes, the remaining food was even scarcer. In good years, families could scrape by. In bad years, survival itself was tough. These thoughts ran through my mind as I arrived home. While I was lost in future plans, my family likely saw my dazed expression and assumed I'd been thoroughly shaken by today's fiasco. Apparently, they'd also caught wind of what had happened with the Qin family. My mother, Zhou Yue, greeted me with concern. Lindsay, are you all right? That Qin family girl went too far, but seeing her true nature early on is a blessing in disguise. Trust me, she doesn't deserve you. Tomorrow, I'll find you a daughter-in-law 100 times better and prettier than her. Only then did I snap out of my thoughts and look at her. You're absolutely right, Mom. Seeing someone's true face early is a good thing. I didn't let it bother me at all. A mere Qin Yulian isn't worth my time. My father, Wang Datian, forced a smile and chimed in. Exactly. Our son is outstanding. Losing a shameless woman like Qin Yulian just means you're making room for someone even better. Jolene, it's good that you figured this out. Go rest up in your room. My mother gave my father a discreet look, and the two of them retreated to their tasks, tactfully leaving me alone. They likely thought that, despite my words, I was still hurting inside, and they wanted to give me space to process it all. I didn't bother explaining. As someone freshly arrived in this world, I truly needed some solitude to digest the details of this era. Our family consisted of me, my parents, and my younger sister, Wang Chunyan. The four of us got along well, but in this era of the more people, the stronger, a four-person household was considered weak. Too few heads meant fewer defenders when conflicts arose, making it easier to be pushed around. If I hadn't acted recklessly and staked everything today, getting our money back would have been nearly impossible. Settling back in my room, I exhaled deeply. In the end, we're all bound by the constraints of the times. As an ordinary person, it's tough to come up with a plan to break free immediately. A way to change the current situation. Everyone who transmigrates seems to get some kind of cheat ability, but why do I have nothing? If only I could move my little convenience store to this era, at least I wouldn't have to worry about going hungry. In my memory, every year when winter approached, every family would have to tighten their belts. It was normal to not have enough to eat. Now that winter had already arrived, my family had started cutting back on food and clothing. In a little while, the rations would likely be reduced further. After all, it would still be a long time until the next year's harvest. An ordinary person in a time like this, where even doing business was nearly impossible, I couldn't think of a better solution. Instinctively, I thought of the little convenience store I ran before traveling back in time. Just as the thought crossed my mind, everything suddenly went dark. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself standing in a brightly lit space. Isn't this my convenience store? I muttered in both shock and joy. Did I somehow travel back? I had already accepted the reality of being transported to the 1970s, but returning would honestly be even better. But after a closer look, something felt off. As I walked toward the entrance, I mumbled to myself, what's going on? Why isn't there anybody in the store? Even if there aren't any customers, my employees should still be here. At first, I didn't think much of it, assuming the staff had to step out for some reason and close the store temporarily. But as I neared the door, I suddenly felt as if I had hit an invisible wall, blocking me completely. What's happening? Why can't I leave? I took a few steps back and tried again, but as soon as I reached that spot, less than a meter from the door, I couldn't move forward any further. I couldn't even touch the door. It was as if this space was a self-contained world, completely cut off from the outside. No way. Am I going to be trapped in this convenience store forever? After several failed attempts to leave, I sighed heavily and finally calmed down enough to look around. Wait a second. While the items here are clearly modern, many of the packaging designs have a 1970s vibe. For items that wouldn't exist in this era, they mostly have labels written in foreign languages. But there's also a prominent line of Chinese text on each package that describes the item without revealing its origin. A thought struck me. This was obviously prepared specifically for me to use in this era. Well, let's not overthink it for now. Let's see if I can return to the 1970s. As soon as I finished speaking, everything went dark, and then light again. I was back in the dingy little room from the 1970s. You've got to be kidding me. I stood there dumbfounded, my heart racing. Could it be that I can actually bring the convenience store to the 1970s? Thinking this, I muttered to myself, take me back to the convenience store. And sure enough, I found myself back in that brightly lit shop. Could this be my golden cheat ability? Even though it was just a small convenience store with limited supplies, it was certainly better than having nothing at all. In critical moments, it could even save lives. The store wasn't big, but it held at least 100,000 yuan worth of products, most of which were everyday essentials. If I used it wisely, I might be able to carve out a decent life in this era. It's funny, when you have nothing, you're easily satisfied. But once you gain something, you start wanting more. I began to wonder. Since I could travel between the store and the 1970s with a single thought, could I also return to the modern world just as easily? Taking a small convenience store with me was fine, but it couldn't compare to the whole modern world at my disposal. If I could really go back, even as an average person, it'd be hard not to succeed. Unfortunately, I was overthinking it. No matter how much I tried, I couldn't leave the store for the modern era. Resigned, I gave up and casually opened a nearby refrigerator. I grabbed a bottle of ice-cold soda, tilted my head back, and gulped it down in one go. Ah, this is amazing. Who would have thought I could still drink chilled soda after transmigrating? I was about to close the fridge when I noticed something strange. The slot where I grabbed the soda had already been refilled with another bottle. Looking at the fully stocked fridge and the drink in my hand, I was puzzled. I had clearly taken a bottle, yet the shelf remained full. I decided to test it again, grabbing another soda. Sure enough, as soon as I took it, the empty spot was immediately replenished. No way could this store have infinite inventory. To confirm, I began grabbing items in a frenzy: cigarettes, snacks, daily necessities, cooking oils, seasonings. I carted things around the store with growing excitement. And just as I suspected, any space I emptied quickly refilled itself. I've hit the jackpot. I knew there was no way my golden sheet would just be a plain convenience store. This is the real deal. I laughed maniacally, my voice echoing throughout the store. But my laughter was short-lived. A mechanical voice suddenly announced, "Insufficient balance. Unable to restock items." At first, I thought I'd misheard it, but the voice repeated the message. I quickly ran to the cash register. The register system was turned on and displayed a virtual account tied to it. Something was different from before. It showed that restocking the items had deducted over 700 yuan from the balance. 700 something? I recall the store originally had about 700 yuan in cash. Could it be that the system's balance corresponds to the store's cash reserves? I swiftly opened the cash drawer and found a single 1 yuan coin, which exactly matched the balance shown on the system. To test this, I grabbed a piece of candy from the shelf, one that cost just a few cents. Sure enough, as soon as the spot was restocked with a replacement candy, the coin in the drawer disappeared, and the system balance dropped from 1 yuan to 70 cents. I let out a heavy sigh. The store could indeed restock automatically, but only if there was enough money in the system. I thought I'd gotten my hands on a treasure trove of infinite supplies, but I guess I was dreaming. Now that I can't return to the modern world, where am I supposed to get money to add to the balance? Would money from the 1970s even work? As soon as the thought formed, I shook my head. No, that's not going to work. Even if it could, the massive disparity between the prices of that time and the modern era would make it far too costly to be worth it. But gold or silver, those kinds of universal currencies, maybe that could work. It's worth a try. I had only said it offhandedly, but when I looked up, the register system displayed a line of bright red text scrolling like a virus had infected the screen. This store offers a selling feature. You can choose between manual selling or automatic selling. Any valuable item can be sold, and the store will sell it at the current market price. The money will be credited directly to your balance. It was as if the system had heard me. It was practically screaming to remind me. Staring at the notice, I was momentarily stunned. If this was true, then this convenience store was far more advanced than I had initially thought. Aside from not being able to return to the modern era myself, it was practically like having a gateway between worlds. Haha, I knew it. My golden sheet wouldn't be so ordinary. This is the real magic. Medicine wouldn't harm me anyway. But is this black liquid really a drink? It really is a drink. Just take a sip and you'll see. Chunyin glanced at me skeptically, then looked back down at the bottle. She unscrewed the cap, brought it close to her nose, sniffed cautiously, and wrinkled her nose. It smells a little sweet. I fought back a laugh and nodded. See? It's really sweet and fragrant. Go ahead and drink it. She swallowed hard, finally made up her mind, and took a cautious, tentative sip. The next second, her eyes widened suddenly, her mouth slightly agape, as if she'd been blown away by something. This is way too good. She couldn't help but take 2 more sips in quick succession, then quickly screwed the cap back on, hid the bottle behind her back, and looked at me warily. Bro, this drink is so good. Do we have any more at home? No way, this bottle's mine. I was at a loss for words, shaking my head with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Nope, this is the only bottle in the whole world. If you like it, go ahead and take it. As if your big brother would ever run out of drinks. Her face lit up with a smile as she hugged the bottle as if it were a treasure. Then I won't hold back. You. Oh, you. I reached out to ruffle her hair, but she giggled and dodged away. Yet in her sparkling eyes, there was a hint of curiosity. Bro, did you really buy this drink? It's so good. Why haven't I seen it before? I thought for a moment. How should I put it? This drink is a new kind, but it's hard to come by. You can only get it in big cities. They don't sell it in a place like ours yet. She nodded, not quite understanding, then pouted. Our village really is so small. It has nothing. All right, stop complaining. From now on, if I find anything good, I'll bring it to you. Hearing that, she nodded contentedly and patted her chest. You promised, big brother. I, Chunyin, remember this very well. Watching her cheerful little face return, still clutching that bottle of couch potato soda tightly, I felt a wave of warmth wash over me. I never expected that the drink I'd brought along by accident would make this little girl so happy. I chuckled and whispered, take your time drinking it. I've got to run an errand. She rolled her eyes and waved at me. All right, go do your thing. This drink's all mine. I shook my head with a helpless smile and stepped out of the room, thinking about how I should go about my money-making scheme next. Even if I were to commit suicide with medicine, I wouldn't drag my little sister down with me. Let me give it a try. She carefully brought the bottle to her lips and sipped a small mouthful. This water feels like it's dancing in my mouth, and it's sweet too. It's delicious. Her eyes lit up, and she took another big gulp. Hick. She froze in surprise. How magical. It dances in your mouth and fills your stomach with bubbles. Seeing her curious expression as she tasted a carbonated drink for the first time made me chuckle. I patted her head. What did I tell you? Your big brother wouldn't lie to you, right? You didn't lie to me. It's really delicious. She nodded vigorously before asking. But what exactly is this drink? Unsure how to explain, I simply said, it's water that's been specially processed to taste better. Oh, I see. Like how putting tea leaves in water makes tea. She caught on quickly. Something like that, I nodded. She took another sip and asked, Brother, where did this drink come from? Do we have more of it? I want to share it with Mom and Dad to let them try. Her words caught me off guard, so I just made up an answer on the spot. A friend from the big city brought it. This is the only bottle we have. I'll ask him if I see him next time. There were plenty more of them sitting in the supermarket back in my space, but I couldn't exactly disappear right in front of her and grab another one. No need, brother. Things from a big city must be really expensive. A taste is enough for me. She quickly stopped me, her sensible nature showing. There's still a lot left in this bottle. I'll take it to let Mom and Dad try. If I'd known, I'd have brought a few more bottles on my way out. Hearing her thoughtful words made my chest ache a little. I grabbed her by the arm. Chunyun, wait a minute. Your brother's got even better stuff for you. I reached into my pocket, pulling out the 2 lollipops I grabbed earlier and stuffed them into her hands. These are fruit-flavored lollipops. Give them a try. Later, I've got an even bigger surprise for you. Candy? Why do these look so different from other candies? She asked curiously while examining them. They're from the big city too. Of course, they're different. I said as I tore open one of the wrappers along the serrated edge and handed it to her. This is called a lollipop. The stick at the bottom lets you hold it easily while eating. It's so much more convenient. I can hold it without eating, and it stays clean. She nodded excitedly. Chunyun, didn't you say you wanted to share the drink with Mom and Dad? I teased, ruffling her hair. Or are you reluctant to part with it? Who's reluctant to part with it? I'm going now. She pouted and ran out of the room. The moment she left, I returned to the small supermarket. Most of the items in the supermarket weren't suitable for use in this era, but grabbing some snacks occasionally to treat the family was fine. The snack aisle was packed with chips, cookies, bread, spicy sticks, chicken feet, and duck legs. It had everything. Holding a bag in hand, I picked carefully while thinking aloud. Let's grab some cookies, bread, duck legs, and quail eggs. Mom, Dad, and little sis haven't had any meat in a long time. This'll be a treat. Some instant noodles too. I could sell these at the black market later. This stuff is absolutely unbeatable in this era. I didn't grab too much or linger for long. Bringing back an excessive amount of unfamiliar items might draw suspicion. Not long after I returned to my room, Chunyun dashed back in with an eager expression. Brother, what's the surprise you mentioned? A surprise requires some secrecy. You'll find out at dinner, I said with a mischievous smile. Come on, brother. Mom's already cooking, and it's almost time to eat anyway. Just tell me. She held onto my sleeve, shaking it like a spoiled child. Precisely because it's almost dinner, there's no need to rush. You only need to know it's delicious. Keep asking, and I might not let you have any later. I didn't want to make her crave it too much now. In this era, snacks were practically a luxury. Even just having enough to eat was a challenge for most. Children relied on wild berries from the mountains for treats, tasting whatever seemed edible. If I laid out all the supermarket goodies now, it would probably make her cry with longing. Fine, I won't ask. I'll find out soon enough anyway. She pouted again before striding off. Moments later, I heard her calling me for dinner from outside. Answering her call, I grabbed the bag and headed into the main room. Perhaps it was because of the incident with the Chin family earlier in the day, but on this otherwise ordinary day, the dinner table unexpectedly had an additional dish, a bowl of boiled eggs. It seemed Mom and Dad were worried the event might have upset me, so they decided to cook something extra nourishing. Don't underestimate these small eggs. In this era, they were a rarity. Many wouldn't even get to taste one for an entire year. As soon as Chunyun noticed the bag in my hands, her eyes instantly lit up. Brother, is that the good stuff you mentioned? Quick, show me. I can't wait any longer. Don't worry, it's all good stuff. It'll definitely make your mouth water. I poured everything onto the table and introduced them one by one. These are cookies, this is bread, and these are duck legs. As I spoke, Chunyun swallowed hungrily. Even though everything was wrapped and gave off no scent, just hearing the names was enough for her to imagine their deliciousness. Wait a second, brother. Aren't cookies supposed to come in tin boxes? This doesn't look like any cookie I've seen before. She suddenly realized and picked up the box. And what even is this bread? And these quail eggs, are they bird eggs? Take it slow, Chunyun. Which question should I answer first? I laughed. However, Mom and Dad grew visibly tense at the sight of these unfamiliar items. Mom hurried to the door, peeking outside both ways before quickly shutting and latching it. Only then did she walk back, her face serious as she asked, Chilene, where did you get all these things? My parents were simple farmers. It was no surprise they panicked upon seeing so many unfamiliar, likely expensive items appearing out of nowhere. They're gifts from a friend in the big city. I repeated my earlier lie without faltering. Chilene, these clearly aren't cheap. Make sure you return them when you can, Dad said, his meaning clear despite not finishing the sentence. He was afraid we couldn't repay the favor. There's no need. I helped him with something, and this was his way of thanking me. I quickly reassured with a smile. A single lie spawns countless others, but I had no alternative. No one would believe the truth anyway. To ease their hesitation, I unwrapped a duck leg and handed it to Dad, then opened 2 more for Mom and Chunyun. Here, try them. These are special treats you can only get in the big city. It'd be a shame not to taste them. Before Mom and Dad could take a bite, Chunyun's mouth was already full after taking a big chomp. Wow, this duck leg is amazing. I thought it'd be very salty because it's cured, but it's not salty at all. The more I chew, the better it tastes. She munched happily before urging, Mom, Dad, you have to try it. It's so delicious. I've never eat a duck leg at once. To me, a modern person, this vacuum-packed braised duck leg tasted just so. But for my family, who rarely had the chance to eat meat in a year, it was like a delicacy from heaven. Yeah, Mom and Dad, you guys should try some too. It's been so long since you've had meat. You should nourish yourselves a bit, I chimed in. Honestly, who knew how much artificial processing and additives had gone into this duck leg? There wasn't much nutrition in it, just a satisfaction for cravings. But even a little psychological comfort was better than nothing. Finally, my parents stopped hesitating and each took a big bite. This duck leg is delicious, so chewy, and the more you chew, the tastier it gets. I wonder how they make it, my father praised as he ate. Watching them wolf down their food, I sighed in my heart. People of this era really have it tough. Brother, this duck leg is so good. Can I try one of those quail eggs too? Chunyun asked, mouth full as her eyes fixed on the quail eggs on the table. Before I could say anything, Mother loudly stopped her. No way. You just ate such a big duck leg, and it's still not enough? Something this precious can't be eaten so much in one day. I'll save the rest for later, and you can eat them in a few days. It's okay, Mom, I said with a smile. If little sister wants to eat, let her. It would be such a shame if they go bad from being left out too long. Let her eat to her heart's content today. Actually, from today onwards, I want to ensure that everyone in the family eats meat every day, until one day we start missing the taste of plain greens and radishes. Huh, brother, you're such a bragger. Even if you earn the maximum work points every day, you'd be lucky to get 1 meal of meat in a month. Besides, if we eat meat every day, who would ever miss greens and radishes? Chunyun scoffed, unconvinced. It wasn't just her. Anyone who heard would think I was bragging. Mom and Dad thought so, too, but they just smiled silently. Whether I'm bragging or not, you'll see for yourselves in the future, I said lightly, a faint smile on my face, as if making a bold declaration. In my heart, though, I added, oh, my sweet little sister, you're too naive. In the future, brother will make sure you eat so much meat you'll want to vomit. For people who rarely ate meat, the occasional chance to taste it made them think, if only we could eat this every day. But in later times, when meat became so abundant it was no longer a luxury, no one thought that way anymore. During those overindulgent New Year's days, with every meal a feast of meat and fish, it was the greens and radishes on the table that became most sought after. Mom, Zhou Yui, laughed warmly and chimed in. All right then, your dad, your little sister, and I will be waiting eagerly for the day you bring us meat every single day. Then, she put on a stern face and glared at Chunyun. Finish your duck leg and eat your rice. Don't even think about the other stuff. I'll keep it locked away and bring it out in a few days. With mom's word, Chunyin dared not argue further. She could only watch helplessly as the quail eggs were locked away in a cabinet. Just then, Su Xiaohua walked out of the Qin family's house. After a heated argument, he had ultimately given in. Being caught red-handed by the entire village left him no choice. Even if he hadn't wanted to marry Qin Yulian, now he had to accept his fate. As for the bride price I had paid and any compensation, the Qin family wasn't giving back a cent. The entire burden fell on him, the unfortunate new son-in-law. Damn, I've really been dealt a losing hand today, Su Xiaohua muttered angrily as he walked down the road. I just wanted to sneak a taste of another man's wife. Who'd have thought I'd end up making her my own? Worse still, Yulian claims we've already done the deed, but I have no memory of it. Could I really have done that while unconscious? Am I really that capable? He shook his head, finding the whole situation absurd. Even if it was some kind of elaborate lie, he had no choice but to accept it with gritted teeth. Sighing deeply, he muttered, "Fine, I'll stop dwelling on it. The Qin family may not be wealthy, but Yulian herself isn't too bad. Marrying her isn't the worst thing that could happen. What I need to figure out now is how to deal with my family. Second brother witnessed everything earlier, so mom and dad definitely know by now. Getting my family to fork out $400 for me to marry Yulian won't be easy." Before he realized it, he had reached his own doorstep. As he had expected, his entire family was sitting solemnly at the courtyard gate, as if they had been waiting for him for a long time. "You unfilial son, kneel before me." A thunderous roar cut through the air, scaring Su Xiaohua so badly he trembled all over. His legs gave out, and he instinctively knelt. Looking up to see his parents' and brother's grim faces, the explanations he had prepared got stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Su Qing, his father, glared at him with a face as black as thunder. "Do you have any idea what kind of disgrace you've brought upon this family today? You've utterly humiliated us." Seeing Su Xiaohua remain silent, Su Qing grew even angrier and grabbed a large broomstick from the doorway, raising it high above his head. "I'll beat some sense into you today, you disgrace of a son." This wasn't just any broomstick. It was the sturdy rural kind with a thick, long handle that could be pulled out as a solid rod. If wielded with full force, it could cripple someone. Su's mother quickly grabbed his wrist to stop him. "Old Su, if you hit him with that stick, aren't you afraid of severely injuring him?" Their fourth son, Su Minghua, also tried to mediate. "Yeah, Dad, beating third brother to death won't solve anything. What's done is done. We need to think about how to deal with it. Besides, we've only heard the gist of the story from second brother. We need to hear from third brother what really happened." Su Qing snorted angrily. "Fine. Let's see how this disgrace of a son tries to talk his way out of this." Su Minghua tried to defend his brother. "Dad, it's true that third brother made a mistake, but it's not entirely his fault. Men can hardly resist a woman like Qin Yulian when they set their mind to seducing. I think this whole thing might have been a trap." Though his tone seemed to excuse Su Xiaohua, it actually only added fuel to the fire. Right. That's exactly it." Su Xiaohua eagerly agreed. "It was that Wang Qiulin kid who set me up." Before he could finish, he was sent flying with a furious kick. Su Qing glared down at him from above. "You idiot. How did I end up with such a stupid son as you? Wang Qiulin set you up? Use your brain for once. What would he gain from that?" The mention of my name turned Su Xiaohua's eyes blood red. He hated me to the core. Half of his guess was correct. The setup had originally been a trap for me concocted by him and Qin Yulian. But things had gone awry, and I had turned the tables on them. What Su Xiaohua didn't know was that not only had I thwarted their plan, I had also gotten ahead with his woman, leaving him to foot the bill. If he ever found all this out, he'd probably want to rip me apart alive. But from an outsider's perspective, such a turn of events seemed utterly impossible. His excuses, unsurprisingly, fell on deaf ears. Su Qing kicked him again. "You've been blinded by women, you fool. I regret not smashing you against the wall when you were born." Su Minghua stepped forward to help him up. "Dad, calm down. Third brother just got caught up in a moment of foolishness. Even heroes have a hard time resisting beautiful women. With his idiocy, he's no hero, more like a clumsy bear." Su Qing glanced over but said no more, which counted as his agreement. Su Minghua helped Su Xiaohua up. "Third brother, let me guess at the terms the Qin family has set. Are they forcing you to take responsibility for Qin Yulian, compelling you to marry her? Isn't that obvious?" Su Xiaohua rolled his eyes. "I've already gotten involved with Yulian. If I don't marry her, do you think the Qin family would let me off? And does that mean the Qin family insists you cover the bride price and compensation that should be returned to Wang Qiulin without them paying a penny?" Su Minghua continued to analyze. "Third brother, have you ever considered who exactly benefits the most from this situation? Both our family and Yulian's family lose out, so the one benefiting must be Wang Qiulin." Su Xiaohua replied without a second thought. No. Third brother, you're wrong. Wang Qiulin suffered such a massive humiliation today. How could he be the one benefiting? The true winner is the Qin family. Su Minghua shook his head. Think about it. Between our family and their Wang family, whose situation is better? Of course, our family's is better. Do you even need to ask? Exactly. The Qin family targeted our family's superior situation. They set a trap to catch you in the act, forcing you to marry Qin Yulian. And the money? You shoulder it all. They don't spend a dime. They lose nothing in this deal. With Wang Qiulin out of the picture, the Qin family gets you as a better son-in-law. Now tell me, who's the real winner here? As for Wang Qiulin, he's humiliated and has lost his wife. What man would stoop to this kind of stunt for a little bit of compensation? Fourth brother makes sense. Su Qing sighed helplessly. You wretched fool, being sold out and yet counting money for others. How can you be this stupid? Father, what should I do now? Su Xiaohua's face was full of dejection. What else can you do? The whole village knows. You've no choice but to take the fall and marry Qin Yulian. Su Qing sighed deeply. In a few days, I'll go borrow some money from relatives and friends, then visit the Qin family to arrange the marriage. Let's aim to have her wed into our house before the year ends. No way. Su Xiaohua protested again. Didn't you say the Qin family set me up? Why should I spend so much money to marry her? Plus, if I marry Qin Yulian, what'll happen to Li Meixia? Didn't our family already pay a bride price to her family? Only now do you remember Li Meixia? When you couldn't control yourself, did you think about your bride-to-be then? Su Qing landed another kick on him. You've no one to blame but yourself. Now the only option is to have her marry fourth brother. The moment he heard that Li Meixia would be handed over to him, a gleam of excitement flashed in Su Minghua's eyes. Li Meixia's father was the brigade leader, and their family's conditions were even better than the Su family's. Moreover, she herself was very pretty. The first time Su Minghua saw his future sister-in-law, he had secretly harbored the desire to make her his own wife. However, she was promised to his third brother. Unexpectedly, his third brother managed to mess up this excellent engagement, and now this incredible opportunity fell right into his lap. His heart overflowed with joy. However, he dared not show too much in front of his father and third brother. He only asked, Father, with third brother's reputation ruined, the Li family certainly won't agree to have their daughter marry him. But if we switch the groom, will they consent? Old Li should agree. When the families arranged this betrothal years ago, they never specified who it had to be. Su Qing said with certainty. Now that your third brother is out of the picture, replacing him with someone else would be just fine. Your grandfather and Old Li made this agreement together back in the day, and Old Li values his word. He'll definitely agree. Good. That's good. Su Minghua let out a long sigh of relief inwardly. And just like that, Su Qing finalized the decision. Even if Su Xiaohua wanted to back out, it was too late. Su Xiaohua had 2 older brothers, 1 younger brother, and 2 married sisters. The entire family was good labor, making the Su family one of the better-off households in the village. But even so, to come up with 400 yuan all at once was no easy feat. They'd have to borrow some from relatives and friends to scrape it together. Despite his anger, Su Qing ultimately could only scold and beat his son briefly before continuing to clean up after his mess. In the countryside during winter, with little to do, dinner was eaten early. After dinner, the sun hadn't yet set. I was just about to head out for a walk when I saw Wang Daju appearing at the doorway with a hoe slung over his shoulder. Qiulin, how about we go put down some eel traps in a bit? He grinned, flashing a row of big, white teeth. What kind of eel traps? I was momentarily confused. What other kind of traps? I'm talking about eel pots, of course. Wang Daju looked at me as if I'd lost my wits. Don't tell me you're so upset you don't even recognize an eel pot anymore. It was only at his reminder that I retrieved the memory from the original owner's mind. Those were rural tools for catching eels back in those days, akin to today's collapsible fish traps. Made from thin bamboo strips, the long, cylindrical traps were slightly larger and longer than a water bottle. The base had a flared opening with inward-pointing barbs. Once an eel entered, it couldn't get out. The top end was tied off with straw. When untied, the eels inside could be dumped out. You'd bait them with worms or animal innards, set them in rice paddies, pools, or ditches at night, and collect them the next morning. I know what you're talking about now. The traps for catching yellow eels. I shot him a look. But it's winter. Eels aren't as active. You won't catch much even if you set traps. It's true that wintertime isn't as good for catching them as spring, but it hasn't gotten too cold yet. We'll definitely snag a few. Wang Daju laughed. Anyway, we've got nothing else to do. If we don't catch any, no harm done. If we do, there'll be some meat for the table to cheer everyone up. He waved the hoe in his hand and pulled out a small bamboo basket. Look, I've already dug up some worms. Let's just string a few onto the traps and give it a shot. Good point. Sitting idle doesn't do any good. Let's go set a few traps, I nodded. In those days, Fish and wild game like pheasants and hares were some of the only sources of meat for rural people. Pheasants and hares were hard to hunt, but fish were much easier to catch. Back then, fish were cheap, and yellow eels, loaches, and soft-shelled turtles were even cheaper than pork. Not like later when they became more expensive than pork. But for me, those wild-caught yellow eels were rare and precious ingredients. Small ones were perfect for making braised eel and soy sauce, while the larger ones were great stir-fried with mustard greens. Just thinking about it made my mouth water. Then what are we waiting for? It's about to get dark, he said. And with that, the two of us went off to Wang Deju's house. There, using dry rice straw, we strung up the worms and stuffed them into the traps, sealed the openings, packed everything up, then grabbed an iron shovel and headed toward the outskirts of the village. Chileen, what are you and Daju up to? Along the way, several women from the village walked over to ask. In truth, it was obvious what we were doing. They didn't care about that. They were just trying to gauge my mood at the moment. It's been a while since we've had any meat at home, so Daju and I are going to set up a few traps to see if we can catch anything. Striped eel to replenish the household. Despite the enormous incident today, I seemed no different from usual. This astonished the group of women from the village, who started whispering behind my back as I walked away with Wang Deju. Can you believe it? After such an affair, Chileen still has the heart to go fishing for eels. Doesn't he care at all? Who wouldn't care? The more composed someone looks on the outside, the more they suffer inside. He's probably overwhelmed with sadness and deliberately distracted himself with something else. Makes sense. When my old man feels down, he usually finds something to do, too. Little did they know, not only was I not upset, but I was secretly elated. Still, I couldn't fault their deduction. It had some logic to it. Wang Deju, worried I might take offense, stopped to comfort me. Chileen, don't mind them. This lot just loves to gossip. I didn't take it to heart, I replied with a smile. Severing ties with the Chin family is a good thing for me. Today, I should be celebrating instead. Come on, let's focus on catching eels. We hadn't taken many steps when a girl's voice suddenly rang out from up ahead. It sounded like someone was bullying her. You? What are you doing? Take another step, and I'll scream for help. Immediately after, an arrogant and sleazy male voice followed. Acting aloof after being sent to the cowshed as a capitalist's spoiled daughter? If it weren't for your decent looks, I wouldn't even bother with you. Who cares what I do to you, huh? Who's going to believe you over me? You'd better be sensible and submit. If I'm in a good mood, I might even take care of you and those two useless old fools of yours. Without thinking further, I rushed toward the sound. Chileen, where are you going? Wang Daju grabbed me by the arm. That person is a cowshed detainee. You don't want to get involved. Associating with someone from the cowshed is asking for trouble. Daju, it doesn't matter who they are. When someone's being bullied, I can't just stand by. Most people would steer clear of matters involving so-called black elements. But I knew that these blacklisted individuals were often capable and reputable figures, many of whom had been falsely accused. Besides, this political movement wouldn't last much longer. In the near future, people's names would be cleared, and they'd return to their posts one by one. For all I knew, this person sent to the cowshed might be a bigwig. Helping him, or her, now could mean gaining an ally later. And even if it wasn't some golden opportunity, it made no difference. Lending a hand in this situation wouldn't hurt me in the slightest. Seeing me rush off, Wang Daju could only follow, muttering, "That voice sounds a lot like Chin family's second son, Chin Inshan." Then his tone shifted. No way. Is Chileen planning to take the chance to teach Chin Inshan a lesson? Beating a dog while it's down? Count me in. Tossing the fishing tools aside, he sprinted after me. But he didn't expect me to move faster than him. Just as he was about to catch up, he saw me charge forward, shouting, "You scoundrel! Stop what you're doing and let go of that girl." Then I jumped and delivered a swift kick, my legs slamming into the man like a cannonball. Wow, when did Chileen get so tough? Wang Daju stood astonished. Then he raised his voice. "Chileen, I'm coming. Which piece of trash dares bully a girl in broad daylight in our village? Allow me to uphold justice today." By the time he charged over, I had already knocked Chin Inshan to the ground with my kick. The man was clutching his waist, cursing, "Who ambushed me and ruined my fun? I'll kill you." I let out a mock gasp of recognition. Well, Chin Inshan. So it's you, this wretched scumbag, bullying a girl here. No wonder Chin Yulian hooked up with another man. You must have inherited your family's dirty habits. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. This vice must be ancestral. What? Such a thing can be hereditary. Wang Daju exclaimed dramatically. Though I wonder, did this come from his father or his mother? Isn't it obvious? I replied analytically. A paternal inheritance would cause branching traits. Only maternal inheritance would be pure and direct. Good point. So by that logic, Chin Inshan might as well be he Inshan. Wang Daju immediately chimed in. Then he realized something, slapped his hand over his mouth, and stammered. Oh no, did I accidentally uncover some shocking family secret? You know it's a secret, yet you still blurt it out. How is Qin Yinshan supposed to face his parents now? I speculated along with him. Wait, no, it's he Yinshan, or maybe Wang Yinshan. Don't you start, Qiulin. Wang Daju quickly dissociated himself. I'm the same age as Yinshan, so there's no way I could have fathered a son his age. Daju, I never said this, Wang referred to you in particular. Why are you so defensive? I shot him a sly sideways glance. Qiulin, what's with that look? He squirmed under my gaze, looking oddly guilty, as though he really did father Qin Yinshan out of wedlock. And just like that, the two of us stood there earnestly discussing Qin Yinshan's parentage, making him question his own lineage. Even he began to falter. No, no way. I'm my father's son, and that's final. Qin Yinshan scrambled to his feet, his face flushing red with anger. If you keep spouting nonsense, I swear I'll fight both of you. We never said you weren't your father's son. What's got you so worked up? I waved him off dismissively. Exactly. We didn't even mention you by name. Why are you taking this so personally? Unless you really aren't your father's son and got triggered. Wang Daju added with a devilish grin. You? Qin Yinshan's face turned beet red, his frustration palpable. He was caught in a verbal trap. With every rebuttal, he sounded guiltier, yet staying silent meant letting the accusations fly unchecked. Left with no choice, he switched topics. Wang Qiulin, stop messing around. Give me one good reason why you kicked me. Why? You seriously don't know? I rolled my eyes at him. You're a grown man accosting a girl in broad daylight. It's perfectly reasonable for me to step in. Bullshit. What's it to you if I mess with some girl from the cow sheet? What's your business here? Acting all heroic. Qin Yinshan shot me a venomous glare. I think you're just holding a grudge because my sister dumped you, and you're using this as an excuse for revenge. Don't try to act so high and mighty. Seriously? Being a degenerate runs that deep in your family that even being called out sounds poetic? I sneered. As for whether I'm seeking revenge or just doing what's right, think whatever you want. But hear me loud and clear. If I ever catch you pulling a stunt like this again, you'll get the same treatment every time. Bright daylight and already fooling around. How much audacity does it take to speak so unabashedly? Wang Daju clenched his fists, shaking them in the air. Ever seen fists the size of sandbags? If you don't scram, I'll beat you so bad even your own parents wouldn't recognize you. Fine, I'll remember this. Qin Yinshan threw out a threat and fled in disgrace. It was only then that I turned to look at the girl. She was dressed in a gray, patched-up outfit, tall and skinny, clearly malnourished. Nevertheless, she exuded an unworldly charm, and her strikingly beautiful face couldn't be hidden by the worn-out clothes. She was absolutely stunning. Even in such tattered clothing, she outshone Qin Yulian by a mile. A little tidying up and she'd leave anyone else in the dust by a long shot. I paused for a moment, then stepped forward to ask her softly. Miss, are you all right? That Qin Yinshan didn't hurt you, did he? No, he didn't. Before he could do anything, you all arrived, she said, her voice shy as she lifted her head. Thank you for saving me. No need to thank me. I waved my hand dismissively. Anyone in my shoes would have stepped in. Then, turning to Wang Daju, I said, Daju, you go ahead to the front and wait for me. I'll take this young lady home and catch up with you later. And no need. She quickly refused. My place is just nearby. It's only a short walk. Besides, it wouldn't look good if someone saw you with me. What bad could it do for me, a grown man? I insisted. It's settled. This is for your own safety. What if Qin Yinshan hasn't gone far and is lurking around to harm you again? Let's go. I won't feel at ease until I see you safely home. Without leaving room for further argument, I led the way, and she, after some hesitation, followed closely behind, her head bowed. Behind me, I could hear Wang Daju muttering with a sigh, that Lindsay. Always forgetting his friends when a girl's involved. He turned back to continue scavenging for brass coins. By the way, my name is Wang Qiulin. What's yours? I asked suddenly as we walked. She, lost in thought, didn't notice I'd stopped and bumped smack into my back. She staggered backward, quickly apologizing. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's not your fault. It was I who suddenly stopped. If anyone needs to apologize, it's me, I said, turning around with a smile. This gesture seemed to make her even more flustered. She shook her head repeatedly in embarrassment. No. It's my fault for not paying attention while I was thinking about something. What were you thinking about? Were you debating whether to repay my heroic rescue by marrying me? I teased with a playful smile. And no, that's not it. Her face flushed brighter as she hastily explained. I was just wondering why you decided to help me. Aren't you afraid of getting dragged into trouble because of me? I don't see anything to be afraid of. You're not some kind of monster. I laughed. But really, you still haven't told me your name. My name is Yao Xingtong. My parents were sent to the countryside and thrown into the cow sheet. So I came along with them, she said, her voice dropping noticeably. Ever since we arrived, everyone's been avoiding us. No one dares to approach. I understand why. They're afraid of being implicated. I don't want to bring trouble upon anyone, either. Xingtong, you're overthinking this, I said with a hearty laugh, calling her by her name as if we were old friends. If I'd gotten close to your family before you were sent down here, maybe there'd be consequences. But now that you've already been relocated, what could possibly happen? The others keep their distance out of fear of being labeled themselves. That's all. Aren't you afraid of that? She asked curiously. To say I'm entirely unafraid would be a lie. I pretended to ponder before breaking into a grin. But if it means I could marry a beautiful and virtuous woman like you, even taking a little risk would be worth it. Even though my words were spoken in jest, there was a flicker of genuine intent behind them. Here was a girl going through a rough time, one whose kindness shone through despite it all. Most people in her situation might have clung to me for even the faintest glimmer of hope. Consequences be damned. But she was still worried about not bringing trouble to me. Beautiful and kind-hearted, she'd make an incredible wife. Why, you're talking nonsense, she stammered and took off running, deeply embarrassed. Xingtong, I'm not joking. How about you think about it seriously when you get home? I called after her. Hearing that, she quickened her pace and nearly tripped over herself. She didn't know whether I was joking or truly interested in her. It was her first time encountering someone so forward and impassioned. Up till now, everyone had steered clear of her family, and even that Qin Yinshan earlier was only looking to take advantage of her. But here I was, already suggesting marriage. Could it be that this man really didn't care about who she was? Despite her shy retreat, she was faintly touched deep down. With her family standing, even if she were able to marry someone, it wouldn't likely be anyone respectable. I stood watching as she disappeared down the road and into a shabby, rundown house. Smiling to myself, I shouted in her direction, "Miss, since you're safely home now, I'll take my leave. Think carefully about what I said. We'll talk more next time I visit for your answer. My name is Wang Qiling." That day, after escorting Yao Xingtong back to her home, I left. What I didn't know was that after I departed, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. What's with this guy? Is he crazy? Without even finding out who I am, he's talking about marrying me? Whatever, he's probably just joking, she thought to herself. Just as she relaxed, her mother, Liao Meifeng, appeared behind her without a sound. So, Tong Tong, who is it that said they wanted to marry you just now? Her mother asked, startling her. Flustered, she turned around and nervously explained, "It's nothing, Mom. Just someone who helped me out and made a joke, that's all." Liao Meifeng sighed. With our family's background, who would dare joke like that? But being cautious is good. Without another word, Meifeng hunched her back and walked inside. Despite being only in her 40s, her mother looked like she was in her 60s. Yao Xingtong still remembered how strong and youthful her parents were when they'd first been sent to the countryside. In just a few years, the weight of their circumstances had aged them dramatically. For someone in their position, merely surviving without facing brutal persecution was already considered fortunate. Back on my end, as soon as I returned, Wang Deju pulled me aside, lowering his voice to caution me. "Qilin, are you out of your mind? Aren't you worried that getting close to someone like her could drag your family's reputation down? Sure, the girl's pretty, but looks don't put food on the table. Or have you already forgotten the lesson you learned about chasing after pretty faces?" Clapping his shoulder, I replied, "Deju, it's just a bit of contact. It won't affect my family's status. Relax, let's not overthink this." Carrying my heart lightly, knowing what to do, I inwardly had a plan. He sighed softly and didn't say much, pulling me along to scatter the millet. I smiled but didn't take his words to heart. Actually, by this time, that particular movement was near its end. Nobody would exploit such matters anymore. If not, how could her family enjoy such freedom? After dropping off the millet and returning home, the sky was completely dark. In these times, rural areas had no electricity and were still operating under collective structures. There was no entertainment to speak of. When night fell, everyone was back at home. Many even hesitated to light kerosene lamps, opting instead to turn in early. But coming from the 21st century, I was not accustomed to sleeping so early. Sitting in the pitch-black room, I sighed. Life without a cell phone was truly uncomfortable. Suddenly, I thought, what about the computer in the small shop? Could I perhaps use that? With nothing better to do anyway, why not give it a try? With that thought, I disappeared from the room, reappearing directly inside the shop. Full of anticipation, I approached the cashier's desk and pressed the computer's power button. When the screen lit up, I was thrilled. It worked. Finally, my nights wouldn't be so dull anymore. But my excitement was premature. The computer wasn't connected to the internet. A computer without internet was no better than a glowing box. All it could offer was solitaire or Minesweeper. Not even boredom could drive me to play those. I turned the computer off and stood up, my eyes catching sight of a box of rechargeable flashlights not too far away. It gave me an idea. The image reminded me of a comedy sketch. In those days, the only household appliance we had was a flashlight. Forget rechargeable ones. Even regular battery-powered flashlights were rare for most families back then. Many people still carried kerosene lamps when venturing out at night. This box of flashlights was something I had ordered on a whim because they were cheap, only to regret it later. Now, unexpectedly, they brought me some joy. There were two types in the box, one cylindrical, resembling a miniature battery-powered flashlight, and another one designed as a headlamp. Both were compact and well-crafted. Despite their size, they were incredibly bright, and one charge could last up to 12 hours. They were extremely practical for the current era. I took 2 flashlights, then grabbed a few duck legs and some boxes of biscuits off the shelf. It was still early, so this would be a good opportunity to test out the flashlights while also delivering some treats to my future wife. Back in my room, without notifying my family, I stuffed the items into my jacket and slipped out, disappearing into the night. However, my movements still caught my family's attention. My mother, Zhou Yuwei, peeked over the wall and anxiously asked, "What's Lin doing heading out so late at night?" My father, Wang Datian, sighed. "Probably couldn't sleep and went out for a walk. He'll be back soon. Let him be." A sharp white beam of light cut through the pitch-black night, bobbing up and down as I walked, casting my tall shadow long and thin. Soon, the light arrived at the edge of the village, stopping at a dilapidated cattle shed. I raised my hand and knocked on the door. The sound echoed clearly in the still night. Knock, knock. Inside, under the dim glow of a kerosene lamp, Yao Xingtong's family of 3 froze and stared warily at the door. No one moved. Her father, Yao Xuezhi, a scholarly man with glasses, whispered with a heavy heart. Who could it be at this hour? Could something bad have happened? You couldn't blame him for thinking this way. People rarely visited them even in broad daylight, let alone at night. Realizing that simply knocking might seem inappropriate, I added 2 more knocks and called out, "Xingtong, it's me, Wang Qulin. Open the door. I brought something nice for you." Inside, Yao Xuezhi heard a young man's voice and immediately glanced at his daughter. Before she could respond, Liao Meifang smiled warmly. This young man must be one of Xingtong's admirers. See how sincere he is. Xingtong, go open the door and see what he's brought. Yao Xingtong's face flushed red. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Despite her protests, she moved towards the door. After she had left, Yao Xuezhi muttered under his breath, coming to knock on a young woman's door at night. What's so sincere about that? Sounds more like a scoundrel to me. Liao Meifang shot him a sharp glare. Shut up, old man. At a time when everyone else avoids our family like the plague, this young man dares to show up. I think he is sincere. If he truly likes Xingtong, it would be a good thing. Yao Xuezhi sighed helplessly. You're right. If we can find a good match for Xingtong, she wouldn't have to suffer alongside us anymore. In the past, he would never have allowed his daughter to marry a rural farmer. But now, poor farmers were families far out of their league. Yao Xingtong pulled open the rickety door and hastily led me aside, whispering nervously, "Wang Qulin, why are you knocking on my door so late at night? Aren't you afraid someone might see and accuse you of wrongdoing?" I shrugged nonchalantly. If they see me, so be it. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, who would be wandering around outside at this hour? She rolled her eyes at me. Aren't you the one wandering around outside? I chuckled. This isn't just aimless wandering. I came specifically to bring you food. With that, I passed the items in my arms to her. Here, a few duck legs and some quail eggs to nourish you. She protested vehemently. These things are too valuable. I can't accept them. As if burned, she tried to hand them back to me. But I pushed them back towards her firmly, unwilling to take no for an answer. Take them. Once I give something, I don't take it back. They're not worth much anyway. And if you insist on refusing, I'll get annoyed. To me, they truly weren't valuable. But to her, they were incredibly precious. Duck legs and quail eggs. These were meat products, and who knew how long it had been since she last had any. Her hand froze mid-air, and I could even hear her swallow in the quiet of the night. Inwardly, I thought, for this young woman to resist temptation even when she craves it this much, she truly has a good character. Her family undoubtedly had the worst treatment in the entire village. While others could raise chickens and even share in collective pork during the year-end butchering, her family got none of that, not even a reduced share of grain. Forget eating meat. They considered just being able to eat their fill a luxury. Clutching the items tightly, her eyes welled with tears of gratitude. But I didn't seize the opportunity to make any inappropriate demands. Sometimes, a man can be a little roguish. Other times, he needs to act like a gentleman. Just these small gifts were enough to move her deeply. Girls of this era were far more innocent than those decades in the future. It was easier to make them happy too. Having said my piece, I handed the items over. then turned and disappeared into the darkness without waiting for her reaction. What happened afterward that night, I only pieced together later. Returning to the small room with the plastic bag in hand, Yao Xingtong was immediately met with Liao Meifang scrutinizing the bag. So it was that young man from earlier. Wang Qilin, was it? This bag is peculiar, not quite like a paper sack, but not made of paper either. In this era, there were no plastic bags. Everyone used baskets or cloth bags for carrying items. At most, wrap it in paper. That thin white bag, it was natural for her to be curious. I don't know what it is either. He said it's food inside. Yao Xingtong placed the bag on the worn-out table, the only one they had. Her father, Yao Xuezhi, let out a cold snort, his protective demeanor written all over his face. That boy bringing food over late at night. It's clear he's up to no good. But Liao Meifang looked at the bag as if she were an approving mother-in-law inspecting her son-in-law. Smiling, she picked it up. Oh, this boy doesn't seem bad. Let's see what he brought. With a loud rustle, everything spilled out onto the table, a colorful display of items they had never seen before. From the packaging, this looks like biscuits. Liao Meifang picked up a box, her surprise evident. Such nice things. This young man really went all out. Yao Xuezhi grabbed a box and read aloud. Scallion-flavored crispy biscuits. So they are biscuits. His eyes shifted to another item and lit up when he spotted a pack of duck legs. Salted duck legs. There are even duck legs. There's more. Look, these small ones look like bird eggs. It says quail eggs, but I don't know what they truly are. Liao Meifang picked up a handful, her tone delighted. We've never seen these things before. Where on earth did our future son-in-law get them? Mom, what are you talking about? I just met him today. Yao Xingtong's face flushed red, embarrassed that a bag of food had seemingly sealed her fate. That was a slip of the tongue. Liao Meifang chuckled, her laughter lighthearted and teasing. But I quite like this young man. He seems trustworthy and earnest. Absolutely not. Yao Xuezhi suddenly raised his voice. We can't accept such expensive things. Tong Tong, you have to return them tomorrow. You old fool. What's gotten into you? Liao Meifang slapped the table and stood up. Don't you ever think about yourself? At least think about Tong Tong. How many hardships has she endured alongside us all these years? Are you planning to let her live in suffering forever? But it wasn't the food that mattered to her. One more meal with meat or one less. What difference would it really make? The issue wasn't the meat. After spending so many years in this desolate place, they had come to terms with their fate. But her daughter was still young, her youth ahead of her. Not a single soul had dared approach their family all these years. Now, a young man had come along, generous and willing. This was her daughter's chance to escape the cage. If they let it slip away, who knew if another chance would ever come? How much longer could they go on like this? 1 or 2 more years? 7 or 8? Or a lifetime? She couldn't allow her daughter to be trapped the same way. Yao Xuezhi understood his wife's unspoken thoughts and knew her determination was right. In the end, he could only sigh heavily. Yes, Tong Tong has had it hard all these years. She probably doesn't even remember the last time she had meat. All right, what's the point of talking about this now? Liao Meifang stuffed one of the duck legs into her daughter's hand. Eat up, Tong Tong. They had never encountered this type of packaging before and didn't realize how easily it could be opened with a simple tear. After struggling fruitlessly for a while, Liao Meifang grabbed a pair of scissors out of frustration. With a swift snip, the packaging opened, and the rich aroma of marinated spices filled the small room instantly. Smells incredible. The duck leg's definitely good, Yao Xuezhi muttered, sniffing the air. It was unclear whether his gaze was on the packaging or the meat. Preserved food doesn't spoil so easily. Liao Meifang shot him a glare and handed the duck leg over. Tong Tong, you eat. Yao Xingtong looked up at her parents, swallowed hard, and took a small bite. So delicious, not salty at all, nothing like preserved food. She eagerly grabbed 2 more and handed them over. Dad, Mom, you have to try this. It's really tasty. No need. Your mom and I don't really like this. You keep it for yourself. Yao Xuezhi waved his hand dismissively. Dad, do you think I'm 3 years old? You really think you can fool me with that? Of course, she didn't believe him. You old man, can't you come up with a better excuse? Liao Meifang laughed and picked one up. Your daughter's offering, so let's not stand on ceremony. 1 for each of us, and the rest can go to nourish her. No need to debate. Without waiting for her husband's consent, she snipped open 2 more bags and passed one to him. The family ate in silence, the room filled with the sound of chewing. Before long, tears began to stream down their faces. Since their relocation, they hadn't tasted meat in what felt like forever. This duck leg might have been a product of factory assembly lines, lacking extraordinary nutrients, but the flavor was unparalleled. With every bite, it was as if they'd never tasted anything better in their lives. Finally, the tears they had been holding back spilled out, tears of joy and gratitude. At the time, I never imagined that a simple duck leg could move someone to tears, from sheer longing, from gratitude. I also didn't realize that something mass-produced in a factory, a symbol of science and efficiency, could have such a profound impact. By then, I was already back home, forcing myself to adapt to early mornings and early nights in this era. The very next day, as the faint light of dawn touched the horizon, I was woken by Wang Deju's voice, loud and forceful outside the house. Lindsay, get up. Hurry, let's check the traps before someone else snatches all the catch. All right. Why are you summoning ghosts so early? I got out of bed reluctantly, yawning as I dressed. Who would have the nerve to steal during the day? If someone wanted to steal, they'd have done it last night. Let's see if there's any yellow eel in the traps. Wang Deju didn't care whether I was fully awake or not and dragged me straight out. Beyond the village stretched vast fields of rice paddies, interspersed with a few scattered ponds and crisscrossed with irrigation ditches. This time of year, the fields and channels were mostly dry. Most of the traps we had set last night were in the ponds near the village. Here we are. The first one's beneath that tree. Let's start collecting from here. Wang Daju rubbed his hands together, rolled up his pants, and waded into the pond. As soon as his feet hit the water, he sucked in a sharp breath. HSSS. It wasn't full-on winter yet, but the morning water was still bone-chillingly cold. Daju, you sure you can handle it? Feeling a bit weak, huh? Want me to take over? I teased him, laughing. As a young man from the 21st century, I'd never waded barefoot into icy water during winter in my life. Who's weak? Just not used to it right after waking up, that's all. He puffed up his chest defiantly. All right. Just let me know if it gets too much, and we can take turns. My words were accommodating, but I knew better. This body, accustomed to the harshness of rural life, had already experienced this countless times. Barefoot in freezing ponds during winter was no joke. There was no need for me to volunteer for such suffering. Life in this era was just like that. Farmers worked barefoot in the fields year-round. This thought sparked an idea in my mind. If I could procure some plastic rain boots for this era, they would sell like hotcakes. Rain boots had existed since the 1950s and 60s, but they were rare and exorbitantly priced. Most people couldn't afford them, let alone see them. It wasn't until the economic reforms of the 1980s and 90s that they became common. Unfortunately, my little convenience store hadn't stocked such an item yet. Otherwise, a few pairs sold on the black market could fetch an astronomical price. It seems that I still need to make money to upgrade the supermarket first. I sighed inwardly and then turned my head to ask, Juicy, is there a black market nearby? He paused mid-motion while scooping out crawfish and looked up cautiously. Lindsay, why are you asking? You're not thinking of going to the black market, are you? I'm considering it, I nodded. You know, the collective harvest this year wasn't good. My family's work points are few, and the rationed grain isn't enough to last through the winter. I need to stock up on some food for the cold season, or it'll be unbearable. There's nothing we can do about a poor harvest. Just make do with what you have, he sighed. Black market goods are expensive and risky. If you get caught, having your goods confiscated is the least of your worries. They could label you a speculator. I really don't think it's worth the risk. I'm just asking around. I'm not saying I'll actually go. I'm well aware of the risks, I said, not wanting to argue with him. If you know, just tell me. If not, forget it. All right, as long as you know what you're doing, he agreed. The closest black market to us is 5 li north in the Chingsong forest. It's mostly small-time transactions, so the risk is lower. However, there's a bigger one to the east of the town. There are more people and goods, but it's also riskier. Listen, Lindsay, unless there's absolutely no other choice, don't go. The black market has its own rules, but once you're out of there, no one abides by them. You'll have to watch out for not just the red armband patrols, but also people who might rob and double-cross you. Got it. I won't go unless it's absolutely necessary. I responded casually, steering the topic away. By the way, aren't you going to fish those crawfish traps out? Staying in the water that long, aren't you cold? Lindsay, how could you even say that? If it weren't for you asking about the black market, I'd have finished ages ago, and here you were standing on the bank throwing snide remarks. He shuddered as he argued back, then quickly reached down to retrieve a trap from the marked spot in the water. Damn, this one's light, clearly empty. He shook it in frustration and tossed the bamboo trap onto the bank. Instead of climbing ashore, he moved on to check the next one. By the end, all 7 or 8 traps set the night before were retrieved, and not a single eel among them. What on earth? There are so many eels in this pond, yet not a single one bit. Could it be that they're all dormant because of the cold? Wang Daju was shivering so much his teeth were chattering. Don't get discouraged. Maybe you'll get a bountiful catch at the next pond, I said as I walked over, carrying his shoes. I tossed them in front of him. Put them on and warm your feet first. I'll handle the traps at the next pond. Maybe I'll have better luck. No way. I refuse to believe my luck is this bad today. He wouldn't put his shoes back on. Anyway, my feet are dirty, and I'm already used to it. No need to mess up yours. All right, since you insist. I won't fight you over it, I said, pulling 2 dried chili peppers from my pocket and handing them to him. But you're practically frozen out here. Eat these chili peppers to warm yourself up. What the heck? He stared at the 2 red peppers, momentarily at a loss. The idea of eating chili peppers to warm up sounded odd, but upon reflection, it did make some sense. He hesitated for a moment, then stuffed both peppers into his mouth and started chewing. Whoa, these peppers are so spicy. His face turned bright red instantly. After just a couple of chews, he spat them out and gasped for air. Lindsay, where on earth did you get peppers this spicy? Trying to kill me. Say what you will about the heat of the peppers, but they worked like a charm. He no longer looked cold at all. Just grabbed them from home on a whim. I replied innocently, though I couldn't hide the mischievous grin at the corner of my mouth. Those peppers weren't from home. They were from the supermarket. I'd taken them out while he was busy checking the traps earlier. Not only had I grabbed the chili peppers, but I'd also secretly swiped a bottle of strong baijiu. My original intention had been to give him something to warm up his body. The chili peppers, though, were purely for fun. Like performing a magic trick, I then pulled the bottle of baijiu from my pocket and asked him if he wanted to give it a try. The moment Wang Daju saw the bottle of liquor, his eyes lit up. He snatched it from me, unscrewed the cap, and took a large swig. Ah, this stuff hits the spot. Nothing like it to warm you up. He exhaled a stream of frosty air and grinned from ear to ear with excitement. In a time when even food was scarce, liquor was a luxury. For ordinary folks, being able to have a drink was nothing short of indulgence. I chuckled and said, "It's just a bottle of liquor. If you like it, I can get a few more for you in the future." He quickly waved his hands. "Liquor's nice, but you can't eat it like grain. Tasting it once in a while is fine, but there's no way I could afford to drink it regularly." I laughed. "All right, since you're saying that yourself, I won't bother getting more for you then." He only thought I was bluffing and gave me a sheepish grin. The baijiu really seemed to help against the cold. When he waded back into the water, his spirits were noticeably higher. As he emptied the traps, the luck seemed to turn too. While many traps still came up empty, there were now a good number of captures. By the time all the traps were checked, he'd caught 10 to 15 eels of various sizes, adding up to about 2 jin. "Not bad today," Wang Daju said cheerfully, grabbing a handful of eels. He placed half of them into a small bamboo basket and handed it to me. "Here, take these. The rest I'll take home first. Got some other errands to run, but I'll come find you later." I sighed knowingly and said, "What errands could you possibly have? You're probably taking those eels over to the educated youth dorms, aren't you?" Daju, you need to be realistic. Those youth from the city will eventually move back to the city. Stop pinning your hopes on them." Though I transmigrated here, I retained the memories of the original owner's life. I knew that Wang Daju had a thing for a girl named Zheng Kaiyun from the educated youth station. Whenever he got his hands on something nice, he'd eagerly bring it to her, but she'd never given him the slightest response. It was a classic case of one-sided infatuation. Sure, during these times, some female educated youths did marry local men, and some male youths settled in rural areas. But most of them were secretly longing for the day they could return to the city. Sincere desires to stay and build a life here were rare. Zheng Kaiyun was beautiful and had high aspirations. On the other hand, Wang Daju was big and burly, average-looking at best, and came from a poor family. It was next to impossible to win her over with mere gestures of kindness. But he was stubborn, claiming that if his sincerity was deep enough, he'd eventually win her heart. With that, he dashed off as fast as he could. I shook my head. "Ah, Daju, sometimes you're smart, and sometimes you're adorably naive." Still, I didn't try to stop him. Ultimately, it was just a small offering of food, no big loss if it didn't work out. And if by some miracle he did win her heart, he'd have hit the jackpot. I brought my share of the eels home and arrived just in time for breakfast. Sweet potato porridge, cooked until soft and thick, more flavorful than anything served in the breakfast shops of later times. The only downside was that it was all there was to eat, and it didn't do much to stave off hunger. There's food. The seasons had changed, but physical labor was scarce, so most households barely managed to eat breakfast, and then had to endure hunger until dinner. Meals were light and lacking in oil, leaving stomachs grumbling shortly after. However, I was yet to feel the effects myself. After finishing my meal, I headed out the door. There was a mountain to the north of the village, not far from the nearest black market that Wang Daju had mentioned in the morning. With nothing better to do at home during the day, I figured I'd climb the mountain and look around. Perhaps I'd come across a wild chicken or rabbit to improve the menu. At the same time, I could scout the layout of that black market for future visits. Our village, Tianxin, was essentially a small mountain village. Water sources were scarce, but mountains were in abundance. While it wasn't realistic to get rich by hunting, the mountains still held some valuable resources. Besides, with the supermarket as my cheat or golden finger, there was no need to venture deep into the danger zones. My trip was more about wandering and testing my luck. Back in the era of collectivism, the mountain's resources were abundant. But back then, everything belonged to the collective. If someone sneaked into the mountains and came back empty-handed, no one cared. However, if they brought back something substantial, others grew envious, accusing them of taking from the collective. The bounty would then be confiscated. In those days, even if people were bored and hungry, they avoided taking extra initiatives. It all ended up as collective property anyway, unless one dared to do it secretly with the risk of forced labor if caught. Tianqing village was surrounded by farmland on all sides, though there wasn't much of it. To the north lay thick forests. Upon leaving the village, the first stretch was a sparse grove, which then gave way to rolling dirt hills, some covered in shrubs, others bare. Further north was Diding Mountain, the tallest and largest mountain in the area, marking the boundary between our village and the neighboring one. At the base of Diding Mountain was a flat area lined with pine trees, known as Qingsong Forest, the location of the black market Wang Daju referred to. Heading straight ahead from there was the path up the mountain. Turning right led to the forest. Technically, the black market could be reached without climbing the mountain, but I planned to take a detour by exploring Diding Mountain first before heading down to the black market. On my way out, I grabbed a pitchfork without much thought. Whether it'd be useful didn't matter. I wasn't actually hunting, merely casually sweeping the area with a chance of catching something. The mountain itself wasn't densely forested with large trees, but the undergrowth was thick, making the path difficult to traverse. Whether due to the winter season or something else, I walked for quite a while without hearing the slightest movements of animals, not even the chirping of birds. Thinking to myself, I began questioning my own boredom. Why the hell was I wasting time climbing this mountain in the first place? This season was hardly ideal for spotting wild chickens or rabbits. Encountering a wild boar, however, seemed plausible. But even then, the best-case scenario would involve me fleeing for my life. Still, the mountain was home to a curious little creature called the bamboo rat, known for its exquisite taste. During winter, they hibernated in burrows, making them easy to catch. It just required digging. While people in this era didn't care much for such delicacies, in the 21st century, these creatures sold for several hundred yuan per kilogram, with some fetching over 1,000 yuan each. I made a mental note to bring Daju along to dig up a few someday and try them out. After wandering for a while, I was ready to head down the hill toward Qingsong Forest to check out the black market. Just then, I heard faint rustling sounds from the nearby underbrush. The noise was significant enough to set my senses on high alert. Startled, I thought to myself, I only came up here out of boredom, so could I really be this unlucky to run into a wild boar? I gripped the pitchfork tightly in both hands, staring in the direction of the noise. Should it actually be a wild boar, turning and fleeing would be the worst option. At this distance, I couldn't outrun it, and running might provoke an attack, leaving no chance to fight back. That being said, wild boars tend to avoid attacking armed humans unless provoked. Of course, I had a trump card, the supermarket cheat. If things got too dangerous, I could always escape into it. Holding the pitchfork firmly, I cautiously circled around the underbrush to see what lay behind it. As I rounded the shrubbery, I was met not with a wild boar, but with a startled scream. Before me was a woman's full-figured back, dressed in a faded blue and white checkered dress tied at the waist with a gray apron. Although it was simple rural attire, it carried an understated charm. "Aren't you Su Anhua's wife? What are you doing up in the mountains alone?" I exclaimed in surprise when I recognized her face. Now that I took a closer look, something I hadn't done before, I found that Su Anhua's little wife was unexpectedly attractive. Her name was Peng Qingzhu. At that time, people often said, women with wide hips are good for childbearing. And Peng Qingzhu fit the type, with her ample chest and rounded hips. Yet villagers often overheard Su Anhua's mother berating this second daughter-in-law as a hen that can't lay eggs. Personally, I thought the problem likely rested with Su Anhua himself. The man seemed more like the rooster that couldn't crow. "You're Wang Qiuling? Why are you up in the mountains too?" She appeared equally surprised upon seeing me. "Just feeling peckish. Came up here to see if I could get lucky and find something for a decent meal," I replied, then shifted my gaze to her. "What about you? Why did you scream earlier? Did you run into some danger?" I just came up here out of boredom, seeing if I could find some mushrooms or medicinal herbs," she stammered, her cheeks lightly flushed. "I spotted something that looked like a herb just now, crouched down to take a closer look, and I think I got bitten by a snake." A snake bite. I found her claim odd. This season wasn't known for snake activity. Still, certain snakes did occasionally come out to bask in the sun, so it wasn't impossible. Concerned, I quickly asked, "Where's the bite? Let me take a look. If it's venomous, we'll need to draw the poison out immediately, or it might be too late." Is it that serious?" Her face turned pale as fear and uncertainty took hold. Whether it's serious or not depends on the type of snake. Did you get a good look at it? Honestly, I wasn't an expert on snakes. Beyond recognizing a banded kite or cobra, most were unidentifiable to me. She shook her head, admitting that she hadn't seen it clearly. In fact, she wasn't even sure if it was a snake that had bitten her at all. Never mind. Even if you did see it, there's no guarantee you'd know if it was venomous. All right, just let me see the bite. Whether it's venomous or not, it's safer to let out some blood, just in case, I insisted. Although she happened to be Su Anhua's wife, that didn't diminish my willingness to help. However, if the wound showed clear signs of venom, I wasn't about to risk my own life to suck it out. But the bite is in an inconvenient place. Her cheeks turned crimson as her embarrassment deepened. What's inconvenient about it? A doctor doesn't make distinctions between men and women, I reasoned, catching on to her reluctance. With a half smile, I added, it's no different than getting a shot in the butt at a hospital. Does it matter if the doctor is male? I'm no doctor, but in this situation, I'm effectively doing the doctor's job. Surely exercising a bit of professional privilege isn't a big deal. But she seemed to waver, struggling internally with the decision. I cut her off before she could continue protesting. No more buts. This is a matter of life and death. Why worry about minor details at a time like this? There's no one else around, and as long as neither of us says anything, no one will ever know. Perhaps the phrase life and death had startled her enough, as she finally relented and allowed me to inspect the bite. I'd always known she had a figure, but I still underestimated. To her extent, I didn't expect that Su Anhua kid to eat so well. I clicked my tongue inwardly, finally getting a good look at the wound. It was just a red mark. I immediately understood. A snake bite should leave behind two tooth marks. But this single mark was clearly left by something sharp like a tree branch. It wasn't a snake bite at all. I mulled over the situation. Was she too nervous to notice the difference between a snake bite and a tree branch scratch? Or did she deliberately say it was a snake bite on purpose? If it was deliberate, could there really be something wrong with Sue's second brother? Seeing me silent for a while, she shyly asked in a soft voice, so, Xiao Linji, can you tell if the snake that bit me was venomous? I can't tell if it was venomous. But to be safe, I suggest sucking out the blood to ensure there's no risk. I chose not to tell her the truth, that it wasn't a snake bite at all. If in her mind it was snake venom, then so be it. I'd be a fool to miss out on an opportunity so blatantly served up. And besides, she was Sue's second brother's wife. This doesn't seem proper, does it? There's a difference between men and women. How could I let you do such a thing for me? Peng Qingzhu's voice grew increasingly faint. Asking a man to suck the venom from such a private area was simply too humiliating for her. It's fine, I don't mind. I responded as if she were getting such a great favor, and then I added, just don't pass gas during the process, and we're good. You're such a scoundrel. She blushed furiously, burying her face in her chest, but ultimately didn't refuse. It was as if she thought that as long as she didn't look, nothing was really happening. Strangely, her pent-up anxiety seemed to ease because of her annoyance. How is this being a scoundrel? I'm quite literally sacrificing for the sake of saving a life. Originally, I was hesitant about taking the risk to save her, but when I confirmed that it wasn't a snake bite, meaning no danger, I decided it was an opportunity one couldn't pass up. No, correction, this person needed saving. I pretended to suck out the so-called venom, spitting out the blood after a few motions, then exaggeratedly collapsed to the ground as though drained of energy. Seeing me suddenly grow weak like that, Peng Qingzhu forgot her embarrassment and quickly rushed to support me. Xiao Linji, what's wrong? Are you okay? I'm fine. The venom should be all cleared out now. Are you feeling any better? I spoke weakly while still feigning concern for her. I'm much better now. Thank you for saving me. She then noticed something wasn't right. But Xiao Linji, your face looks pale. Did you accidentally get poisoned while helping me? Probably. Though I spat the venom out, it's still possible some went into my mouth. Of course, I was acting. Since it wasn't a snake bite in the first place, there was no venom in her blood. So there was no way I could have been poisoned. But she didn't know that and anxiously asked, what should we do? Is there a way to get the poison out? I let a hint of mischief cross my lips, subtle enough that she wouldn't notice, and hesitantly replied, there is a way, but I don't know if you'd be willing. It's the same method I just used on you, but you'd need to help me this time. She hesitated, glancing at me before lowering her head with a flushed face. Her mind raced. He used his mouth to suck the venom earlier, so if I follow suit, wouldn't that mean kissing him? I took the chance to sigh dramatically. Never mind. It's too much to ask. You not being willing is perfectly understandable. It should just be residual venom. I'll be fine with a bit of rest. As I spoke, I made sure to appear even weaker. No, it's not like that. I never said I wasn't willing, she hurriedly clarified. Seeing me grow even more feeble, She blamed herself internally. What's the big deal about a kiss? He risked his life to save me, and now he's in trouble, yet I'm dithering over something so trivial. I'm a horrible person. If I had known what she was thinking, I probably would have cursed myself internally. I truly am not a good person. Already, her beautiful face had inched closer to mine. Flustered, she asked in a quiet voice, "But you don't have a wound on your body. How should I? You don't need to do anything special. Just dilute it between the two of us. Follow my lead, and it'll be fine." I never expected this young wife to be so easy to deceive. With the opportunity literally delivering itself, of course, I accepted readily and didn't hesitate to lock lips with her. Is this right? Shouldn't I be the one initiating? Can this really detoxify the poison? Her mind was a jumbled mess. Something about the situation seemed off, but the more she tried to figure it out, the more confused she became. In the end, whether this was about detoxifying or not no longer mattered. What mattered was that she seemed to increasingly enjoy the feeling. From an initial state of bewilderment, she eventually began to respond passionately, utterly forgetting whatever role she had originally composed for herself. I, on the other hand, became increasingly audacious. At some point, the apron around her waist found its way into the nearby bushes. "Xiao Linji, no you can't." A sudden gust of cold northern wind cleared her mind for a moment. She grabbed my advancing hand tightly, stopping me just as I was about to cross another line. Sorry. Though it was still winter, the mountain already carried hints of spring. The call of nightingales echoed crisply through the woods, and the sun rose high overhead, slowly shortening the shadows of the trees. Thinking back to how Suanhua's mother always called Peng Qingzhu a hen that couldn't lay eggs, I couldn't help but laugh. In the past, I thought Suanhua simply wasn't trying hard enough. But now I understood. He never had the capacity to try. It had been over 2 years since Peng Qingzhu married into their family, and they hadn't consummated their marriage. For an untouched maiden to actually produce offspring would have been far more bizarre. And that, of course, meant I'd reaped an unexpected reward. Even I didn't anticipate that a casual walk in the mountains would lead to such a stroke of fortune. "You scoundrel, what are you laughing about?" Peng Qingzhu glared at me, feigning anger yet tinged with coquetry. I laughed heartily and pulled her into my arms. "I'm laughing at how lucky I am. Suanhua is truly a great man, having someone as beautiful as you at home and being able to resist touching you. You're incorrigible. It's not enough that you stab someone, but you twist the knife too. If Suanhua heard this, he'd probably want to kill you." "Oh, is that so? Then do you want him to know?" "Humph, as if you'd dare." "What? You plan on showing him in person?" "If you're okay with it, I wouldn't mind. Just make sure to leave the door unlocked for me tonight. You may be courting death, but I'm not interested in dying with you." She gently nudged me away. "It's getting late. I should head back." Whether I was serious or not, she didn't dare entertain the thought. Not only that, but she was now a little worried and anxious. The sunlight outside indicated it was almost noon. Glancing toward the cave entrance, I smiled and reminded her, "You'd better head back. If you're gone too long, your family might start wondering somewhat. I thought something happened to you. I should have come to find you earlier." "They wouldn't care whether something happened to me or not," Peng Qingzhu retorted, though her hands were quietly straightening her clothes. She stood up and headed outside. But she hadn't walked far before she suddenly stumbled. My reflexes were quick, and I darted forward to catch her. "Are you all right? This mountain path isn't easy to walk on. Let me help you." "Humph, maybe there's still some decency left in you after all," she muttered without brushing me off. After all, there wasn't anyone else on this mountain. There was no fear of being seen. Still, judging by the expression on her face, I could almost swear she was cursing me silently in her heart. It was all my fault, wasn't it? How else could she have tripped over such a tiny stone? Humph, if she weren't my wife, I probably wouldn't even know how to care for her feelings. Of course, she would never voice such complaints. She would just bottling them up inside her heart. We emerged from the rock cave and soon returned to the spot where we had originally run into each other. Her apron was still hanging on the bush. She had been in such a rush earlier that she forgot to take it. She let out a heavy sigh of relief as she strode over, picked it up, and tied it back around her waist. As we made our way down the mountain, we chatted idly. Suddenly, as if something had just occurred to her, she asked me somewhat nervously, "Brother Chiolin, what if? What if I'm pregnant? What should I do?" "That would be wonderful news." I chuckled nonchalantly. "It'd be the perfect way to shut your mother-in-law's mouth, so she'd stop going around calling you a hen that can't lay eggs." The smile that had reddened her face suddenly disappeared, and her complexion turned pale as she trembled. "You bastard. You know perfectly well what I really mean, yet you're still making snide remarks at a time like this." Her mother-in-law didn't know the truth of her situation, but I understood perfectly. So did Suanhua. After all, Suanhua was looking to reap the rewards without putting in any effort. He couldn't possibly be unaware of what was happening here, could he? I knew what Peng Qingzhu was worried about. so I gently placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Qingzhu, don't worry. When it comes to that, not only will Suan Hua fail to harm you, but he'll also owe us his gratitude. How is that even possible? She looked at me with wide eyes, full of disbelief. You think it's impossible? Let me break it down for you. I smiled. No one knows about this. Do you think Suan Hua would willingly go around telling people he's incapable? Of course not. Admitting something like that does him no favors whatsoever. On the contrary, keeping his mouth shut benefits him entirely. A normal man might not be able to endure such a blow to his pride, but Suan Hua isn't a normal man. It would not only spare him from any trouble, but could also bring him certain advantages. So he'll definitely keep quiet. You might have a point. Peng Qingzhu nodded, but was still clearly uneasy. But what if he doesn't see it that way? No, even if he secretly doesn't want to handle it that way, he'll have to. I lowered my voice and whispered close to her ear. Let me teach you a surefire trick. He won't be able to do anything no matter what he thinks. I whispered to her for a while longer. Her facial expressions shifted dramatically. Joy, nerves, exhilaration, as if she was riding an emotional roller coaster. You scoundrel, she exclaimed suddenly. You're so vile, pushing someone into a corner and then forcing them to thank you for it. How on earth did Old Third get involved with someone like you? Hearing this, clarity visibly dawned on her face, as though a bright avenue to salvation had suddenly appeared before her. That's precisely why you should be thanking your dear Old Third for this. I burst into hearty laughter. Come on, let's get down this mountain. A bright future awaits you. Indeed, I wasn't wrong. This wasn't her fault to begin with. Why squander her entire life in such misery? Why not explore a different path? Who knows? Maybe her life would turn out completely different. When we reached the foot of the mountain, I came to a stop. Qingzhu, you head back first. I have some other business to take care of. She nodded and began to walk away. Yet after a few steps, she paused, turning back to look at me repeatedly, her expression reluctant. I waved her off with a flourish before heading into the pine forest. The pine forest was aptly named, a sprawling area of pine trees. Unlike elsewhere, not much else grew here besides the pines. Even bushes were sparse. This terrain was ideal for transactions. The ground was flat, underbrush minimal, and it was centrally located between several villages. To the left was Grapevine Mountain, while the right opened into a wide expanse. If anything went wrong, you could retreat into the woods, or if the situation allowed, head home immediately, an advantageous location for both offense and defense. The forest wasn't large, roughly the size of 2 soccer fields. I wandered around in a loose circle before making my way deeper into the woods. Though it might seem like just another forest, the ground here was crisscrossed with smooth pathways, clearly frequently traveled. Seems like I found it. This is definitely a small-scale black market. I guess people don't show up during the day. It only becomes active at night. Just as that thought crossed my mind, I looked up and spotted a distant silhouette. Luo Xuezhen. What's going on? Do people actually come to trade here during the day? This young woman left an impression on me. I've heard that her family is quite well off, and she's been pampered since she was young. She can't do anything particularly well, but when it comes to eating, not a single scrap goes to waste. Her yearly work points aren't even enough to feed her for half a year. She relies on regular packages sent from home to supplement her needs. Without them, she would have starved long ago. So, there's no way she's here to sell anything. What puzzled me was why she was out here in broad daylight, totally exposed. Clearly, life hasn't hit her hard yet. I had originally come here just to get familiar with the area, but I unexpectedly stumbled upon a wealthy target. It got me thinking, it wouldn't hurt to take this opportunity to do a bit of business. Miss, judging by the way you look, you're here to buy something, aren't you? What are you looking to purchase? I tested the waters by asking. There are plenty of things I want to buy. Why don't you tell me what you've got first? It's not like you'd magically have whatever I want, she replied curtly. She seemed aware that this place likely didn't have any good merchandise, so she decided to just buy anything she found useful. Well, that's hard to say. I've got plenty of good stuff, so good it'll exceed your expectations. As long as you're willing to pay the price, I can provide anything you want, I said with a light cough. Anyone can brag. I bet you don't actually have anything worthwhile, she said, pursing her lips, totally unconvinced. All right then, you say I've got nothing good? Let me tell you what I've got, I said with a huff. For food, I've got biscuits, instant noodles, dried fish, chicken feet, and duck legs, a whole bunch of them. For utilities, I've got towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, soap, wash basins, thermos flasks, all rare and good quality items. Do you still think I've got nothing? Hearing my extensive list, her jaw dropped immediately. You really have so many good things? You're not lying to me. Of course, I'm not lying. As long as you're willing to pay the price, I can even get you more, I said casually, leaning back against a pine tree. If you don't believe me, I can show you some of the goods first, and then you decide. Sure, I'll wait here. As long as you show me good stuff, Money won't be an issue, she said, completely indifferent to the possibility that I might be a scammer. Instead, she seemed smug, showing off her wealth. Without saying another word, I turned and walked to a spot where Luo Shuezhen couldn't see me. I quickly entered the supermarket and randomly grabbed some snacks, a bar of soap, and a bar of laundry soap. Then I returned to the spot where we had just been talking. You? How are you back so fast? Her face was full of surprise. Don't tell me your merchandise is hidden nearby? I let out a cold laugh. Miss, where I stash my goods has nothing to do with you. Just focus on checking if the goods are genuine. Or do you really think you can find out where I keep my stock and steal it all? No, I'm just curious, she explained hurriedly. Fine. Whatever your intentions are, I don't care. You pay, I provide goods. That's it. I placed the items on the ground. These are just a few random things I grabbed. Check them out first. If there's no problem, we'll talk about the price. She widened her eyes and crouched down, eagerly rifling through the items with both hands. Her face instantly lit up with joy. Soap, laundry soap, and biscuits. You seriously have all these amazing things. Comrade, I want everything here. Do you have more good stuff? If you do, I'll pay handsomely. Hold on, Mississippi. You can have them, but you need to pay first. I picked up the items again. She looked a bit embarrassed. Well, I didn't bring much money with me today. Can I take these first and send the money to you later? Sure. I began, but before I could finish, she started thanking me profusely and reached out to take the items from my hands. I sidestepped to avoid her and looked at her coldly. Miss, I think you've misunderstood. I said I'd wait for you to go back and get the money, but I didn't say I'd give you the goods first and then wait for you to go home and bring the money later. What you're doing makes it easy for someone to suspect that you don't actually have the money or that you're planning to take the goods without paying. She drew her hand back awkwardly and kept apologizing. I'm sorry. I thought you meant I could take the items first. I really misunderstood you. All right, if you really want them, go get the money now, and I'll wait here. Of course, we could also agree on a new time and place. Once you've saved enough money, we can trade then. I paused. But honestly, aside from cash, I'm even more interested in trading for gold, silver yuan, antiques, or any kind of vouchers. If you're paying in cash, the price will definitely be higher than the market rate. If you trade those items instead, I'll offer prices according to market value. The reason I was doing this was because I didn't trust the value of paper money. In this era, 10 yuan of large denomination bills had far greater purchasing power than in the 21st century. On the other hand, gold, silver yuan, and antiques had only appreciated over time with inflation. Their value only went up, not down. As soon as she heard that silver yuan could be used to trade, and at a lower price compared to cash, Luo Shuezhen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Comrade, you mean silver yuan can actually save me a lot of money? How much would you value a single silver yuan? During this era, according to the bank exchange rate, a silver yuan, commonly called a yuan shirkai silver dollar, could only be exchanged for roughly 2.5 yuan. Very few people realized the collectible value of silver yuan. Most families simply kept them as reserves of silver. But if someone were willing to buy them at a high price, plenty of people would dig them out to sell. Miss, are you worried I'd undervalue both my goods and the silver yuan? I smiled faintly. Don't worry. I'd value a large yuan shirkai silver dollar at 3 yuan and a smaller yuan shirkai coin at 2 yuan, which is definitely higher than the bank rate. That's indeed higher than the bank rate, she said, nodding. But who's to say you won't just jack up the prices on your goods? If I increase the prices, won't you know as soon as I list them? I pointed to the bar of soap. Soap at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative is 50 cents per bar. I'm also selling it for 50 cents, but the quality is better. Everything else is priced the same as the cooperative's prices. On the black market, though, prices are much higher. Many things go for several times the cost. That sounds cheap, but some of your items aren't sold at the cooperative at all, so there's no way to compare. What if you're selling those items at exorbitant prices and I don't even realize it? Her gaze fell on a package of duck legs. If you're worried about price discrepancies or afraid of overpaying, you don't have to buy. I chuckled, but I run an honest business. Take that pack of marinated duck legs you're eyeing. They're high-quality goods intended for export, comparable to canned meat, just with different packaging. For such a large pack, I'm only charging 30 cents. Whether it's expensive or not, those who know the market will understand. Cooked meat like canned goods, and such a large duck leg for only 30 cents? That's definitely not expensive, she agreed. Comrade, do you really sell all your items this cheaply? And about the silver yuan value, are you absolutely not lying to me? Why would I lie? If you bring me a large yuan shirkai silver coin, I'll immediately exchange it for 3 yuan worth of goods, I replied confidently. In this era, yuan shirkai silver dollars weren't worth much. But in the 21st century, they could sell for thousands. Rare ones could even go for tens of thousands or more. If I could really exchange supermarket products for them, Just selling a few items would be enough to upgrade my supermarket tenfold. All right, I happen to have saved a few yuan data coins. In a while, I'll tell you the things I want, and we can trade with yuan data. She nodded excitedly. But before that, I'd like to see what you've got. She pulled out a banknote from her pocket. I only brought 1 yuan today. Can I use this 1 yuan to buy a bar of soap, a bar of detergent, and a duck leg? I pretended to hesitate. Technically, no. These 3 items together cost 1 yuan and 10 cents. Selling them to you means I'd lose a few cents. But since it's our first transaction and to make a new friend, I'll do it at a loss this time. Deal? But promise me you'll be a regular and bring me more business in the future. Don't worry, comrade. If your goods are good, I'll drop by often and even introduce you to friends. She nodded earnestly, her words filled with sincerity, not mere politeness. As soon as the transaction was completed, Luo Shuezhen immediately grabbed the duck leg, tore open the packet with her teeth, and took a big bite. So delicious. It's indeed export quality, so fragrant, she said as she chewed. I chuckled. How is it? Worth it, right? Totally worth it. A duck leg this big for just 30 cents. It's much cheaper than the braised pork at state-run restaurants, she said, eating in big bites. Comrade, do you have more of these duck legs? What about other canned meats? I do, of course, and there are many other varieties. Let me tell you what I have, and you can tell me what you want. Watching her eat made me a bit hungry too, but not wanting her to see my face, I refrained from taking off my mask. Miss, wait here for a moment. I'll get a notebook to jot things down. Without waiting for her reply, I walked away and returned with a notebook and a ballpoint pen. Handing them to her, I said, write down what you want, and I'll calculate the price. You can decide the time and place. It doesn't have to be here. Really? I can choose anywhere? Could you deliver the items directly to where I live? She asked, overjoyed. Miss, you must be one of the educated youths sent down to the countryside nearby, right? I neither agreed nor refused directly. If you're living at the educated youth commune, then it's definitely out of the question. Transactions like this have to be done discreetly, or we'll both be in trouble if reported. But if you have a private place rented in the village, it might be feasible. I knew she didn't live at the commune. Instead, she rented a vacant house in our village, sharing it with another female educated youth. Then no problem at all. I'm an educated youth stationed at Tianxin village. I rent a house in the village and don't live in the educated youth commune. Although I share the house with someone, she's my best friend and would never do what you're worried about. Can you deliver directly to my place? Sure, but it can't be during the day, only at night when no one is around. Conducting transactions directly in the village was actually convenient for me, so I nodded in agreement. That's great. Please deliver all the things on my list tonight. She seemed worried I might back out, so she added, can I use the yuan coins to trade by then? No problem. I took her written list, read out the prices of each item to her, and we both left Qingsong Forest, one after another. I was eager for her to pay with yuan coins. Trading items worth just a few dozen yuan for a single yuan data coin. It was insanely profitable. This deal alone would net me several of those coins. I wandered around the area a bit longer and, after making sure she'd gone far away, took off my mask, pulled out a duck leg, and slowly chewed on it as I walked back to the village. Thinking about raking in thousands daily, or even more, I felt light on my feet. Just as I arrived at the village entrance, I saw Qin Yinshan loitering there. When he spotted me, he cast an expression of disdain my way. Well, this guy dared to look at me like that? It seems he needed a little lesson. I strode toward him and kicked him hard. Wang Qilin, are you insane? What the hell are you kicking me for? He stumbled a few steps, turned, and glared at me fiercely. Who says I'm fine? I lifted my leg again as though to kick him, making him step back in alarm. Qin Yinshan, have your family gathered the money you owe me? The one-day deadline is up. When are you going to pay? Just now you saw me and pretended not to. Does the Qin family plan to default on the debt from the start? And you still have the audacity to ask why I kicked you? Today I'll not only kick you, I'll beat the crap out of you. I bent down, picked up a curved wooden stick, and swung it as I charged at him. He didn't expect me to attack so suddenly and took 2 solid hits. Ow. Wang Qilin, are you crazy? He jumped around to dodge and shouted in panic. Stop it. I never said I wouldn't pay you back. If you want money, go find the Su family. Why are you coming after me? Stop making excuses. It's your Qin family that owes me money. Naturally, I'm asking your family to pay. Why should I go to the Su family? I had no intention of stopping. Swinging the stick, I chased him around the village while shouting, your Qin family can go after the Su family for the money. That's your problem. As far as I know, your Qin family owes me money, so I'm obviously coming to you to collect it. Qin Yinshan ran ahead, shouting, even if you want the money, you should look for my parents. Why are you targeting me? I imagine he was probably regretting his decision to leave the house today, cursing himself for not checking his luck in the almanac and running into a madman like me. In truth, I was fully aware This was just an excuse to give him a beating. The bystanders didn't try to intervene. If anything, they seemed to be enjoying the spectacle. Among the crowd was a boy in his early 20s, clapping and laughing. So fun. Grandpa's beating up his grandson. Qin Yinshan turned back to glare angrily at him, panting and shouting. If you keep spouting nonsense, you idiot, I'll kill you. Yes, the young man was mentally challenged. The villagers always called him the fool. Taking advantage of Qin Yinshan's distraction, I delivered another blow with my stick. Why are you even arguing with someone who's mentally challenged? Are you as foolish as he is? Wang Qiulin, have you really lost your mind? I've already said it's useless to ask me for money. Just stop, you madman. Qin Yinshan screamed as he resumed his frantic sprint. You're right. I've gone mad, and your Qin family drove me to madness. I shouted, catching up to him. You promised to pay me in one day, but now you want to default. In that case, I'll forget about the money. Today, I'll beat you to death to settle the score. Help! Wang Qiulin's trying to kill me. Qin Yinshan cried as he ran home, yelling along the way. The crowd followed, eager to see how the spectacle would unfold. Some, worried the situation might escalate too far, quietly ran off to fetch the village chief. Dad, Mom, Big Brother, Third Brother, help me. Wang Qiulin's gone mad and wants to kill me. Qin Yinshan yelled at the top of his lungs as his house came into view. Jump! My younger brother, looking like a chased chicken, was running for his life as I stalked after him with a crooked stick, fierce and menacing. A large crowd followed closely behind, eager for the drama. Wang Qiulin, didn't we settle things between you and our Qin family? What do you mean by chasing my son and beating him? Are you trying to go back on your word? He Xiaoying stormed forward, shouting reproachfully. I halted, catching my breath, and replied, I think it's your Qin family trying to back out. We agreed you'd repay the money in one day. Have you done that? Not only that, but just earlier Qin Yinshan secretly cursed at me in his heart when he saw me. Is this how you show your attitude? When did I curse at you? I didn't even say a word. You came right up to me and kicked me. Qin Yinshan exploded, his expression full of grievance, as if suffering a great injustice. I cast him a cool glance. I said you secretly cursed me in your heart. You might not have spoken, but I saw that disdainful and contemptuous look in your eyes. It was clear to me what was in your mind. This whole matter is your Qin family's fault. If anyone should lose face, it's you. I'm the victim here. What right do you have to curse me? Everyone present was dumbfounded. Was that even a thing? The crowd felt they had truly witnessed something extraordinary. Fine, fine, I'll let your secret cursing slide, for now. I waved my hand magnanimously. But let's talk about money first. The deadline's up. Shouldn't you be paying me back by now? Qin Yinshan seethed silently, feeling a grudge. What did he mean by let it slide? As if taking the blows earlier was some kind of gift. But as I shifted the topic, he swallowed his anger once again. Qiulin, don't be hasty. Su Xiaohua agreed to pay the debt for our family. You should go and find him for the money. He Xiaoying quickly interjected. Su Xiaohua's promise to you is none of my business. All I know is your Qin family owes the money, so I'm coming to you for it. I said coldly. Either you repay today, or you pay with your lives. Yeah, either the money or your lives. The crowd behind us chimed in boisterously. Everyone shut up. Suddenly, a stern voice resounded. The village elder, Su Xiu, walked out from the crowd, his hands clasped behind his back, and headed straight toward me. Qiulin, didn't we settle this yesterday? Why are you stirring things up again? Village chief, it's not me causing trouble. I heaved a heavy sigh. You were the one who witnessed it yesterday. Qin's family agreed to repay the money within one day. Now the deadline has passed. They refuse to repay and tell me to go find the Su family instead. That not only disrespects me, but also disrespects you as the village chief. Wang Qiulin, stop trying to sow discord. How could I have not noticed before how petty and disgusting you are? Qin Yulian emerged from her house, her face full of disdain. Xiaohua promised to marry me and pay all the money. He won't short you a cent. Unlike you, he isn't stingy. I'll be living a blissful life with him. Luckily, I didn't marry someone as petty and vile as you. Exactly. You two shameless scoundrels truly make a perfect pair. After doing something like this, you still have the audacity to act so righteously. Is this moral collapse or a distortion of humanity? I mocked, clicking my tongue in feigned amazement, making Qin Yulian's face flush red and pale alternately. I waved her off dismissively. Never mind, that's not important. Whatever happens with you two from now on has nothing to do with me. I don't care what Su Xiaohua promised you. All I know is your Qin family owes me the money, so I'm collecting it from you. I turned to Su Xiu. Village chief, isn't that reasonable? Qiulin is right. Su Xiu nodded, then turned to the Qin family. If you say Su Xiaohua promised to pay, then you can take us to his house now. Either way, the money must be returned to Qiulin today, or don't blame me for what happens next. Fine, we'll go? Xiaohua always keeps his promises, unlike some petty people making a fuss over small things. Qin Yulian snorted coldly, lifting her chin proudly as she led the crowd toward the Su household. Behind her, a few people quietly murmured. Who would have thought that Qin Yulian, with her delicate and pretty face, could be so shameless? She's obviously in the wrong, and yet she's acting like she's owed something. If she were my daughter, I'd be too embarrassed to face anyone, another chimed in. Inside the living room of the Su household, the atmosphere was solemn. Apart from the two married sisters, the whole family was seated together. Su Qing took a bundle of cash wrapped in an envelope and slammed it heavily onto the table. Here's the money. Take it to the Qin family later and sort out this marriage issue with their daughter. Father, I don't agree. The eldest son, Su Pinghua, stood up to protest. Why should all the family savings be used to clean up after third brother's mess? You think I want to clean up for this wretch? Su Qing growled through gritted teeth before sighing again. But what choice do we have? That fool got caught red-handed, in front of the entire village no less. We have no alternative. Brother, I know it's unfair to you all, but Xiaohua is your brother. Help him out this time, and he can pay you back little by little in the future. Su Qing tried to reason. Father, that's not what I meant, Su Pinghua clarified. Xiaohua is our brother, of course we'll help him. But this isn't entirely his fault. If Qin Yulian hadn't seduced him in the first place, none of this would have happened. It's already generous of us to agree to marry her. So why are we the only ones footing the bill? Father-in-law, Pinghua is absolutely right. Su Pinghua's wife, Lin Juhua, interjected. Xiaohua made a mistake, but the Qin family bears the biggest responsibility. Rural weddings usually only cost a bride price of 100 yuan. Even if we give 200 for Qin Yulian, it should be enough. Why should we cover the extra? We should offer no more than 200. The Qin family can shoulder the rest. She's right. Agreeing to marry Qin Yulian and offering 200 as bride price is already giving the Qin family enough face. Suan Hui, the second son, chimed in his support. Everyone fell silent, feeling the argument held merit. At that moment, Qin Yulian arrived at the Su household with her crowd in tow. Xiaohua, are you home? I've brought Wang Qiulin here to collect the money. Her tone was bold and righteous, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. The Su family's faces darkened. They could feel the humiliation emanating from the scene outside. How did it seem like they were the ones being taken advantage of? All right, we'll proceed as the eldest son suggested, Su Qing said, nodding decisively. After whispering a few instructions, he stood and headed for the door. As the family filed out, they were startled by the large crowd gathered outside. Alongside the Qin family and myself, the village chief and a throng of curious onlookers were waiting. Su Xiaohua walked up to Qin Yulian, his tone sharp. Yulian, what's the deal bringing such a crowd to my house? Xiaohua, Qin Yulian began confidently. Never mind them. What are you doing? If they want to watch, then let them watch. Qin Yulian said dismissively. Did you get the 400 yuan promise to compensate Wang Qiulin ready yesterday? Go throw it in his face, and then I won't have anything to do with him anymore. I'm sorry, Yulian. Our family scrounged and saved, but we could only manage to scrape together 200 yuan. The other half, your family will have to come up with, the voice on the other side replied, a little sheepishly. What did you just say? Qin Yulian's face darkened instantly as her voice sharpened. Didn't you swear yesterday that you'd take care of the whole 400 yuan? Now you're only giving 200? What's the meaning of this? This is all we can manage at the moment. Su Pinghua, the eldest brother, stepped forward with a snort. We've tried our hardest. This is it. As for the rest, you'll have to figure it out on your own. The Qin family had originally thought all the money would be covered by the Su family and they wouldn't suffer any losses. They had been quite cheerful coming over, only to have the Su family backtrack at the last minute. Qin Jinwu's expression soured as he turned to Su Qing. Old Su, what is the meaning of this? You agreed to cover the entire amount yesterday, and now it's only half. Old Qin, I have no other choice. Su Qing replied with an apology and a strained smile. After this matter came up, we've been borrowing money left and right. But these days, everyone's barely getting by. We've done all we can and put together 200 yuan. What do you want me to do, steal? Rob someone? That's right, Uncle Qin. Su Minghua, the fourth brother, chimed in, stepping up as well. This situation is partially my third brother's fault, and we all want to settle this as quickly as possible so that he can marry third sister-in-law properly. But we really have no more options. Although the words appeared thoughtful, they clearly insinuated that the Qin family was equally, if not more, to blame. Why should the Su family cover everything? Su Minghua, cut the crap. Your family obviously just doesn't want to foot the whole bill. That's why you're saying all this nonsense. Qin Jinshan erupted upon hearing their demands for the Qin family to pay half. How could they afford this and still manage a proper wedding? Qin Jinshan, our Su family isn't as shameless as yours. Lin Juhua shouted back, equally fierce, with hands akimbo like a proper brawler. This whole mess was caused by your Qin Yulian. At most, our third brother's involvement was collateral damage. But out of consideration for the family's reputation, we took initiative and claimed responsibility. We've already pushed ourselves to the limit to gather 200 yuan, yet you shamelessly contribute nothing and even act as if it's to be expected. Su Minghua's earlier subtle accusations had now been flung out openly and shamelessly by Lin Jihua. Take it or leave it, they were only offering 200 yuan and not a cent more. From the back, the murmurs of the villagers watching grew louder. Seems like the Su family spent all night thinking about this. Looks like they've decided not to let themselves be taken advantage of. Still, they're not wrong. This incident was caused by both families, so splitting the cost 50-50 is fair. As for who's more to blame here, or who started it, well, that's up to them. Enough playing games in front of me. I don't have time for this nonsense. I cut through the clamor loudly, immediately commanding attention. You're all unbelievable. To dodge paying up, you've come up with this whole ridiculous farce. Let me make one thing very clear. I don't care who pays, but I'm getting my money today, one way or another. Then, I turned to look directly at the village chief. Chief, you personally assured me yesterday that this would be settled. If I don't see the money today, I'll have no choice but to come after you for it. Su Shiyu suddenly bellowed furiously. Everyone simmer down. I don't care what you do, but you're going to pay back Chilin right now. Otherwise, the brigade will advance the funds and deduct it from your work points next year. The village chief was visibly losing patience. His own authority was on the line. After all, he had mediated this matter the day before and now had to return with others to collect. If they failed, where would that leave his credibility as a leader? Seeing that the chief was serious, both the Qin and Su families immediately shut up. They exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of what to do. Finally, Su Qin gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Village chief, my third brother may have promised to pay this money yesterday, but I'm the head of this household. If my family were well off, I'd pinch my nose and accept this loss. But we honestly don't have that kind of wealth. Is it really too much to ask for the Qin family to share the burden? Marriage costs these days average out to around 1 to 200 yuan. We've already gone above and beyond to offer 200. If you're going to insist we cover everything, then fine, my third brother can forget about marrying this wife of his. And if that's not agreeable, then we won't be paying a single cent. Do whatever you want with that information. Hearing this, Qin Jinwu panicked. Old Su, what's the meaning of this? Your third son wronged my daughter, and you're going to shirk responsibility like this? I'll take your son to court if you're going to pull something like that. Do what you want. But I'm not dragging my whole family into starvation for one son. Su Qing sighed deeply, his tone resigned as if this were his final stance. Enraged, Qin Jinwu gritted his teeth and finally gave in. Fine, we'll split it 50-50. But 200 isn't enough. Do you really think your third son can marry my daughter without even offering a proper dowry? Let's say the dowry is 200 yuan. Split that, and it's 300 from your side, 300 from ours. 300 is impossible. Su Qing instantly rejected. My family's savings, combined with everything we've borrowed, total exactly 264 yuan. I'll compromise and make it 250. Take it or leave it. Perhaps he was calculating correctly that this was the Qin family's limit, or perhaps he'd just grown tired of arguing. Gritting his teeth, Qin Jinwu finally agreed. Fine, 250 it is. Hand over the money, and I'll scrape together 150 myself to make the total. Dad. Qin Jinshan wanted to interject, but Qin Jinwu's furious shout shut him up. Enough. Su Qing disappeared inside, returning after a moment with the money. I wasted no time snatching it from his hand. Since it's all coming to me in the end anyway, you might as well hand it over directly. Qin Jinwu's outstretched hand twitched midair before he awkwardly withdrew it. Let's go. Follow me back to get the remaining 150. Chief, you're our witness. Once this is done, don't come knocking on our door for more money. You think Wang Qiulin is as miserable as you? I sneered without so much as a glance in his direction. Once the debt is settled, there'll be nothing left between us, no ties whatsoever. Right there, in front of everyone, I opened the envelope and meticulously counted the money. 25 bills, all proper large denominations, a perfect 250 yuan. Satisfied, I stuffed the cash into my pocket. But the number's not exactly flattering. Sounds like an insult. Good thing I'm taking a full 400, so the insult can't be about me. Qin Jinwu looked furious, his face as dark as a thundercloud. It was clear he was cursing in his heart. If not you, then who else could the insult be aimed at? For some reason, watching me exude indifference made an uncomfortable pang rise within Qin Yulian's chest. She couldn't stop herself from spitting out in mockery. Wang Qiulin, don't get cocky. Xiaohua is 100. No, 1,000 times better than you. You'll regret this in the future. No need to wait for the future. I've long regretted it already. I paused on purpose, and a smug smile immediately appeared on Qin Yulian's face. But then I continued. I regret not seeing your true colors sooner. Just thinking about the fact that I almost married someone like you makes me sick to my stomach. Her once smug smile froze instantly. The bride price I paid was taken by the Qin family to finance Qin Jinshan's own wedding gift. When all was said and done, the money they scraped together only added up to 120 yuan. Qilin, this is everything we have left from our family. The remaining 30, can we give it to you in a few days? Qin Jinwu cautiously handed over a handful of loose cash into my hands. No, I said decisively, taking the money without a shred of mercy. You're going too far, Wang Qiulin. Qin Yulian shrieked hysterically. It's just 30 yuan. Do you really have to be so petty? Can't you let this go for the sake of our past relationship? Qin Yulian, don't spew nonsense. What past relationship? We never had anything between us. I sneered mockingly. Even if Su Xiaohua misunderstands, you can't go destroying my reputation. You and I both know the truth, don't we? No way, no way. Qin Yulian, on top of betraying Linzi, did you also betray Su Xiaohua? Wang Dedu suddenly popped out from the crowd, a look of shock plastered on his face. Wow, this is intense. I just arrived, and I'm already greeted by such a juicy drama. Wang Daju, you're slandering me. Qin Yulian's face turned red with anger as she turned to Su Xiaohua. Xiaohua ji, you know best what kind of person I am. That's right. I know very clearly. Su Xiaohua nodded, then fixed a sharp look on Wang Daju. Daju, I know you and Wang Qiulin are close, but I know exactly what kind of person Yulian is. Stop trying to stir up trouble. Deep down, though, Su Xiaohua wasn't so certain. He had no memory of that incident. It was all based on Qin Yulian's word and a few so-called pieces of evidence. But in front of so many people, he couldn't voice his doubt, much less humiliate himself publicly. All right. I was just making a casual comment. Don't take it seriously. I interrupted quickly. I couldn't care less about your tangled drama. What I care about is getting the rest of my money. If you truly don't have the cash, then that's fine. Use other things to offset the debt instead. Grains, gold, silver coins, furniture, farming tools, whatever is valuable. And if all else fails, you can even hand over Qin Yulian. When you scrape together the remaining 30 yuan, I'll gladly return her. I purposefully shot a lewd grin as I said the last part. Don't even think about it. Qin Yulian screamed in horror. Wang Qiulin, I knew you were still harboring a filthy desire for me. Want me to compensate you for 30 yuan? Dream on. No, you've got it all wrong. You'll still have to repay the 30 yuan, because right now, you're worth absolutely nothing to me. You bastard, Wang Qiulin. Qin Yulian looked as if she might explode from rage, but Su Xiaohua hurriedly held her back. Yulian, Wang Qiulin's gone mad. Don't stoop to his level. Go ask your parents if there's anything valuable left at home so we can send him packing. If we don't pay off this debt, he'll keep coming back to stir trouble. How are we ever supposed to live in peace? Qin Jinwu got the hint. Unless the money was fully repaid, a quiet life would be impossible. Gritting his teeth, he returned inside, only to come back out with a tattered cloth bag a while later. Here are 8 silver coins, the last bit of wealth our family possesses. With these, your 30 yuan debt is cleared. Take it, and let's consider this matter settled between our two families. Is that good enough? I didn't say a word, just accepted the cloth bag, glanced at it briefly, and stuffed it into my pocket. Then, I said nonchalantly, only 8 coins. Based on the buyback rate of 2.5 yuan each, that's only worth 20 yuan. That said, since it seems your family really has nothing else of value, and I have no use for any of your worthless junk, I'll overlook the remaining 10 yuan. We'll consider it settled. Whether those 8 silver coins were truly their last bit of wealth didn't matter to me anymore. Pushing them further wouldn't yield any more results, and I wasn't interested in dragging this out. In my view, the value of those coins far exceeded 30 yuan. I had already benefited enough. All right, since you've said the debt is settled, let's ask the village head and everyone present to bear witness. From today onward, the Qin family owes nothing to the Wang family. Qin Jinwu finally sighed in relief. With the matter resolved and the show over, the crowd began to disperse. The rain stopped, and the sun emerged. Su Xiaohua, feeling victorious, pulled Qin Yulian along to stand smugly before me. Wang Qiulin, don't think you've won today. The real winners here are us. You're just a worthless fool who couldn't even hold on to his fiancée. Take your couple hundred yuan and live the rest of your life alone. Ha. Watch as I enjoy my time with your ex-girlfriend. There's nothing you can do about it. He wrapped his arms around Qin Yulian, laughing arrogantly. But don't feel too bad. Even though you lost a pretty girl like Yulian, at least you got the money, so I guess that's a kind of consolation prize. Idiot. I softly muttered 2 words, turning and walking away, not even sparing him a glance. Wang Qiulin, stop pretending you don't care. I know your heart is bleeding with jealousy right now. Su Xiaohua shouted hysterically at my retreating back. Jealous of a trash collector like him? There was nothing for me to envy. I had done everything I needed to already. Now, I was eager for the two of them to be fully and irreversibly tied together. Lindsay, why'd you let them go so easily? Wang Dezhu sidled up to me, lowering his voice. 8 silver coins barely cover anything. You'd still have to exchange them at a bank. It's not even worth the 30 yuan. Not worth it. This was a massive gain as far as I was concerned. I didn't explain but replied calmly. And what else could I do? They've got nothing of value. If I didn't accept it, they wouldn't be able to pay up, and I have no interest in dealing with this every day. So what if they don't have anything valuable? We could have taken their tables and chairs, the whole lot. Even if it's useless, it'd still frustrate them to no end. Wang Dazhu said ruthlessly. Well, why don't you go help me move it now? I joked, casting him a mocking glance. Forget it. You already agreed in front of everyone to end it here. If I go grab anything now, I'd probably get myself beaten up. Wang Dazhu shrank back, nervously rubbing his neck. Exactly. I rolled my eyes and tactfully shifted the conversation. Title. So, Zhuzi, how do you feel about life these days? What else can I say? We're not starving, but we're not full either. Every family is more or less the same, Wang Dazhu replied. Then, realizing something might not feel quite right, he turned to me immediately. Lindsay, I'm not up to something, are you? I'm warning you, some ideas can be dangerous. Don't do anything reckless. I do have some ideas, but it's not what you're thinking. I calmly replied. I'm thinking that with 2 months left before the new year, we should seize this gap to think of ways to improve life at home. But what can we do? Wang Dazhu sighed. Take catching eels, for example. Fishing out a few for ourselves is fine, but if you try to sell them, you'll be reported in no time. So, trying to make money by foraging in the mountains or streams to sell stuff, that's a dead end. What are you thinking about? I patted his back, half laughing and half scolding. We can't do anything dishonest, but we can go through the proper channels. Think about it. Aside from farming, we should learn a craft. This way, aside from earning work points, we can do something else, like woodworking or masonry. Once you've mastered a skill, you can look for work in construction teams, earning money openly and legitimately. I had long known that the reform and opening up were just around the corner, but I didn't tell Wang Dezhu that. Instead, I merely explained that learning a skill was the best choice right now. In these times, skills were highly regarded. Regardless of whether one continued in the trade or ventured into business later, having a craft ensured one could make a living. In the late 70s and early 80s, it was the golden age of China's reform era. However, most people had limited foresight and couldn't see that far ahead. At this time, having an iron rice bowl or being a craftsman was still the most sought-after lifestyle. I clearly understood that the construction industry would rise rapidly in the future. Learning carpentry or masonry now not only allowed one to earn money, but also to build connections. Even if one missed the wave of reform and opening up, having these skills laid a solid foundation for entering real estate in the future. This era didn't yet have individual businesses, but as long as you connected with the production team or commune, you could still earn income outside of farming through collective enterprises. The most common example was forming a construction team to build houses for people. It required little investment and was relatively simple. Many ambitious and driven collective groups formed such teams. To be blunt, these construction teams were the equivalent of makeshift squads. But getting to work in one was a particularly enviable thing in these times. But Lindsay, we don't have any connections in that area. Even if we wanted to learn, there's no one to teach us, Wang Dezhu said, frowning as he pointed out the difficulty. In these times, learning a trade was nothing like decades later. Apprentices didn't earn wages. Instead, they worked for free for their masters. For those without connections, finding someone willing to teach was next to impossible. That's easy. I looked off into the distance and spoke in an even tone. There's a construction team in Honglong commune in town. There's no shortage of carpenters and masons there. As long as you're willing to endure hardship and can put aside your pride, it won't be hard to get a master to take you on. You find a craftsman you admire and start pursuing him like you're courting a wife. Show up at his house every day to help him. No matter what he says, keep going, show sincerity, demonstrate eagerness to learn. I bet he won't be able to say no forever. This method was incredibly effective in this era, but most people found it too shy or prideful to try. Lindsay, how do you come up with such shameless ideas? Wang Dazhu looked at me in surprise. If you had been this thick-skinned sooner, Qin Yulian would have been yours already. No chance for Su Xiaohua to swoop in. Stop changing the subject. Are you going to learn or not? I wanna, but do we really have to go to such lengths? Isn't there another way? Wanting to learn is the first step. As for the method, that's up to you. I'm just offering a suggestion. Truthfully, learning a trade was considered the best option for people in this era. To be exact, this trend would only really pick up in a few years. I didn't even need some cheat like golden finger to know that reform and opening up was imminent. The market would soon open up, and during the initial chaos, making money through small businesses would feel like picking up cash from the street. Why didn't I share all this with Wang Dezhou? First, it wasn't the right time. Even if it was, few people would dare to take that risk at the beginning. Better to wait until the reality unfolds and let him decide for himself. All right, I'll do it. I'll go check out the Honglong Commune construction team tomorrow if I've got free time. Wang Dezhou mulled over it for a while, then nodded heavily. He asked me in return, Lindsay, why do you want me to learn a trade but you're not going to? Why else? I can't handle the hard work, and I don't have the aptitude to learn, I answered casually, making up an excuse. Fine then. He didn't press further. We just happened to arrive at our respective houses. Saying a quick goodbye, we parted ways. Honestly, I had considered proposing to the village to start a collective enterprise, but dismissed the idea. Forming a construction team wasn't feasible. Our village lacked even one true master, so it wouldn't stand out. Venturing into something like livestock farming required large investments and carried high risks. It'd be fine if we profited, but if we lost, I'd become the village's scapegoat. Back home, I handed the money I'd gotten from the Su and Wang households to my mother. Mom, this is the money the Qin family paid back. I took a few small bills, and the rest is yours to keep. I've kept a few silver coins for myself since I have some plans for them. All right, Mom will save this for you and give it to you when you get married, said Zhou Yui with a smile, not asking about the specifics. In this season, we typically skipped lunch, but today was a good day. Not only did Mom cook a midday meal, but she also stir-fried the yellow eels I brought back in the morning with some lettuce leaves. Wild yellow eel and fresh lettuce greens. The aroma that filled the air as the dish was cooked could make one's mouth water. After finishing the meal, I returned to my room, eager to examine the 8 silver coins I'd brought out. Honestly, I didn't know much about silver coins. I'd just seen some posts online before. The most common coin known was the yuan shirkai head dollar. But there were many different types of this same coin, and I couldn't even tell which was which. Certainly, the rare types were beyond my knowledge. Looking at my 8 coins, they all seemed to be ordinary yuan shirkai head dollars. If I couldn't tell the difference, why dwell on it? Once I took them to the market to sell, I'd find out easily enough. I'd also heard that the 2 yuan tractor bills were particularly valuable now. Among the smaller bills the Qin family gave me, I noticed there were 3 such bills, so I took them out as well. After taking a rest, ensuring no one would disturb me, I headed to the market. Instead of placing all the coins out at once, I decided to put them up for sale one by one to see how much each could sell for. The first yuan shirkai head dollar sold for 1,100 yuan, aligning with what I'd heard. Pretty much, it further confirmed that the things sold in the supermarket matched 21st century prices. Out of the 8 coins, 6 were priced between 1,000 and 1,200 each. The fluctuation must have been due to differences in condition. One of them sold for a high price of 3,000, and upon closer inspection, the only difference was that the year on it read year 8. What shocked me even more was another coin also marked year 8 that sold for 28,000. I compared the two over and over but couldn't find any differences, yet their prices were worlds apart. These 8 yuan shirkai silver coins brought in over 30,000, completing 1/3 of the 100,000 needed to upgrade my supermarket. As for the remaining 3 2 yuan worker and farmer banknotes, one sold for 1,500, while the other 2 fetched 1,004 and 1,006, averaging precisely 1,500 each. I was pretty satisfied with that price. The first series of the 2 yuan worker and farmer notes is rare in the market, but in this time period, they're still relatively easy to obtain. Their price is even higher than the average yuan shirkai coin. It brings me another step closer to upgrading the supermarket. I didn't linger outside for long. I quickly returned to my room. Lying on the bed, I thought aloud. I wonder if this supermarket can function like a storage space, where you don't have to physically enter but can grab things with your mind. Having to step into the supermarket every time felt a bit inconvenient. With that thought, I decided to give it a try. I hadn't considered this possibility before. Give me a pack of Huazi cigarettes and a lighter, I thought, and immediately, a pack of Huazi and a lighter appeared in my hands. Not bad, not bad. So it turns out I don't need to go inside to retrieve stuff, which means I should be able to deposit items without going in too, right? My eyes landed on an old stool, and with a thought, it disappeared into the supermarket. Another thought, and I retrieved it back out. I opened the pack of Huazi, lit one, and took a drag. A sweet plum aroma filled my senses. Delightful. I didn't think I could enjoy a Huazi here. Normally, I didn't smoke much, but I couldn't resist taking a few more puffs this time. There's a saying, betel nuts paired with smokes, divine power invokes, but I've never liked chewing betel nuts. I think pairing it with a bottle of fizzy cola works better. Let's have a bottle of Fat Boy Cola, chilled. It was the perfect chance to test if I could directly retrieve things from the fridge. Moments later, a chilled bottle covered in condensation appeared in my hand, proving that grabbing things from the fridge worked just as well. With this feature of taking and storing items at will, this isn't just a smart portable supermarket anymore. It's practically a portable storage dimension. A young man like me couldn't just laze around sleeping all day. Soon enough, I wandered out of the house for a stroll around the village. In modern times, such behavior would scream idle loafer, but back then, it was perfectly normal. Tianqing village had a total of 5 family surnames, with the Su and Wang clans being the most prominent. The remaining 3 surnames, Qin, Hu, and Wu, combined barely rivaled either of the larger families. The village was divided into 3 production teams, one for the Wangs, one for the Zus, and one for the remaining 3 families. Each team had 30 to 50 households, adding up to over 100 households in the village. It was quite a sizable community. As I strolled, I suddenly spotted a familiar figure heading my way. The moment she saw me, she quickly lowered her head, pretending not to notice, and tried to pass by in a hurry. I hadn't expected to run into Su family's second daughter-in-law, whom I'd had a little moment with earlier this morning, again so soon. Seeing that the surroundings were empty, I immediately blocked her path. "Qingzhu, you missed me already? In such a hurry. Were you coming to find me?" Peng Qingzhu hadn't anticipated my audacity, teasing her in broad daylight within the village. Startled, her big eyes darted nervously around. Only after confirming no one was nearby did she breathe a heavy sigh of relief. "Are you crazy? Do you even realize where we are? If someone sees us, we're both done for. What are you so nervous for?" I chuckled nonchalantly. "What's the big deal? It's just us chatting on the road. What's so forbidden about that? Right? Why am I so worked up? It's not like we're doing anything wrong." Peng Qingzhu reasoned with herself. Just exchanging a few words on the road wasn't exactly scandalous. Still, whenever she saw me, her instincts screamed to keep her distance. Besides, there's no one around. Even if something were to happen, who would know? I teased, noticing how she kept her head lowered like a quail. "There's actually a very secluded spot nearby. Want to come and check it out?" A lone man and an unaccompanied woman heading to a concealed spot. It didn't take a genius to figure out what that might entail. Qingzhu's body visibly tensed at my suggestion. "Chilling, bro. How about we leave it for another day?" She raised her flushed face, looking both nervous and frightened, mixed with emotions hard to describe. "Your words, not mine." I laughed out loud, seeing her reaction. "When the day comes, don't you dare back out." It was only then that Qingzhu realized she'd been played. It was the middle of the day, in the village no less. To suggest I had any intention of mischief was pure teasing on my part. "You're awful, always picking on me." She gave me a playful glare, about to take her leave, when a furious roar suddenly erupted from behind her. "Wang Qiulin, you bastard, daring to harass my wife. Think you can just bully the Su family like that?" Su Anhua appeared out of nowhere behind her, storming over in a few quick strides to shield her, his eyes glaring daggers at me. "Su Anhua, what the hell are you barking on about? Did you even see me harass your wife?" I retorted without a hint of guilt. "I just said a couple of words to her, didn't even touch her. How does that count as harassment?" Indeed, I hadn't laid a finger on her just now. This morning was a different story altogether. Perhaps some might even say she'd been thoroughly bullied then. But of course, I wasn't about to admit that, and neither would Peng Qingzhu herself. "Bullshit. If you didn't harass her, why'd I hear her cursing you just now?" Su Anhua glared daggers at me. "Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You don't dare come for our family directly, so you come picking on a woman instead. You're no man at all." I shot a sly glance at Peng Qingzhu, smirking as I said, "Whether I'm a man or not, why don't you let your wife be the judge of that?" Su Anhua exploded on the spot. His knuckles cracked eerily, veins popping on his forehead, resembling a furious lion. "You better stay away from that guy in the future. He's got a grudge against our Su family, and who knows what crazy thing he might do." After saying that, he shot me a venomous glare. "Wang Qiulin, I'm warning you, stay away from my family, or don't blame me for settling this the hard way." I clenched my fist and waved it in front of him, completely dismissing his warning. "Oh yeah? And what would this hard way look like? Why don't we test it out right now and see who's tougher? Staying away from your family is one thing, but staying away from your wife? No way. Once you start something, you've got to see it through to the end." Despite his bluster, Su Anhua couldn't hide his fear. After all, in the past couple of days, he had witnessed me completely losing it. If we were really left alone one-on-one, he wouldn't dare face me. In the end, he stood his ground with a weak retort. "Why, you're crazy. I'm not going to stoop to your level. Qingzhu, let's go. We should stay far away from this lunatic." With that, he slinked off pitifully. After they left, I no longer felt like wandering around aimlessly, so I slowly made my way home. As soon as I got to the doorway, I could already sense trouble brewing inside. Sure enough, sitting in the living room were my uncle, my aunt, and my cousin. You'd think close family like this would be the ones who cared the most, but in my memory, there wasn't an ounce of affection for them, only deep-seated disgust. Even before stepping through the door, I could hear my Aunt Yishuichin's annoying voice. Sister-in-law, I heard that your Lindsay broke off his engagement with the Chin family. I guess there won't be a wedding for a while, huh? Who says something like that when they visit someone? Clearly, they were here with ill intent. My mom, Zhou Yuei, replied with a blank expression. Sister-in-law, what exactly are you trying to say? Are you cursing my son to never get married? You've misunderstood, sister-in-law. Yi Shuiqing quickly responded with a smile. It's just that I heard you've managed to get the betrothal gift money back from the Qin family, right? It just so happens that our Yaozu recently met a girl, and both families are very satisfied. I wanted to help him get married as soon as possible. My mom immediately countered with a smile, shutting her down. That's great news. So today you've come to invite us to the wedding feast, right? Of course, my mom could see straight through Yi Shuiqing's intentions and deliberately preempted her. But Yi Shuiqing had a thick skin and wasn't fazed. She continued, of course, there will be a wedding feast. But you know our family's situation. This girl's family is asking for 300 yuan as a dowry before they'll agree to the marriage. We really don't have that kind of money. So I was thinking, since Lindsay not only got the 300 yuan back from the Qin family, but also managed to get an extra 100 in compensation, would it be possible for us to borrow it for Yaozu's wedding? Ah, there it was. The real reason they'd shown up. My mom hesitated over how to refuse, but I had no such qualms. Striding into the room, I spoke in a deliberately mocking tone. Aunt, you've got some nerve, don't you? Do you even hear yourself? Is this money supposed to marry off my cousin or marry off me? 400 yuan. Have you even seen that much money in your life? My uncle Wang Dashan huffed coldly, his whiskers twitching as he glared at me. Lindsay, how dare you talk to your elders like that? Do you even recognize me and your aunt as your elders? Elders? Where? I looked around, exaggeratingly searching the room, then smirked. If someone could say something this shameless, are they even fit to be called elders? My cousin Wang Yaozu jumped in, shouting, Wang Qiulin, how dare you talk to my parents that way? Don't you know how to respect your elders? I demand you apologize immediately and hand over that 400 yuan as recompense. I was so close to bursting out laughing. I mouthed the word idiot at him, then turned to ask my mom. Mom, did they forget to cut the umbilical cord when cousin Yaozu was born? My mom chuckled silently, but my younger sister Wang Chunyin piped up with curiosity. Brother, why does not cutting the umbilical cord make someone stupid? Because if the umbilical cord isn't cut, all the nutrients get sucked into the brain. So naturally, they grow up lacking intelligence. Oh, I see. That explains why cousin has always been so silly. But really, we can't blame him. It must be Aunt's fault, right? My sister and I had no filter. One would joke while the other egged it on, openly mocking this family. Wang Chunyin, you little brat, you're asking for it. Wang Yaozu roared in anger, his eyes flaming like he wanted to devour us. I stepped forward to block him, my face mocking. What? Cousin, are you trying to get physical? If you say such idiotic things, isn't it fair to assume your brain is broken? I don't even know how any girl could fall for you unless she's blind. Unexpectedly, Wang Yaozu burst into laughter. Even so, I'm still better than you. At least I've never been dumped by a woman or had someone cheat on me. If I were you, I wouldn't even have the face to keep living. You're never going to marry any woman anyway. So why not let me use the money? Who knows, in the future, I might even give you one of my kids as a form of repayment. To be honest, his taunts didn't anger me. In fact, I realized all of this was just deliberate provocation. If he couldn't rile me up with insults, maybe it was time to let my fists do the talking. You son of a... I didn't bother to finish my sentence. As he laughed with abandon, I wound up and landed a brutal punch straight to his face. Ah! Wang Yaozu screamed like a slaughtered pig, blood gushing from his nose as he clutched it tightly, blood dripping through his fingers down his hand. Yaozu, what happened? Yi Shuiqing quickly rushed over, supporting him while glaring daggers at me. You little bastard. Are you insane? Yaozu is your own cousin, and you hit him so ruthlessly? I shrugged nonchalantly. Aunt, you can't blame me for this. Just hearing Qin Yulian's name the past couple of days sets me off. Clearly, cousin Yaozu was asking for it. Don't try twisting the facts. You... She pointed at me, but was momentarily at a loss for words. That's enough out of you. Why don't you take cousin and leave right now? The longer I see him, the harder it is for me to control myself. I've never met anyone as shameless as your family. Back when our Wang family was in trouble, you all hid away like turtles, not daring to show your faces. But the second there's an advantage in sight, you crawl out like dogs sniffing around for scraps, expecting handouts like it's your right. My parents might be too forgiving to hold you accountable for the past, but I'm not. You people dare to ask me for 400 yuan after all that? Do you think I'm as thick-skinned as you? Get out of here while I'm still keeping my cool, or I swear I'll lose it and beat all of you out of this house." With that, I slammed my hand on the table for emphasis, pointing coldly toward the door as I glared at them. Seeing that things weren't going her way, Yi Shuiqin dramatically dropped herself onto the doorframe, wailing at the top of her lungs. "Oh heavens, where's the justice in this world? A junior hitting his elders, and after hitting them, he's even kicking them out. He's worse than an animal. Everybody, come see this. Help me get some justice here." My father, Wang Datian, looked at me helplessly and cast a glance my way, as if he had something to say. I gave him a look in return, then mimicked Yi Shuiqin's dramatic gestures and shouted towards the doorway. "Folks, come quickly and take a look. There's someone shamelessly refusing to leave after trying to force their way into our house just to demand 400 yuan. They even threw a tantrum when we didn't comply." Uncle Wang Dashin became flustered. "Lindsay, have you gone mad? Do you even know what you're doing? Aren't you afraid that you're making our entire Wang family a laughingstock for the neighbors? Wasn't it Aunt who wanted everyone to give their opinion? I'm just helping you call them over. Why are you blaming me now?" I replied sarcastically. "Uncle, this is utterly unreasonable of you." Wang Dashin's face alternated between shades of pale and crimson. It's a slow season for farmers, so when people heard about an uproar taking place, they swarmed to the scene like cats drawn to the scent of fish. Several curious villagers gathered near the entrance, just as Yi Shuiqin was climbing up off the doorstep, fortunately sparing her from being seen in her earlier disgraceful state. A middle-aged woman with a nose for gossip approached with a knowing smile. "Chilene, what's happened in your family again?" Feigning grievance, I immediately stepped outside. "Oh, Uncle and Aunt, good thing you're all here. This is about the situation from this morning with the Qin family. You see, after we got back the bride price and compensation they owed us, my uncle and aunt rushed over as soon as they heard. They demanded we hand over the money so they could use it for my cousin's wedding. They even said, 'Since you've canceled your engagement already, you won't need the money to marry anyone, so just give it to your cousin instead.' I mean, who says stuff like that? Are these people even relatives? They might as well be enemies. When I refused, they tried to snatch the money, so I hit Wang Yaozu. And then my aunt started creating a scene, crying and rolling on the ground, and even summoned all of you to weigh in. So now I'm asking, who's in the right here? Honestly, I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen anyone this shameless. No, calling them human is an insult to humans. They're no better than beasts." My tactic was clear. Strike first, so they wouldn't have time to react, spilling everything out in one breath. "You little brat, how dare you spout such nonsense? When did we ever try to rob you?" Yi Shuiqin shouted back furiously as she charged towards me. But I easily sidestepped her attack and even gave her a light push with my foot, looking startled but innocent. "Everyone, look, isn't this clearly guilt-driven rage? Now she's trying to use violence to cover up her own disgrace. You brat, I didn't even lay a finger on you, and yet you kicked me. You're the one being violent." Yi Shuiqin screeched, her face now twisted in fury as she gained no upper hand. Spreading my hands as if helpless, I turned to the crowd. "See that? My dear aunt here, always quick to twist the truth." I shrugged and added, "Just now, she was the one who came at me first, and I only defended myself. But somehow, in her version of events, I'm the one at fault. I wouldn't put it past her to say I stood there and deliberately walked into her slap with my face. Lucky for me, there are witnesses here. Otherwise, no amount of pleading would clear my name." As soon as I said that, murmurs broke out among the crowd. Right, Shuiqin obviously made the first move, yet she's blaming Qiuling. How despicable. The Wang family has truly produced a disaster with these two. And Dashin? He's no better, letting his wife run amok like this. I don't think he's just letting her. This must have been his idea from the start. He just doesn't have the guts to do it himself and let his wife take the heat. Those two are birds of a feather. They've pulled stunts like this before. Back when old Wang was alive, the whole family leeched off of him until he fell ill. Then they all disappeared, dumping the mess on the younger brother. And now, they want to sponge off the younger brother again. Some relatives they are. Not even worthy of being called human. When Lindsay had his mishap, his dear uncle went into hiding like a turtle, and now he has the gall to show up demanding money for his son's marriage. What a disgrace. These comments weren't directed straight at their faces, but every word struck Wang Dashin and his family so cleanly they couldn't avoid hearing them. Even with their thick skins, their faces turned red. Heads drooped. They dared not speak up. I took advantage of the moment, speaking loud and boldly. "Uncle and auntie, though you are my blood relatives, your actions have stepped far past the boundaries. You're no family. You're robbers, plain and simple. Having relatives like you is a stain on our household. From this day forward, my family no longer considers you relatives." With that, I grabbed a wooden staff from the corner and held it menacingly. "Today, For the sake of what used to be between us, I'll let you leave unharmed. But if you dare come back here to make trouble again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Good on you, Lindsay. Relatives like this should have been cut off ages ago. Several of our clansmen immediately backed me up. If they could, they probably would have removed Dashin's family from the clan register. They clearly couldn't stand them either. Fine. Fine, very well. Dashin grunted heavily, then turned and addressed my father through clenched teeth. Daddy-in, you really are a good little brother, aren't you? He must have been hoping to appeal to emotions one last time, but when my father ignored him completely, Dashin could only stomp away, muttering bitter threats and dragging his wife and son behind. Even as they walked a good distance away, faint voices condemning their shamelessness trailed after them. Yaozu was seething, his anger intensifying with every step. Clenching his teeth audibly, he turned back for one last glare and snarled, "Mark my words, you'll pay for this." That night, I didn't rush to deliver the items Luo Shuezhen had ordered earlier in the day. It was already late, and nobody else would be out. Thinking it'd be safer to wait till even later, I decided to check out the black market first, planning to drop by her house on my way back. The round trip to Chingsong Forest wouldn't take long anyway, and this would be a good opportunity to test the waters and get a feel for how things worked at this black market. It'd give me experience for when I needed to visit bigger ones in the future. Once it was fully dark, I strapped on a headlamp and began walking north. There was no need to pass the cowshed on my way to Chingsong Forest, but taking that route wasn't much farther, so I somehow chose to go that way anyway. This time, I had no intention of knocking on the door, just passing through. Although the headlamp was small, its brightness was superb. The white glow of the LED light stood out starkly compared to the dim yellow flames people were used to in this day and age, illuminating the road like a beacon. Through the broken door, Yao Xingtong saw the beam moving towards her house from far away. The unique light immediately reminded her of last night. She instantly knew it was me. He's here again? And at this hour, if he knocks on the door, shouldn't you calm down a bit? A deep voice came from deep within the woods, tinged with a hint of authority. The man's hand trembled, and he nearly dropped the stone on the ground. He quickly dropped his cautious expression, cleared his throat, and slowed his movements, but not before glancing down at the basin he'd been tapping. He saw that although the dazzlingly bright stainless steel basin bore shallow marks from the impact, it still shone as brightly as ever. Not even a chip was visible, and his eyes lit up at the sight. "It's really sturdy," he muttered under his breath, his guarded expression easing slightly. He then asked earnestly, "How much is this basin?" "Brother, this is an imported item. You can't even find it at the supply and marketing cooperative in the county seat. We don't have many of these around here, so it's a bit pricier, 7 yuan. I held out my hand, hinting at the price. It wasn't exactly cheap, but it wasn't enough to scare the customer away either. The man furrowed his brow, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he clearly weighed whether it was worth the price. Finally, he gritted his teeth. "All right, here's your money." He pulled 2 crumpled 3 yuan bills from his coat, added a 1 yuan coin to make up the 7 yuan, and handed them to me. I took the money, wiped the basin with my sleeve, and handed it to him with both hands. "Take this basin home, brother. It'll stay as good as new for 10 or 20 years. It's definitely worth every penny." He nodded in apparent satisfaction, tucked the basin close to his chest, and walked off in the opposite direction. I sat back down on the ground and carefully tucked the money I'd just earned into my shirt. In those days, 7 yuan was no small sum. On an ordinary day, it would have been enough for an ordinary person to live comfortably for quite a while. Before I could even catch my breath, a few more people were drawn over by the sound. They held lanterns in their hands and eyed my stall with curiosity. "Young man, what are you selling here? It all looks pretty novel." I quickly put on a smile and greeted them. "Uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, I've got some rare imported goods here. Just a moment ago, a fellow bought a basin. You couldn't even break it if you tried. These days, let alone using one, not many people have even seen one like this." The group gathered around the lone remaining stainless steel basin, examining it closely and chatting animatedly. Some asked about the price, while others ran their hands over it. I wasn't in a hurry and patiently explained everything to them. To be honest, I felt a bit uneasy inside. After all, the origin of these items, taken from modern supermarkets, was already a bit mysterious, so I had to tread carefully to avoid arousing unnecessary suspicion. But human nature isn't so easily satisfied. Anything rare tends to spark even more curiosity. As expected, among the group examining the basin, one young man's attention was drawn to the toothbrush and toothpaste nearby. He picked up the toothpaste, gave it a shake, and asked in confusion, "What on earth is this?" "It's a great product. This is toothpaste, specifically for brushing your teeth. It comes with a matching toothbrush. Look at the curved bristle design. It's effortless to use, leaves your teeth clean and comfortable. and takes good care of them," I said with a touch of pride, continuing my sales pitch. The onlookers listened in stunned silence, seemingly unsure for a moment whether this item was really necessary. But one middle-aged woman whispered, "It wouldn't hurt to give it a try. It's better than scrubbing with your hands." After a brief moment of silence, those few words prompted the others to nod in agreement. Before long, 2 toothbrushes and a tube of toothpaste were sold. I breathed a sigh of relief and gave the small cloth bag holding the goods a light pat, thinking to myself that tonight's earnings were off to a good start. Is this something we're supposed to be doing discreetly? Making such a racket? If you're looking for trouble, this is definitely not the way. Come on, let's go see which fool is making a mess of things. Meanwhile, on my end, the man smashed a stone against the basin. Unsurprisingly, the enamel didn't crack. It left only a small dent while remaining smooth and shiny to the touch. This steel basin is no joke. It's imported, isn't it? Quality through and through, solid as a rock. Well, how about that? I told you, didn't I? I grinned at him. Want to take one home? This stainless steel basin is a rare find. This is a limited time offer. I'd love one, but imported goods are probably expensive, right? I'm afraid I can't afford it. Though he kept his eyes on the basin, clearly liking it, he reluctantly shook his head. No need to worry, I said with a smile. Even though it's imported, the bond between us means I won't overcharge you. If you like it, I'll sell it to you at the same rate as the enamel basins at the supply and marketing cooperative. Take it now if you want. The man looked doubtful and asked again to confirm. Really? Just the price of an enamel basin for this imported stainless steel one? Someone nearby, drawn by our noise, came over and quickly warned him. What's this about an imported stainless steel basin? I've never heard of such a thing. Don't let yourself get scammed, brother. The man with the scarf wrapped around his head hastily explained. I don't know if it's imported, but I just hit it with a stone. It didn't crack. It didn't even break. So sturdy, it must be imported to be this good. Wait, hold on. That noise earlier came from you hitting it with a stone. The newcomer was stunned and leaned closer to inspect, saying, Let me have a look. After examining it, he was even more amazed. You made that tiny dent? And it's still so smooth. This material doesn't seem to rust at all. By now, a small crowd had gathered. Initially, they had come to scold whoever caused all that noise, but upon seeing the basin, they completely forgot their original intentions, curiosity replacing irritation. This basin shines so brightly. I've never seen anything like it. Could it really be imported? Comrade, how much are you selling this basin for? I lifted 5 fingers to show the price. The inquirer saw this and immediately assumed it meant 50. What? A single basin for 50? Even if it's imported, that's daylight robbery. I shook my head and clarified. Brother, you've misunderstood, not 50. It's 5. 5 yuan, and no ration tickets needed. The price is barely a few cents more than one sold at the cooperative, practically a steal. The man was ecstatic. 5 yuan, and no tickets? Quick, I'll take one. A man wearing a military coat chimed in excitedly. Comrade, I'll take the other one that's left. In those days, items like household goods were in short supply. Purchasing from the cooperative often required ration tickets, and even with tickets, the shelves might be empty. This gave rise to a black market, where goods were pricier but didn't require tickets. That's why people were so eager and ready to pay when they heard my prices were reasonable and required no tickets. The scarfed man grew anxious. I was here first. Even buying stuff should follow first come, first served. You didn't even say you wanted it. Whoever claims it first gets it. Who said I don't want it? I hit the basin with a stone because I wanted to buy it. I've left a dent on it, so how can I not buy it? What will the comrade here do if it's considered damaged now? The man in the military coat shrugged, money already in hand, declaring, No problem. Even if it's dented, I don't mind. I'll take it for 5. Who said I mind? Scarfed man snatched the basin, holding it tightly in his arms. This one's mine. Don't even think about taking it. I quickly stepped in to mediate. Gentlemen, I only brought 2 basins today. Brother, if you're set on getting one, I can bring another for you tomorrow. The military-coated man brightened up at this. Really? Do you have more of these basins? If so, I want 2 more. No problem at all, I assured him. Brother, I have several other imported items as well. They're priced similarly to those at the cooperative. Care to take a look? Absolutely, I was just about to ask. Let me see them. I pulled out a thermos bottle hidden in the back. Here's a thermos. Its insulation is outstanding, and the outer shell is made of plastic, so it doesn't rust. It's lightweight and costs just 1 yuan more than at the cooperative. Plus, no tickets required. A thermos? That's a fantastic item. I've been trying to get my hands on one for ages, but it's impossible without industrial ration tickets. The man in the military coat exclaimed with both surprise and delight. Comrade, can I test the sound? If it's good, I'll take 2. When it came to thermos bottles back then, the key feature was insulation. People had developed their own methods for judging quality, listening to the sound of the inner lining. The more resonant and steady they hum, the better the insulation. If it was flat or faint, the item was of poorer quality. Of course, just be mindful not to damage it, I said, extending the thermos for inspection. As he handled the thermos, I addressed the rest of the crowd. By the way, aside from basins and thermos bottles, I also have soap, toothpaste, and towels. Would anyone like to check them out? Comrade, you've got quite the selection here, someone chuckled. Are the prices really comparable to what the cooperative charges? Items like soap and toothpaste, short-lived consumables, were less appealing to rural folks compared to durable goods like basins or thermos bottles, which not only had practical uses, but could be flaunted at home. Towels, however, were a different story. Towels were in high demand, especially since weddings in these parts often involved gifting towels to relatives. But in those years, acquiring a large quantity of towels wasn't easy. Lee Dajuan, a farmer whose daughter was about to get married, frequented the black market in hopes of finding proper items for her dowry. He couldn't afford the 3 rounds and a sound, a bike, a watch, a sewing machine, and a radio, but he still wanted something decent. When he heard me mention towels, he rushed over immediately. Comrade, did you say you have towels? Lee Dajuan asked eagerly. Red ones, if possible. Uncle, is this for your child's wedding? I asked, pulling a red towel out from my basket. How about this one? It's red, but without embroidery. This is perfect. Red is so festive. Even without double happiness embroidery, it's still very nice. Lee Dajuan took the towel excitedly. These days, you can hardly find ordinary towels, let alone something striking like a red one. Comrade, do you have more? I'd like 20 if you do. I do, of course I do. But I don't have them on hand now. You'll need to place an order. I confirmed, but purposefully added a delay. As long as you have them, that's fine. How long will it take? Lee Dajuan asked anxiously, not expecting me to produce 20 towels on the spot. As long as the wait wasn't too long, he was fine. A few days at most. It won't disrupt your plans, Uncle, I said, waving it off casually. By the way, Uncle, aside from towels, I have more here. Want to look together and maybe buy some more? Yes. These thermos flasks and basins are really good. Do you have more? Lee Dajuan's eyes were filled with desire. I do, but you have to pre-order them in advance. Otherwise, as soon as I bring out such good stuff, they'll be snatched up immediately. Today, I had only intended to bring a few items to test the waters, but I hadn't expected them to be so popular. Even though more people wanted to buy, I didn't take out any extra stock. The basins and thermos flasks were long gone, snapped up by the people in front. Lee Dajuan managed to buy a red towel, and the remaining few towels of different colors were quickly divided among others. Soap, bars of soap, and toothpaste were popular too, but since they were slightly expensive and not absolute necessities, many people looked at them without buying. Quietly, I took a few packets of salt from my supply and put them into the basket. Oh, by the way, I also have salt and lighters. Anyone interested? The man in the military coat lit up instantly at the mention of salt. Comrade, you really have salt? I'll take all you have. Before he could finish speaking, someone else objected. Why do you get to take all of it? Everyone needs salt. Even if you want to have it all to yourself, you should ask us first. That's right. My family needs some too. It's not every day you run into someone selling salt. I have to buy some no matter what. Salt was one of those items controlled under the planned economy. Every household was rationed a fixed amount, and even using a little extra to flavor dishes often meant running out. Pickling vegetables? Forget about having enough salt for that. With an opportunity to purchase extra salt, who wouldn't want to stock up? Salt doesn't spoil, it's reasonably priced, and hoarding it was almost like saving money. Of course, everyone wanted more. Calm down, everyone. I have 10 pounds of salt with me today. 1 pound per person should be enough to go around, I said, pulling out a bag. Take a look. Iodized fine salt. 1 pound per bag. Only 20 cents per bag. Comrade, let me have a bag first. The man in the military coat quickly handed over 20 cents. Since I had publicly declared the rule of 1 bag per person, he didn't argue to avoid stirring up the crowd's anger. Although 20 cents per pound was slightly pricier than the supply and marketing cooperative's rate, no one thought it was expensive. Instead, they found it a good deal. Within moments, all 10 bags of salt were sold out. At this point, someone remembered that I had also mentioned having lighters. High-end items like lighters, however, were generally considered too luxurious for most people to buy. But curiosity got the better of some. Comrade, how much are those lighters? Can we take a look at one? I nodded, taking out a gas lighter and handing it over. The moment the person took it, they exclaimed, "This lighter looks different from what I know. It seems so strange. Is it truly a lighter? How do you use it?" Gas lighters weren't common until after the reform and opening up. In this era, people had never seen such a thing. If I didn't explain, they wouldn't even know what it was. Smiling, I took out another lighter and demonstrated. Watch this button here. Just press it down, and it'll light up. Click. I pressed the button, and a small flame instantly emerged from the nozzle. It lights up. It really lights up. That person pressed the button too, becoming both excited and nervous when they saw the flame. Yes, that's how you use it. Release the button, and the flame goes out, I said, letting go. But pay attention, don't hold it down for too long, or it'll overheat and get damaged. However, it's more than enough for lighting fires or cigarettes. These gas lighters may have some drawbacks compared to kerosene ones, but they have plenty of advantages too. See that liquid inside? It might not look like much, but it's equivalent to the fuel used in dozens of matchboxes. It only costs 20 cents, so it's more economical than matches. I was exaggerating a little, but not by much. It depends on perspective. Dozens could mean 99, but it could also mean 20. So technically, it wasn't entirely untrue. Still, some were skeptical. Comrade, really? Can such a tiny gadget last that long? Try it out yourself, I said, picking up the lighter. First, remember where the liquid currently sits. Click, click. I pressed the button repeatedly, pausing for 2 to 3 seconds each time. After dozens of clicks, I showed the lighter to the group. See, after all those sparks, if this were matches, we'd have gone through a whole box by now. But look at the liquid inside the lighter. It hasn't budged, right? Indeed, there was no visible change in the liquid level. Everyone nodded in agreement. It really doesn't look like it's gone down. This lighter can indeed last a long time. If you think about it, it's more cost-effective than matches. For just 20 cents, it might be fun to bring one home to play around with too. All right, comrade, give me one. With someone taking the lead, others quickly reasoned that since their households needed to buy matches anyway, they might as well invest in a lighter. It was even more convenient. I hadn't brought too many, so my 10 lighters quickly sold out. When more people asked for them, I insisted I was out. Thank you all for your support. We've sold out all the items I brought today. If you'd like more, come back tomorrow, I said, waving goodbye. I must remind you about one thing though. The lighter's outer case is made of plastic. Make sure not to damage it. If the liquid leaks out, it won't work anymore. Also, never heat or burn it with a fire. That could cause it to explode, so be careful. As soon as I finished speaking, the people who had just made their purchases burst into laughter. Comrade, no need to worry. We wouldn't dream of burning or smashing such a good thing. Exactly. A fire-starting gadget like this clearly shouldn't touch open flames. Comrade, you're an honest person. Your prices are fair, and you're responsible about your goods. We'll definitely come back to buy from you the next time we need something. Most people here kept their faces covered, making it hard to recognize them. But the items I sold were so distinctive, and my mask was unique too. Whenever I showed up, I was instantly recognizable without needing to identify anyone specifically. Once everything was sold, people dispersed quickly. Lee Dajuan, however, stayed behind. He bought a bar of soap from me and conveniently arranged what items he needed and when and where the next transaction would take place. After he finally left, the man in the military coat, who had left earlier, returned and leaned closer to me, lowering his voice. Brother, can I pre-order 10 more pounds of fine salt? I don't mind paying extra. Or, if you'd prefer, I can trade you some meat for it. Meat, in these times, wasn't just expensive, it was often unavailable. Even if you had money, it was hard to find any. For wealthier people, it wasn't about affordability, but rather scarcity. Since I could bring such good stuff to the black market, the man likely assumed that whether or not I was very rich, I surely wasn't short on cash. So, you have access to meat? Looks like you're not an ordinary person yourself, big brother. I replied with a question instead of directly answering. I'm nothing special, just a regular hunter. Occasionally, I manage to catch some game, wild chickens, rabbits, and the like, the man explained with an awkward smile. I see. Wild chicken and rabbit meat will do. I nodded. Tomorrow, I'll bring you 10 pounds of salt. You bring the wild chicken and rabbit to trade. With the deal settled, it was time for me to head back. I still needed to deliver supplies to Luo Shuezhen later, and it wouldn't be good to arrive too late. But just as I stepped out of the pine forest, I had a sudden, uncomfortable feeling. It seemed as if there was a sound behind me. Sound. I suddenly stopped in my tracks, listening to the rustling sound coming from the forest. My heart sank. Did I stand out too much earlier and attract someone's attention? It seems that trading in the black market really requires keeping a low profile. Someone must have seen how much I earned tonight and decided to rob me. I still don't know who they are or how many there are. It's best to avoid a head-on confrontation. Even though I might not be able to beat them, I wasn't worried in the slightest. Not far behind me in the darkness, two shadowy figures hesitated when they saw me halt. One of them whispered, "Big brother, why did he stop? Could he have noticed us? So what if he did? There's nothing but open ground ahead after this forest. Even if he knows we're here, it's too late." The other figure sneered coldly. He should blame his foolish self for not knowing how to hide his wealth. Earning so much and showing off. He's the definition of a fat, easy target. Big brother is right. Our luck's great tonight. What a big fat sheep to fleece. That kid made a small fortune tonight, and now it'll all be ours. In their eyes, I was already trapped like a bird in a cage, unable to escape their hands. But what they didn't know was, I had already devised a plan the moment I realized I was being followed. As they whispered amongst themselves, I suddenly quickened my pace and bolted toward a spot I'd chosen long before. Damn it, he knows and he's running. It's too late now. Chase him. He won't get away. The two gave up hiding and dashed out of the shadows, hot on my trail. What they didn't realize was that I had no intention of racing them. The only reason I ran instead of vanishing out of thin air was to avoid exposing my secret. I aimed straight for a clump of bushes up ahead, dense enough to obscure vision. Once I reached the cover, I could disappear in a way that made sense. Now, the moment I rounded behind the bushes, I dived straight into my supermarket space, and in an instant, I vanished from the spot entirely. Big brother, he's hiding behind the bushes and even turned off his light, one of them muttered. What a joke. Does he think such a petty trick can work? The whole area is wide open except for that little clump of bushes. It actually makes it easier for us. Unless he can fly or teleport, there's no way he's getting away. The older one grinned smugly, striding toward the bushes. They flanked it from opposite sides, closing in. Meanwhile, inside my supermarket space, I couldn't see what was happening outside. I thought to myself, if only I could observe what's going on out there from here. I could keep track of their movements and figure out who exactly is trying to rob me. To my surprise, just as I had this thought, it came true. Out of nowhere, an image appeared before me, showing the very spot where I vanished, like a surveillance monitor capturing everything clearly. There, we've got you. Don't think you can hide there and get away. In the image, the two figures were converging on the bushes. Without even seeing me, the younger one shouted towards the empty space. Though it was nighttime and the moonlight dim, the live feed was startlingly clear as if equipped with night vision. The only downside was that both men wore scarves partially covering their faces, so their features remained obscured. Huh? Where is he? Why isn't he here? The younger one, not hearing any response, finally realized the area was empty and looked dumbfounded. No way. That's impossible. We saw him hide here with our own eyes. There's nothing else around for him to vanish into. He can't be gone. The older one was equally shocked. Big brother, you don't think he squeezed into those bushes, do you? The younger one grabbed a machete and started hacking at the thorns. Impossible. Those bushes are all thorns, thick and dense. There's no way anyone could hide in there. Don't bother, said the older one dismissively, casting a glance at the area. Unless he can really fly or teleport? The younger one cursed under his breath, yanking the scarf off his face and spitting onto the ground. Damn it. A prize like that slipped right through our fingers. I'm furious. Hell, he's slipperier than an eel. Even after cornering him like this, he escaped. The older one also pulled down his scarf and swore, sighing in frustration. Next time I see that kid, I won't just take his money. I'll strip him of everything he's wearing too. The moment they revealed their faces, I, still watching the screen, froze in shock. Well, look who it is. These two troublemakers again. What a small world. It was indeed those two brothers, Su Pinghua and Su Anhua. They even brought machetes to the black market, clearly prepared for this. Thank goodness I hid instead of confronting them directly. This was also a good reminder. I needed to stock up on equipment suited for defense in my supermarket space. That way, if I ever ran into a similar situation again, I wouldn't have to only rely on avoidance. I could fight back if necessary. I would never have imagined that these two, looking to make easy money, would turn out to be those Su brothers. Perhaps the compensation incident from earlier this day hit their family hard, or perhaps robbing people was something they did regularly. Either way, it was fate that I ran into them. If I didn't have my special ability, I undoubtedly would have been cleaned out tonight. Since you two dared to target me, I'll make sure to return the favor. I had no qualms about retaliating. Our families were already at odds. Little did the Su brothers know that their every move just now had been watched in detail by the so-called fat sheep they were hunting. Regretting their loss, Su Pinghua sighed deeply. Let's go, Anhua. That kid must have slipped away while we were distracted here. It's almost impossible to find him in the dark now. Let's head back. There's nothing else we can do. What a pity to lose such an easy target, muttered Su Anhua as he reluctantly agreed. He knew as well as anyone else. If someone ran off into the night and out of sight, finding them again was next to impossible. Despite their frustration, they had no choice but to give up. When they finally walked away, I didn't rush to come out. Only after watching them enter another patch of woods in the distance, and waiting a little longer, did I reappear in the same spot. Though it seemed unlikely they'd ambush me further ahead, I still took precautions by taking a longer, less direct route back. The night was silent, and the village had already fallen into a serene stillness. Only a few homes faintly glowed with light from their windows. The house Luo Shuezhen rented was on the east side of the village, remote and secluded. From far away, I could see the lights still on inside. Once I arrived at the door, I retrieved the items for tonight's trade from my supermarket space and placed them in the bamboo basket before knocking lightly. Knock, knock. Though soft, the sound was clearly heard inside. That must be him. Luo Xuezhen shot to her feet, her eyes lighting up. Xuezhen, you. Isn't this too risky? After all, he's a man. What if he has bad intentions towards us? Wei Yunyan glanced outside the house, clearly worried. She was one of the educated youth who shared the rental with Luo Xuezhen. Tall and slender, she had delicate features that made her look quite fragile. What about him being a man? He's alone, and there are two of us. What are you afraid of? Luo Xuezhen said nonchalantly. Besides, I trust my judgment. There's no way he could be a bad person. Since Luo Xuezhen was so confident, Wei Yunyan couldn't argue further. She discreetly picked up a pair of scissors and hid them behind her back as she cautiously followed her toward the door. Who's there? Luo Xuezhen didn't open the door right away, but instead called out through it. It's me, ladies. I promised during the day to bring you the items, I replied in a lowered voice. After confirming my identity, Luo Xuezhen quickly opened the door, her face lighting up with hospitality. Come in quickly, so no one sees you. I stepped inside silently, moving swiftly to avoid drawing attention. Comrade, did you bring everything I asked for? She asked eagerly. Don't worry, everything's here. In fact, I even managed to get some new items. I'll show you those in a bit, I said as I placed the large bamboo basket on the floor. Here, inspect the goods first. Great, great. Luo Xuezhen nodded excitedly, her eyes shining as she carefully lifted the thermos from the top of the basket as though it were a prized treasure. So, this is the thermos you mentioned? It looks similar to other ones, but is noticeably larger and lighter. That's right, this one holds 8 pounds, so naturally, it's larger than the 5-pound ones. It's lighter because its exterior is made of plastic, I explained. The benefit of plastic? It won't rust. However, the key feature of any thermos is its insulation performance. Exactly, the insulation is what really matters, Wei Yunyan chimed in softly. But how can we tell if this thermos is good at keeping things warm? You can tell by listening to the sound, can't you? I countered instead of guaranteeing anything outright. Of course, it's just like tapping on a watermelon. It's that simple. How could we not know? Luo Xuezhen interrupted. In truth, she'd only heard about this method but had never actually tried it. Still, she couldn't afford to appear ignorant in front of me, so she pretended to be an expert. Pulling out the wooden stopper, she brought the bottle's opening close to her ear in an act of seriousness. The sound is dense and powerful. You can tell it's good at keeping things warm just by listening, she exclaimed confidently. I couldn't tell if she had genuinely figured it out or was merely bluffing, but she nodded decisively. This thermos is exactly what I wanted. Let's see what else you've got. She turned to Wei Yunyan, a sense of pride evident in her tone. Yunyan, with this thermos, we can drink hot water anytime we want. See, I told you this comrade has all kinds of great items, didn't I? The list of items Luo Xuezhen wanted was quite extensive. Thermoses, wash basins, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and even a bunch of snacks and treats. As she pulled out one item after another from the basket, Wei Yunyan, who had also grown up in the city, was now dumbfounded. Biscuits, chocolate, and so many things I've never seen before. How much is all of this? She asked in astonishment. To her, chocolate was an imported luxury, certainly expensive. I waved her concern off. It's not expensive. A box of biscuits is 30 cents, and a bar of chocolate is also just 30 cents. You can't even find items this good at the department store. If you come across them, why not treat yourself? Don't be fooled by the seemingly small change. Back then, the average worker only earned 20 to 30 yuan a month. Very few could afford to splurge like this, let alone those laboring in the fields. But by regular market standards, my prices were indeed reasonable. Cautiously, Wei Yunyan asked, do we need ration tickets for these? Before I could answer, Luo Xuezhen cheerfully jumped in with a laugh. Nope, no ration tickets needed. And what's even better, this comrade here said he accepts silver dollars. Each yuan shirkai silver coin counts as 3 yuan. Isn't that a deal, Yunyan? Really? Wei Yunyan was even more surprised. A yuan shirkai silver coin only exchanges for 2.5 yuan at the bank, yet he gives 3 yuan? And the prices here aren't much higher than the department stores. Without needing ration tickets, it's actually cheaper. Could there be some kind of catch in this? I let out a bitter chuckle. Miss, isn't it a little impolite to say that right in front of me? The items are here, real as can be. What kind of scheme could there be? To be fair, I didn't blame her for being skeptical. After all, no matter what kind of special connection I had, there was no reason for me to sell at such low prices when these items would easily sell themselves. What she didn't know, however, was just how cheap my acquisition costs were. A silver coin that I valued at 3 yuan came into my hands at multiple times less than its exchange value. When this transaction was over, my profit margin would be astronomical. So, if she accused me of having some ulterior motive, well, she wasn't entirely wrong. Embarrassed by my response, Wei Yunyan gave an awkward smile. I'm sorry, comrade. I was just curious. You're not perhaps looking to pursue our Shuezhen, are you? Yunyan, what nonsense are you spouting? Luo Shuezhen hurried to cover her friend's mouth, her cheeks turning slightly red. I quickly clarified. There's been a misunderstanding. I only thought that in these difficult times, I could use my resources to help others live a little better. Of course, I have to make a living too. To say I'm not profiting at all would be a lie. I'm just earning a reasonable bit of hard-earned money. Hearing this, Wei Yunyan actually felt more reassured. Comrade, you're such a kind person. Honestly, with such good items, you could make much more than that. I really misunderstood you earlier. Yunyan, didn't I tell you that you were overthinking things? Luo Shuezhen hastily changed the subject. Oh, that's right, comrade. You mentioned you had other great items. Let's see what else you've brought. If they're good, we'll take those too. I nodded and began pulling out other items while introducing them. This is shampoo. Just a small amount can clean your hair thoroughly while also leaving it soft and smooth. It's highly effective, though a bit pricey. Shampoo? I've never heard of such a thing, Luo Shuezhen said, turning to Wei Yunyan. Wei Yunyan shook her head. Me neither, but it does sound amazing. Comrade, does this shampoo do anything besides cleaning and softening? It also provides nutrients to nourish your hair, reduces dryness and split ends, and enhances the shine and darkness of your hair, I explained with a smile. Additionally, it delays aging, kills bacteria, and prevents lice and white hair from developing. Both women gasped, their mouths hanging open in surprise. Women love beauty, and who wouldn't want a head full of dark, silky hair? Especially when they heard it could prevent lice, their eyes lit up immediately. While dry hair might be an aesthetic problem at best, dealing with lice was a real nightmare in this era. Not just for women, but even men with short hair couldn't escape it, unless they shaved their heads. Once lice grew, the itching compelled people to scratch, and the blood-sucking pests damaged their scalps. Every household had a special lice comb, but using it was like trying to catch fish with a net. No matter how fine, it wasn't thorough. Comrade, how much does this shampoo cost? If it really works and prevents lice, we'll buy it no matter how expensive it is, Wei Yunyan asked urgently. The effect is guaranteed, but it's 12 yuan a bottle. Are you sure you want it? I nodded. From what I remembered, after shampoo became commonly used nationwide, no one complained about lice anymore. People hadn't used lice combs for years. It was no surprise. Products of modern chemical engineering were more than enough to deal with tiny lice. So expensive? Wei Yunyan asked carefully. 12 yuan was no small amount. It was nearly half a month's wages for an ordinary worker, enough to sustain an entire family for a month. It is a bit pricey, but after all, this is considered a high-end product abroad, I admitted, helping them calculate the cost. However, this large bottle will last a long time. Just a tiny bit each time, like squeezing toothpaste. You wash your hair every 3 to 5 days, and one person could use this bottle for about a year. When you break it down, it's not as expensive as it seems. Despite that calculation, one bottle could only be used around 100 times. At more than 10 cents per wash, most people still couldn't afford it. The two of them were silent for a while before Wei Yunyan made up her mind and said, Comrade, can we try it first? If it's as good as you say, we'll buy the bottle. Of course, I'll show you how to use it. I quickly nodded. Place your hand at the opening and press lightly. Since you girls have long hair, you'll need a bit more. Let's say about this much. Then wet your hair and wash as you normally would. Wei Yunyan watched me squeeze a palmful, her heart aching as she exclaimed, Ah, do we need this much? It won't last long at this rate. She had just been worrying about spending 10 cents per wash, and now it looked like it might cost 2 or 3 times that. Don't worry. This trial is free on me. If you decide to buy it, I'll give you a fresh bottle, I said with a smile. As for how much to use, it's up to you. You could use less, but to get the best results, it's better to create a head full of lather. If you say so, we won't hold back, then, Wei Yunyan said happily. There's still some hot water in the pot from earlier. I'll fetch some to give it a try. Soon, she came back carrying a wooden basin filled with warm water. I immediately noticed the basin was leaking terribly, dripping water all the way back. Look at this basin, it's leaking so much. You should have had it repaired first. I quickly picked up a stainless steel wash basin from the ground and handed it to her. Here, pour the water into this basin. Otherwise, the water will be gone before you finish washing your hair. Right, Yunyan. Let's also see how well this shiny basin works, Luo Shuezhen said without hesitation, lifting the wooden basin and pouring the water into the stainless steel one. She placed the full stainless steel basin on a stool, motioning for Wei Yunyan to bend over. Rolling up her sleeves, she wet Wei Yunyan's hair, then turned to me. Comrade, you can put the shampoo in her hair now. Miss, why don't you do it? I might not manage it well, I said, extending my hand so she could take the shampoo herself. Fine. Realizing it might not be appropriate for me to apply the shampoo, Luo Shuezhen scooped some from my hand and spread it through Wei Yunyan's hair. As she poured water and rubbed, rich, fine foam appeared. She looked surprised and delighted. Wow, this shampoo is amazing. So much foam, and it smells wonderful. I guess expensive things really are worth it. The scent was indeed pleasant. Wei Yunyan took a deep breath, feeling refreshed. It was far better than the caustic lye water made from plant ash that they usually used. After rinsing, Luo Shuezhen leaned closer to her friend's hair, closing her eyes and enjoying the fragrance. It smells so good after washing. This is amazing. It does smell nice, and my head feels so much lighter after the wash. Not itchy at all, Wei Yunyan said, satisfied. She nodded in approval, then turned to her friend. Shuezhen, there's still hot water in the pot. Why don't you fetch another basin and try it too? That seems a bit much. This stuff isn't cheap. Luo Shuezhen hesitated, glancing at me, though the desire in her eyes was evident. I laughed. Don't worry. If you're buying something, you deserve to feel it's worth the cost. Once you try it, I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Well then, I won't hold back, Luo Shuezhen said, heading to the kitchen to get a fresh basin of water. It was their first time using shampoo, and the effect amazed them. After washing, their hair became smooth and easy to comb, no longer knotting like before. The unique scent clung to their hair, making the two young women reluctant to let go of the bottle. Comrade, this shampoo might be expensive, but it really works. Give us a bottle, please, Luo Shuezhen said, her cheeks flushed with excitement. How much is everything in total? Let's calculate. I've already added it up. Everything before this costs 20 yuan. You probably counted it too, didn't you? I replied. With the shampoo at 12 yuan, the total comes to 32 yuan. Does that sound right? Yes, I counted too. It adds up, Luo Shuezhen nodded. Wait here while I fetch the money. Oh, you said we could pay with silver coins, so you'd better not go back on your word. Of course not. A silver coin is worth 3 yuan, so 32 would be 10 silver coins plus 2 yuan. Deal, I said confidently. After all, silver coins were plentiful in the 21st century, while their money here was much more valuable to me. There was no reason to refuse. Luo Shuezhen quickly returned with a handful of silver coins of various shades, holding them out to me. I'll give you 1 silver coin, and you can give me 1 yuan as change. Is that okay? Sure, since we agreed that 1 silver coin equals 3 yuan, I said. Taking the silver coin without counting it, I stuffed it into my pocket and handed her 1 yuan in return. If you have more silver coins, you can exchange them for money with me anytime. Deal. Luo Shuezhen hesitated for a moment, but before she could answer, Wei Yunyan tugged at her friend's sleeve and quickly interjected. Oh, no need, comrade. We don't have any extra silver coins. If our family sends us more money later, we'll find you then. Yes, we really don't have any extra coins. Even if we wanted to exchange them, we couldn't, Luo Shuezhen added hastily, agreeing with Wei Yunyan. It was obvious they were trying to conceal the fact that they might have more. They were probably afraid revealing their wealth would tempt me into doing something unscrupulous. I wasn't offended. I simply picked up my pack and prepared to leave. After all, where there's a first time, there will always be a second. Once they got used to my products, they'd definitely come back for more. Emptying their wallets was only a matter of time. I had only just turned to leave when Wei Yunyan called out. Wait a minute, comrade. Earlier, Shuezhen only mentioned a general idea of where we lived, yet you managed to find us accurately at night. I bet you're not really from this village. People from the nearby village, are they? This woman was far sharper than Luo Shuezhen. It was just from this point alone that she guessed I was familiar with the terrain around here. I didn't answer and instead turned to look her directly in the eyes. In a calm tone, I said, Miss, does it really matter who I am or where I'm from? As long as my goods are genuine and I haven't deceived you, isn't that what counts? Do you really need to know who I am, right? If this is only a one-time deal, you're right. It's better for the both of us. Wei Yunyan nodded and paused for a moment before adding. But what if we want to buy from you again in the future? How would we even find you then? This was indeed a concern. Originally, I hadn't wanted to reveal my identity, but now it seemed that if I wanted to do long-term business, I had no other choice but to disclose who I was. Wei Yunyan noticed my hesitation and continued, Comrade, I know people in your line of work don't like others prying into their details. But we've already bought so many goods from you. We're already in the same boat. Reporting you would be the same as reporting ourselves, wouldn't it? Why would we do that? If you tell us who you are, we can directly contact you whenever we need something in the future. It'll be convenient for all of us, won't it? That makes sense. I nodded as I removed the mask from my face. Miss, you're right. I'm Wang Xiaolin, and I live right here in the village. You know where my house is, don't you? Of course we know. Luo Shuezhen immediately nodded with a bright smile. We've been hearing all about you these past days. Brother Wong, I never knew you had such incredible skills. That woman, Chin something, must have been blind, giving up such a great man like you to be with some no-good pretty boy like Su Xiaohua. She's not just cruel, she's stupid too. Wei Yunyan clearly hadn't expected Luo Xuezhen to blurt that out so bluntly and quickly pulled her sleeve, though Luo Xuezhen completely failed to catch the hint. I chuckled, I think so too. But it doesn't matter anymore. In fact, I'm actually quite glad she didn't pick me. Brother Wong, you have such a good attitude. You'll definitely find an even better young lady in the future. Luo Xuezhen consoled me warmly. I smiled without responding and gave a small nod instead. Since you know where my house is, just come directly to me if you need anything in the future. But make sure to keep things quiet, no broadcasting it around. Only come discreetly. To be honest, I wasn't too worried about them spreading the word. As long as I wasn't caught red-handed, even if someone reported me, I'd have nothing to fear. Everything was stored in my supermarket space. Even if they searched my house, they wouldn't find a thing, and instead, it would look like a case of malicious reporting. Don't worry, we absolutely won't say a word. We'd only be hurting ourselves by doing that, Luo Xuezhen assured me sincerely. All right, then I should head out now. A man staying in your house late at night might not look good if someone were to see. With that, I pushed the door open, observed briefly outside, and then slipped into the cover of darkness. As I walked the familiar path back home, I couldn't help but feel jubilant. Tonight, they had spent more than 30 yuan, a huge sum equivalent to a month's wages for an average worker. But in exchange, they had gotten themselves a bunch of great stuff which they surely saw as a bargain. I was equally pleased with what I had gained. Without realizing it, I found myself standing outside the Su family's house. Thinking about how I was almost robbed by the Su brothers earlier that night, I stopped in my tracks and began approaching their place slowly. Since you wanted to rob me, don't blame me for returning the favor by robbing you instead. The Su household was completely dark, with not a single light visible. I switched off the headlamp on my head. The main house was where the entire family slept, and the door was locked from the inside. Breaking in there wasn't practical. But the kitchen next to it, that was a much easier target. The Su family's kitchen was incredibly simple. A stove, a few pots, a large water jar in the corner, a rickety cabinet holding some bowls, and then bundles of firewood on the side. Saying it was primitive would be an understatement. Honestly, none of these things were useful to me. So much as storing them in the supermarket space would only take up unnecessary room. But to get back at them, even trashy items like these, I would take. Collect it all. With a simple wave of my hand, the pots, water jar, and cabinet vanished into the supermarket space in an instant. After some thought, I added the firewood to the collection too. But I still didn't feel satisfied. My eyes landed on the bare stove. This thing would be no use to me, but for the Su family, it's essential. If only I could take the stove too. Should I give it a go? Maybe it'll work. I placed my hand on the stove and silently chanted my usual command in my mind. Whoosh. To my surprise, the stove disappeared beneath my hand just like that. Damn, I didn't think I could even take the stove. Wonder what expressions the Su family will have tomorrow morning when they find their kitchen completely empty. By the time I was done, the previously sparse kitchen had become so bare that even a mouse wouldn't find anywhere to hide. Since I could even take the stove, the kitchen door must be collectible too, right? So on my way out, I casually added the wooden door to my loot. Still, I wasn't entirely heartless. I didn't take the entire kitchen structure, leaving behind its outer framework. When I got back home and entered my room, I immediately jumped into the supermarket space to inspect my haul. Looking at the junk I had just collected from the Su family's kitchen, I shook my head. Gotta find some time to throw this trash out. It takes up space and isn't particularly pleasant to look at. As for these iron pots, let's see if they can be sold as scrap metal in the system. I carried the 3 iron pots to the red sales area, and in an instant, they disappeared, and the cash register showed an addition of a little over 10 yuan. Scrap metal does sell. Looks like these big pots are pretty worthless. 3 of them only fetch 10-odd yuan. Then, I turned my attention to the large water jar, the most common kind you'd find in rural households. Definitely not an antique, but since much effort went into crafting them, they might fetch a decent price as decorative pieces. Better to sell than toss it away. I'll take it as compensation for the trouble caused by the Su brothers. To my surprise, the large jar sold for several hundred yuan. Not bad, not bad. Guess robbing really does make money fast. Even the junk pays well. Next up, there were the 11 silver coins I had acquired from Luo Xuezhen. Previously, I'd managed to save up enough silver coins to upgrade the supermarket halfway. If I was lucky, maybe these coins would be enough to cover the rest. Buddha, if you're listening, let me hit the jackpot. Just enough to upgrade the supermarket, please. Carefully, I placed the silver coins one by one into the red sales area. Most of them turned out to be able to keep their temper anymore. Shut up, old man Su roared, his face beat red with anger. What nonsense are you lot spouting? Haunted? Ghosts? It's obvious some damn thief had a vendetta against us. Sue's eldest son, who had been silent this whole time, clenched his fists and shouted, "If I find out who did this, I'll skin them alive." But Mother Sue seemed more interested in playing the drama queen. She grabbed her chest and wailed even louder, tears streaming down her face. Oh heavens, what did we do to deserve this? Our kitchen, our precious kitchen. Everything is gone. How will we cook? How will we eat? I watched the scene unfold with a deliberately composed expression, hiding the amusement bubbling up inside me. If only they knew who had orchestrated this so-called burglary. Of course, no one would ever guess it was me. I had made painstaking efforts to clean up after my visit last night. Not a trace was left behind. Standing off to the side, my sister, Wang Chunyin, tugged at my sleeve and whispered, "Brother, do you reckon the thieves got a grudge against the Su family? I mean, who else would do something this strange?" I flashed her a conspiratorial smile and replied, "Who knows? Maybe it really is some kind of retribution." She giggled, finding the whole situation ridiculously entertaining. "Whatever it is, I'm just glad it's not us." The crowd continued to chatter, their imaginations running wild. Some speculated that the Su family had offended a powerful figure who decided to teach them a lesson. Others insisted it couldn't possibly be a human culprit and that supernatural forces were at work. As for me, I kept my mouth shut and let the rumors fly. After all, the chaos was part of the plan. Eventually, the commotion settled down and people began to disperse. The Su family, left humiliated and helpless, retreated into their home, their wails of despair echoing in the now quiet morning. I didn't stay long after that. My work here was done, and the outcome was just as satisfying as I'd imagined. On the way back, Chunyin couldn't stop chuckling. "Brother, this is the best show I've seen in ages. Who knew such a crazy thing could happen?" Playing along, I nodded with mock seriousness. "Indeed, truly bizarre. But let's not gossip too much about it, or we might end up offending whoever's behind this." Her expression turned solemn at my suggestion, and I had to suppress the urge to laugh out loud. What a gullible little sister I had. When we finally got home, Chunyin dashed off to share today's big news with anyone who would listen. Meanwhile, I headed straight to my space, eager to see what the new upgrades might bring. The morning's spectacle had been fun, but there was still much work to do. The upgraded supermarket needed more stock, and the balance was currently zero. It was time to focus on the next step, and maybe plan the next act of this little drama I was directing behind the scenes. There's no benefit either. He couldn't stop thinking about it. "Dad, do you think our house is really haunted? Even if I slept deeply last night, I don't think a person could have done something like this," Su Pinghua said, looking at Su Qing with a face full of fear. "Yeah, Dad, it's too bizarre. Even if someone really came in the middle of the night to ruin the stove and move stuff around, there's no way the kitchen would be this clean. Could it be that our house really has something unclean?" The second son, Su Anhua, shivered as he spoke, his voice trembling. Second brother, stop spouting nonsense. There are no such things as ghosts. If anything, it's just people pretending to be supernatural." The fourth son, Su Minghua, quickly chimed in. "This is clearly someone trying to get back at our family." "Exactly. That has to be it." Su Xiaohua nodded fiercely, teeth gritted. "It must be Wang Qiulin. This has to be Wang Qiulin's doing." No sooner had he spoken than he lifted his head and saw me walking over. Instantly, like a raging lion, he charged towards me, his face contorted with anger. "Wang Qiulin, was this you? Are you holding a grudge because I took Qin Yulian and now you're stealing from my kitchen to get back at me?" The more he spoke, the more convinced he became that I was behind it, his spit flying and his finger almost poking my face. "Su Xiaohua, are you out of your mind?" I slapped his hand away, looking at him with clear disdain. "It's just those two broken pots and rotten bowls in your kitchen. Who would even want that junk? Why you? You're just exposing yourself. If it wasn't you, then how did you know my kitchen only had some broken pots and bowls? You're admitting it without me even pressing." Su Xiaohua seized on this, his tone even more certain. "What do you mean, admitting? Which kitchen isn't filled with the same junk? Do you think your house is some city dweller's fancy kitchen? Ridiculous." I sneered. "Su Xiaohua, you've done so many shady things. How many enemies you've made, even you might not know. Stop blaming me the moment something happens. Maybe someone found out about some sleazy affair you had with some woman, and now you're getting what you deserve. Who knows? Shut your mouth. I never did anything shady with anyone's wife or mother. You stop spewing baseless accusations." Su Xiaohua immediately roared defensively. "I firmly believe it was you who stole from my kitchen. Lately, you're the only one I've clashed with. Aside from you, I can't think of anyone who would do something so petty and spiteful. If you say it was me, then show evidence. Without evidence, slandering me with your baseless claims, do you believe I won't report you to the commune?" I snorted lightly. "I, Wang Qiulin, I've always done things openly and honorably. If I say I won't stoop to petty schemes like this, then I won't. Besides, you just said yourself that you've only had issues with me recently. That means you've definitely made enemies with others before. Maybe it's one of them, seeing you and me currently having conflicts, and they're taking this chance to retaliate against you. I'm not stupid. If I know I'm at odds with you right now, why would I pick this time to steal your stuff? Wouldn't I instantly become the prime suspect? Why would I do something so idiotic? Hearing my firm, logical response, Su Xiaohua began to waver internally as well. Seeing that he remained silent, I smirked knowingly and asked, "By the way, Su Xiaohua, what exactly went missing at your place? Come on, share it and brighten my day." Wang Qiulin, enough already. What my family lost has nothing to do with you, all right? Why do you have to poke your nose into everything? Su Xiaohua turned back and yelled loudly. "Oh, come on, Su Xiaohua, you're impossible. I'm only showing concern, aren't I?" I said cheerfully. "Come on, tell me. Maybe I can even help out." "Help? You? I'm certain you just came to enjoy the spectacle." Su Xiaohua scoffed coldly. "Master Su, you've got me pegged. I did come to watch the spectacle. So why don't you indulge my curiosity and let me enjoy it properly?" I laughed out loud without holding back, then turned to the gathering crowd and shouted, "Uncles, aunts, I just got here, and I have no idea what's going on. Can someone tell me? Lindsay, come here to Andy. I got here early and know all the details. I'll tell you the whole thing," said a woman around 40, waving me over with a smile. Haha, Lindsay's got a sharp tongue, cutting deep while throwing in comedy points. "What did you lose? Tell me so I can have a good laugh." I need to steal that line. It's perfect for handling annoying people. Absolutely, pretending to show sympathy when all they want is to mock you. This crowd gathered not to genuinely care about how the Su family would manage without their kitchen, but rather to enjoy the drama of it all. Hearing my exchange with Su Xiaohua sent them all into fits of laughter. I walked over to the auntie, and she immediately began recounting what she had seen in vivid detail. Even those who hadn't witnessed it firsthand drew closer, ears perked. "Auntie," I asked, "are you sure you're not exaggerating? I mean, stolen pots and bowls, sure, but even the water tank, cupboards, firewood, and even the stove? Isn't that just over the top? Even if someone wanted to steal all that, it wouldn't be so easy, would it? Just smashing the stove would have made a huge racket. Not to mention, hauling it out on carts might take 5 or more trips back and forth. Not to mention, the Su family lives in the village center. Even if everyone was sound asleep, someone would have noticed all those trips in the middle of the night while getting up to use the toilet." That comment hit home. Emptying out an entire kitchen, stove included, would have taken considerable effort. Hauling so much would be no small task. But how could it have been done? If it had been by car, the village didn't possess any. And even if they did, the noise would have woken everyone up. The next best option would be carts. But making that many trips on carts would have left debris, scraps of firewood, little rocks, or dirt, all over the ground. But as everyone peered around, there wasn't a single trace left behind. The kitchen didn't look like it had been emptied out. It looked like everything had vanished into thin air. Wow, now you say it, this really does sound fishy. Could it really be that the Su family has run into something unclean? Listening to all these amateur detectives doing their theorizing, I added fuel to the fire. I can't claim to know if there's something unclean at the Su house, but listening to your analysis, I have to say, this situation definitely feels strange. If someone wanted revenge, they'd just smash the stove. Why go through the trouble to take it away entirely? It doesn't make sense. Not to mention, pulling off something like that is bound to get noticed. There's not a single. No good came out of it. Just earlier, Su Xiaohua even suspected me. If I truly wanted to get back at their family, I'd just set their kitchen on fire. It'd be much simpler and more effective. Why would I go through so much trouble and risk exposing myself doing something this futile? I deliberately raised my voice as I said this, ensuring the Su family could hear me. Everyone seemed to think what I said made sense. Though the Su family had no evidence and still harbored doubts about me, my words made them start considering other possibilities. Don't assume that just because rural people sleep early, no one is out at night. That's a huge mistake. These days, hardly any household has a bathroom. For small needs, you can use a chamber pot at home, sure, but for the bigger ones, you have to go to the communal dry toilet outside. So blatantly emptying an entire kitchen in the open, the chance of getting caught is actually quite high. If this were just about revenge, the simplest and most effective way really would be to just set it on fire. At the thought that something unclean might have appeared in the kitchen, the onlookers instinctively backed away, as if staying too close would invite bad luck. "Mom, Dad, what do we do now? If there's something unclean in our kitchen, how can we cook there anymore?" Su Anhua's face turned pale with fear, her eyes fixated on the kitchen door. Her voice shook as she spoke. Even Su Minghua, who moments earlier had confidently insisted it was all man-made, now looked incredibly uneasy. unwilling to claim it was done deliberately anymore. Su Qing fell silent, lost in thought and unsure of what to do next. Suddenly, an elderly man spoke up. There are some things that may sound superstitious, but we still need to show respect. Da Qing, I think you'd better invite a professional to take a look. So far, it's just the kitchen that's been affected, but what if it spreads elsewhere? Even if nothing else happens, your family will still need a kitchen eventually. If you rebuild it, what's to say the same thing won't happen again? Even I hadn't expected this. What had started as a simple attempt to discuss the Su family had ended up yielding this unexpected twist. The situation had gone far beyond what I'd anticipated, but that didn't stop me from stirring the pot further. Uncle Su, this kind of feudal superstition is something we really need to abandon. We're all modern people now. How can you still cling to these backward ways of thinking? Wang Qiulin, stood up on the spot and said loudly, "What you're doing is dragging history backward. You're not just harming yourself, but also harming Su Xiaohua and his whole family. We should believe in science. As long as justice is in our hearts, no evil spirits or monsters can stand in our way." Uncle Su was so infuriated by my words that he clutched his chest, panting. "You young people don't understand anything. When you get to my age, you'll understand that just because you haven't seen something doesn't mean it doesn't exist." Su Xiaohua didn't believe me in the slightest. He glared at me and roared, "Wang Qiulin, stop pretending to be kind-hearted here. The affairs of the Su family are none of your business. I think you're up to no good. The more you oppose this, the more determined we are to do it." As soon as he said this, Su Minghua quickly pulled him aside, grinning as he interrupted, "I think Qiulin has a point. We are young people of the new era. It's natural that we don't believe in such feudal nonsense." "Fourth brother, what do you mean by that? Why are you siding with an outsider?" Su Xiaohua's face filled with discontent. "Third brother, hear me out before you scold me," Su Minghua said as he pulled him aside and lowered his voice. "Think about it. If we really want to do this, we need to do it quietly. And think about your relationship with Wang Qiulin. If you loudly insist here and now and he reports us, what then? Besides, with so many people watching, even just saying this out loud isn't good for our family's reputation." Hearing this, Su Xiaohua broke out in cold sweat, deeply shaken. "It's a good thing you reminded me. I almost fell into that bastard Wang Qiulin's trap. Who knew he'd be so crafty? In truth, he was mistaken about me. I merely wanted to annoy them. I'd never planned to report anything." While feudal superstitions are officially discouraged, rural communities engage in such practices frequently and discreetly. Unless things escalate, reporting would at most lead to some verbal warnings. Instead of wasting my time on something so trivial, I'd rather do what I did last night, clear out another part of their house and scare them half to death. Just then, a loud voice rang out from the crowd behind me. "Old Su, what's going on at your place? Why are so many people gathered here so early in the morning?" A middle-aged man dressed in an army green coat emerged from the crowd, followed by a young woman in a floral cotton jacket and a woman in her 60s. "Oh, our in-laws are here. Please come in." Su Qing immediately put on a welcoming smile as he rushed to greet them. He turned to the gathered villagers, saying, "Thank you all for your concern, but we have guests to entertain now. Please disperse for the time being." The crowd had had enough of the spectacle, and sticking around too long would be impolite to Su Qing. Gradually, they began to leave. The moment I caught sight of that familiar army green coat and heard that familiar voice, recognition struck me. It was none other than Li Dajuan, the man who'd come to buy goods from me last night. The young woman following behind him must be his daughter. I had heard before that Su Xiaohua was engaged to the daughter of Li, the brigade leader of the neighboring village. As it turns out, this Li Dajuan was indeed the brigade leader of the neighboring village. But what I couldn't figure out was this. Wasn't Su Xiaohua about to marry Qin Yulian? Why was Su Qing still addressing Li Dajuan as in-law? Could it be that marrying Qin Yulian was just a front and that the Su and Li families had never actually broken off the engagement? Unable to make sense of it, I decided to leave it alone. It had little to do with me anyway. Truth be told, I was more than happy to see such a situation unfold. After breakfast with my sister, I stopped concerning myself with the Su family's affairs and planned to head to town while I had some free time to survey the market. The town was more than 10 miles from our village, accessible only by walking. So unless necessary, most villagers rarely went there. But just as I'd left the village and was passing through a small grove, someone suddenly called out to me. Turning back, I froze on the spot. It was the young woman I'd seen earlier at the Su household. Wasn't she with Li Dajuan at the Su house just now? Why was she suddenly here? Before I could figure it out, she had already approached me. "You're Wang Qiulin, the one whose fiancée Su Xiaohua stole, aren't you?" Her voice was soft and gentle, but hearing it, in my ears, everything sounded like insults. I frowned, my face darkening. "You must be Li Meixia, Su Xiaohua's ex-fiancée, right? I just heard old Su calling your father an in-law." Don't tell me you're still planning on marrying Su Xiaohua. Taking a closer look, the young woman wasn't any less beautiful than Qin Yulian, perhaps even more stunning. What nonsense are you talking about? Li Meixiao's face was full of indignation. Su Xiaohua is set to marry that Qin Yulian now. How could I possibly marry him again? I stopped you for another reason. Another reason? Suspicion crossed my face. You're not blaming me for ruining your engagement with Su Xiaohua, are you? If that's the case, I suggest you keep quiet. Otherwise, I might not be able to stop myself from hitting a woman. The truth is, I had no idea why she had called out to me. The two of us had never met before. But if she refused to get her head straight and kept believing I was the one who wronged her, I didn't mind being ruthless. Even if it was a shame to ruin such beauty over a misunderstanding. No, you've misunderstood. I know this has nothing to do with you. Li Meixiao waved her hands vehemently. I stopped you because I wanted to ask. Do you want to get revenge? Revenge? I was taken aback. Are you suggesting we team up to get back at Su Xiaohua? I truly didn't expect her to have such an idea. It seemed her mind wasn't muddled at all. She was fully aware. I had already had my revenge on Su Xiaohua, but if there was a chance for more, I wouldn't turn it down. My interest piqued. And how does the lady plan on taking revenge? Well, naturally by using his own methods against him. Li Meixiao's face flushed slightly, her tone faltering. He seduced your fiancée. So, you could seduce his fiancée in return. What now? You want me to seduce that Qin Yulian woman? I waved my hands quickly. No way. I feel sick just looking at her. You want me to approach her? I'd rather give her a beating. No. I didn't mean Qin Yulian. Li Meixiao's cheeks turned bright red as she pointed at herself. I meant me. You're serious? My shock deepened as I stared at her intently. You're not marrying Su Xiaohua anymore, so you're not his fiancée. If I do this, it wouldn't be revenge against him. It'd be revenge against the man you marry in the future. Or, are you saying you'd marry me as a way to get back at Su Xiaohua? If that's the case, I might just consider it. I wish I could. Li Meixiao's tone suddenly dropped. But my family wouldn't agree to it. My father is so old-fashioned, so inflexible. He doesn't understand how to compromise at all. Back in the war, Grandpa Su saved my grandfather's life on the battlefield. That's why I was betrothed to the Su family when I was just a child. Even though things fell apart with Su Xiaohua, there's still Su Minghua, his younger brother. If I don't marry Su Xiaohua, I'll still have to marry Su Minghua. Her words left me dumbfounded. What era are we in now? Still doing arranged marriages. And this, if the older brother doesn't want you, they hand you off to the younger brother? Their family doesn't think anything of you, do they? Exactly, Li Meixiao sighed helplessly. So you understand how frustrated I am, don't you? Then rebel, I said, a note of exasperation in my voice. Now you've got this ready-made excuse. Are you telling me your family would still force you? If rebelling would work, I wouldn't be standing here, she said with another sigh. I understood. Though we lived in a modern society, old beliefs held deeply rooted power in rural areas. Parents' words were law. The mindset of people from this era wasn't the same as it is today. The fact that Li Meixiao even dared to think of resisting made her braver than most. Failure wasn't surprising. With that in mind, I figured I might as well help her. To think, she was Su Xiaohua's ex-fiancée, now set to become Su Minghua's fiancée. The mere identity switch was scandalous enough, not to mention she was a stunning beauty herself. So, you specifically waited here for me? I asked. But how did you know I'd come this way? Honestly, I didn't know you'd come through here, Li Meixiao admitted. Su Minghua said he'd take me for a walk to get familiar with your village. I made an excuse to step away to the restroom and slipped away. Running into you here was pure coincidence. Her face turned red as she spoke, embarrassed to continue. So you came up with such an idea for revenge on the spot, I added with a chuckle, finishing her thought. You don't agree then? She asked with a mix of nervousness and shyness. I agree, I smiled. An opportunity like this, why wouldn't I? I grabbed her hand, an impish grin spreading across my lips. But even if I agree, we can't do it here on this path. It's usually pretty deserted, but we should find somewhere a bit more secluded, don't you think? It was probably her first time being held by a man. Her face turned as red as a ripe apple. Still, she instinctively nodded. Come on, I'll take you to a good spot, I said, leading her toward the nearby grove. There's a school nearby. No one will be there at this hour, so it's perfect. Since the cancellation of the national exams, schooling still technically existed, but no one took it seriously anymore. Kids in rural elementary schools like ours had an opportunistic education system. One Jiqing, educated youth, would teach them occasionally to earn labor credits. On days without farm work, there were no classes. The school building itself was nothing more than an old house left over from years ago, repurposed as a temporary school after a bit of renovation. No one remembered who built it or when. Its exact history was lost. Initially built with a central hall and side rooms, the repairs added entrances on both sides, dividing it into 3 long halls. Though practical for classes, it made the building resemble a clan's ancestral hall from the outside. But conditions were tough, and as long as the kids had a roof over their heads, it was good enough. The place was dead silent now, looking very much like an abandoned, empty house from afar. After passing through the grove and standing in front of the building with her, I said, "What do you think? Isn't this place much better than the grove or a haystack?" Hearing my words, despite being the one who had brought all this up, she suddenly seemed overwhelmed with fear. I could feel the sweat in her palms and noticed her body trembling slightly, so I couldn't resist turning to tease her. "What's the matter? Having second thoughts? There's still time to back out. Once we step through that door, it'll be too late." Who? Who said I'm having second thoughts? I felt a bit nervous. Li Meixia, presumably provoked by me, suddenly became competitive. She strode forward and pushed open the old wooden door on the left. The door creaked loudly, as if it might fall apart with just a bit more force. "If you're going, then I'm going. I think you're the one who's scared and trying to back out," she said as she glanced back at me. It was hard to tell if she was truly determined or just putting on a show. I didn't expect her to try to provoke me at a time like this. Well, she shouldn't blame me if I ended up not being very considerate later. Without hesitation, I stepped into the room, pulling her in with me and closing the door behind us. "You're not really planning to stay here, are you?" she asked nervously, looking around. "What if someone comes?" "Relax," I said with a laugh. "No one comes here usually, and it won't take long. If you're still scared, we can go to the back hall, though it's a bit more eerie back there." "What do you mean? Pretty sturdy," she muttered softly, her cheeks flushed. "Let's go to the back hall. Even if someone comes, it won't matter." The back hall was indeed damp and gloomy, but it felt much safer. "All right, to the back hall it is." I grabbed her hand and led the way, giving her no time to react. Once inside, I pinned her against a pillar and kissed her passionately. Caught off guard, Li Meixia barely had a chance to process what was happening before giving in. A young girl's lips are fragrant and soft, and considering she was once engaged to Su Xiaohua and now engaged to Su Minghua, it only made her more irresistible. I realized that I seemed to share a unique connection with the Su family's women, so why not deepen that connection? The two of us, meeting for the first time, felt more like long-lost lovers reuniting, pouring out all our yearning in one go. Meanwhile, Su Minghua, still waiting at the original spot, hadn't seen any sign of Li Meixia. He thought she might have gotten shy, gone off to use the restroom, and somehow lost her way. Worried, he anxiously searched for her. This girl, whom he had fallen for at first sight, had only recently become his fiancée. After much effort to persuade her to visit his home today, he had finally found an excuse to meet her. He hoped to use the opportunity to grow closer to her. Who could have expected that just moments after leaving the village and exchanging only a few words, she'd disappear under the pretense of needing the restroom? If he lost her now, he'd be devastated. What he didn't know was that all this was merely his imagination. Li Meixia's excuse to use the restroom was a deliberate plan to avoid him. Nor could he have anticipated that the chance he painstakingly created for himself had actually become someone else's opportunity. If he knew the truth, he'd likely regret it deeply. Su Minghua wandered through several small groves, calling out her name as he headed in the direction of her family's house. This route led farther and farther away from the school. "Her house is in this direction," he muttered to himself. "So if she got lost, this is where she'd go." His figure soon vanished among the trees. After a long while, he emerged, looking dejected. How could she not be here? Did she get mad and go home? That's not possible. I must have missed her. I'll keep looking. If I can't find her, I'll go back home. Maybe she returned there instead. Some time later, his figure finally appeared at the temporary school gates. Though he still hadn't found her, he called out her name loudly, shouting towards the building. Little did he know that at this very moment, Li Meixia was lying shyly in my arms, murmuring softly, "You're such a scoundrel. You said it'd be quick. Is this what you call quick? Don't blame me. I have no experience. How was I supposed to know about pace?" I replied, pretending to be wronged. I don't believe you," she said, feigning annoyance. Although she herself was inexperienced, she found it even harder to believe I, too, was new to all of this yet seemingly knew so much. As we spoke, Su Minghua's voice echoed again from outside. I chuckled awkwardly and teasingly lifted her chin. "Are you worried your fiancé will find out and barge in here?" "How did he find this place?" she asked, startled. But quickly, she steadied herself, even flashing a seductive smile as she nuzzled her face against my hand. "I'm not worried at all. Even if he finds out, I'm not afraid." "Is that so? Then I'd better double-check." I leaned down to kiss her again. She pretended to be nonchalant, but I could clearly sense her tension. It was even more pronounced than the first time. Su Minghua's voice continued to ring out outside, but to us, it was as if it had been automatically muted. Completely absorbed in our own little world, we lost track of time. Eventually, the shouting faded away, not that it mattered anymore. The world grew still once more. Li Meishan nestled in my arms, her curiosity bubbling up. Can I ask you something? With you being such a scoundrel, how did Su Xiaohua manage to steal your fiancé? Do you think it's possible that I wasn't always like this? Maybe meeting you is what turned me into a scoundrel, I joked, flipping her sweat-soaked bangs playfully. I'm not a bad woman, she shot back coyly. You're the real scoundrel. And with how crafty you are, I don't believe you didn't try anything with Qin Yulian. Do you really think that if I'd done something to her, Su Xiaohua would have been able to take her away? I replied, leaning closer to her. I don't know, she murmured, her face turning even redder as she stammered. Maybe she left because she couldn't stand you? And what about you? I pressed with a grin. How could you ask such an embarrassing question? She exclaimed, burying her face in my chest as if desperate to escape. Though she didn't answer directly, her actions said it all. When we finally emerged from the room, Su Minghua was long gone. Supporting Li Meixia, I walked her back to where we'd first met. I watched her glance back every few steps before vanishing in the direction of her home. Smiling, I continued on my way toward town. Man, it's like I've become the villain in some story, always stealing the protagonist's opportunities, I muttered with a sigh while walking. That said, I have to admit, the Su brothers are pretty lucky. All their brides are beautiful and youthful. It's a shame they're wasted on them. Typical, right? Taking advantage and still complaining. For the Su brothers, encountering me was just their rotten luck. One by one, their lovely brides, radiant as flowers, were snatched away from them, all except for Su Anhua's wife, of course. The walk to town spanned nearly 20 li. It took me a good hour and more to finally arrive. Transportation these days is truly inconvenient. Life in the countryside makes traveling to the city so difficult. Back in my time, taking a walk in the streets is a pastime for those with nothing better to do. Wang Qiulin sighed inwardly as he gazed at the modest, unassuming town before him. Looks like I need to get myself a bicycle first, he thought to himself. Otherwise, forget about going to the county seat. Even walking to town daily isn't going to cut it. However, buying a bicycle wasn't easy by any means. A bicycle cost over 100 yuan, which was one hurdle, but more importantly, you needed a special bicycle ticket to purchase one. Luckily, their town had a coal mine, employing several hundred workers. The liveliness and standard of living in the area far surpassed the surrounding towns due to this advantage. With such a natural edge, making more money seemed slightly more plausible. The black market that Wang Daju mentioned was located near the edge of town, close to the residential area for the coal miners' families. Unlike formal markets, black markets usually chose locations that were inconspicuous and secluded where few people ventured and no one managed. If no such spots existed, they'd at least pick somewhere that didn't stand out. The miners' housing complex was already situated on the town's outskirts, bordering uninhabited areas that were rarely visited. The proximity to the miners' housing also meant a higher demand for goods. Choosing such an isolated but nearby location was indeed a smart move. Although it was called a housing complex, there was no physical courtyard. The coal mine had simply pooled resources to develop housing in a previously uninhabited area. The homes were then allocated to the workers and their families. Since the residents were all coal miners or their families, people began referring to it as the family compound. From afar, it looked like rows of 4 to 5-story brick buildings, divided into flats of 30 to 50 square meters each. By the standards of the time, such living conditions were quite impressive. Having housing and stable employment with an iron rice bowl, a guaranteed job, was the envy of countless others. Oh, how long has it been since we've had meat to eat? If this goes on, it might not matter for us, but my husband does heavy physical labor every day. If he doesn't eat something nutritious soon, I'm really worried he won't be able to keep it up, one woman lamented. Exactly. But what can we do? The rations are getting smaller and smaller. Forget about meat. There's barely enough grain to get by. I heard the harvests across the country weren't great this year, so the grain rationing was reduced. Looks like it's going to be tough to get through the new year this time around. Tough or not, I think we still need to figure out a way to get some meat. If someone collapses from exhaustion, then it's really not worth it. Sujia, your man is so strong. If even he can collapse, then my husband, who's as thin as a bamboo stick, would need to eat meat every day just to keep up, another woman teased. Oh, give me a break, Zhangjia. Even if your family ate meat daily, it'd probably all end up in your stomach. Your husband would be lucky just to catch a whiff of it. Don't say that. My husband just doesn't gain weight easily. I've never been stingy with giving him food. Sure. Your husband eats fish and meat all day but doesn't gain weight, while you drink plain water and still plump up. Exactly. All right, enough. I agree with Sujia. It's been ages since the company issued any meat ration tickets. We really do need to figure out how to get some meat for our families. Or how will our men have the strength to work? What if we try the black market at night? Prices might be steep, but as long as it's not outrageous, I could accept that. Huh, easier said than done. These days, meat on the black market gets snatched up the moment it appears. Don't think you can just pay extra and get some. You'd still need luck. I've gone there multiple times and haven't managed to buy any meat even once. The group of women sat chatting at the door, moving from household gossip to food. When the topic shifted to meat, their expressions revealed both intense longing and a sense of helplessness. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was overheard by Wang Qiulin as he passed by. Isn't this an opportunity to make money? Wang Qiulin thought to himself, his mind spinning with ideas. Remembering that his supermarket space stocked meat, he immediately stopped in his tracks, then turned into a nearby alley. He quickly put on a face mask, pulled out a bamboo basket from his portable supermarket space, and slung it over his back. Into the basket, he placed 10 pounds of pork, a knife, and an electronic scale before walking slowly toward the chatting women. "Aunties, do you want to buy some meat?" he asked in a low voice as he approached them. "Comrade, do you really have meat to sell?" One slightly plump woman looked at Wang Qiulin with suspicion. "You're not just pulling a prank on us, are you?" Chapter 57. Comrade, your pork is so fresh and juicy. "Auntie, do I look like someone who would joke around with you?" Wang Qiulin replied with a rhetorical question. Then, in a calm voice, he said, "I have about 10 pounds of meat here. Do you want it or not? If you don't, I won't bother you any further." With that, he struck a nonchalant demeanor as though he wasn't pressuring them at all and pretended to turn away. "Wait a moment, comrade. We want it. Just tell us how you're selling it," called out another woman quickly, stopping him. "Not expensive, just 1 yuan and 50 cents per pound," Wang Qiulin replied, holding up a finger and a half as he spoke. "What? 150 per pound? And you call that cheap? That's double the price at the supply store," one woman exclaimed in shock, staring at him. "Auntie, the 7 or 8 mao per pound meat at the supply store requires ration tickets, doesn't it? But my meat here doesn't. How can you compare the two?" Wang Qiulin countered. Though he didn't know the exact black market price, he was confident that his price wasn't excessive. Just as the woman was about to retort, another interrupted. Busy gently tugged at her sleeve, smiled, and said, "Comrade, although the price on the black market is indeed roughly the same, we don't have to take any risks this way. Can't you give me a bit of a discount?" "Auntie, that's really not possible. I spent a significant amount of money getting this meat. If I lower the price any further, I'll be taking a loss," Wang Qiulin said, shaking his head slightly. He hesitated for a moment, then added, "However, if you want to trade with silver dollars or old items, I could consider giving you a discount. 1 silver dollar, and I can give you 2 pounds of pork. If it's old items, it would depend on their value." "Comrade, is what you're saying true? 1 silver dollar for 2 pounds of pork?" Several women in the group immediately lit up at his words. Calculating at 2.5 yuan per silver dollar, trading it for 2 pounds of pork came out to just 1.25 yuan per pound, significantly cheaper. "Since I said so, of course it's true," Wang Qiulin replied, patting the bamboo basket on his back. "The meat's right here with me. If you genuinely want it, we can trade right away." "Yes, of course we want it," said a woman named Sister Zhang quickly. "Comrade, let's hurry inside. We can't let anyone see this." Without hesitation, she led Wang Qiulin toward a nearby house. Apart from fearing that someone might report them for private trading, the women were also worried that if too many people saw this, the dozen or so pounds of meat might not be enough to go around. Once inside, the other women surged in after them. "Comrade, quick, hurry and take out your pork so we can see if it's fresh. If it's fresh, I'll take 2 pounds. "Exactly, young comrade. If the pork isn't too fresh, you'll have to lower the price even more." "Ladies, rest assured," Wang Qiulin said, grinning. "The pig was slaughtered just this morning. The meat is guaranteed to be fresh." Yesterday, Wang Qiulin had worried that the fresh goods from the supermarket might no longer be fresh after a while. However, today when he returned, he noticed that the meat looked exactly the same as the day before. Whether it was due to some innate preservation quality of the supermarket products or because everything stored in the supermarket space was immune to spoilage, he couldn't be sure. For now, though, this observation wasn't his main concern. He could figure it out later. He set the bamboo basket he had been carrying onto the floor and said, "Auntie, could you find something for me to use as a base?" Of course, of course." Sister Zhang nodded rapidly and soon returned with a chopping board. "Thank you," Wang Qiulin replied. He took out a sizable chunk of meat from the basket and placed it on the board. "Take a look at this meat. Are you satisfied?" Hearing this, the women eagerly crowded around, poking and sniffing at the meat carefully. "This meat is really great. It's not only fresh, but quite fatty, too," one woman remarked. "Comrade, wait a moment. I'll go home and get some money right away. Just make sure to save me 2 pounds. "That's right. We're heading home for money now." The women hurriedly made their way to their respective homes to get money, fearing that if they delayed, someone else might snatch up all the pork. Not a problem, Wang Qiulin nodded. Turning to Sister Zhang, he said, Auntie, you wanted 2 pounds, right? I'll cut it for you first. Just as he was about to pick up the knife, Sister Zhang stopped him with a hopeful expression. Comrade, wait a moment. Could you cut from the part with more fat? Wang Qiulin recalled that in this era, fatty pork was more valuable than lean pork. If priced the same, people naturally preferred fattier pieces. Nodding, he adjusted his angle and carefully sliced into the meat. However, he wasn't a professional butcher, and with one hearty chop, he ended up cutting off an extra pound of pork. My apologies, my knife slipped a little, and I cut too much. This piece is 3 pounds and 2 ounces. Let me cut it again, he said, embarrassed. Comrade, wait a moment. Sister Zhang pointed at the digital scale on the ground. Her curiosity piqued. Is that a scale too? It looks completely different from the ones we're used to. Yes, it is. It's an electronic scale, an imported one, explained Wang Qiulin. He figured he needed to provide an explanation. Pointing at the scale, he placed the chunk of pork back on it and said, You simply place the item you want to weigh on top, and the weight will be displayed here. It's very convenient. This electronic scale is set to kilograms. You see here it reads 1.6 kilograms. That means this piece of pork is 3 pounds and 2 ounces. Auntie, if you don't trust my electronic scale, you're welcome to weigh it again with your own scale. I guarantee it matches perfectly. Scales were commonly found in households during this time. Even if someone didn't own one, borrowing a scale from a neighbor wasn't difficult. Seasoned homemakers were often skilled enough to tell if someone shortchanged them just by handling the goods. Clearly, this piece of pork was bigger than 2 pounds. It seemed excessive, so she went back to retrieve her own scale. Comrade, it's not that I don't trust you, but it's better to be sure. I still want to weigh it myself, she said politely, carrying a handheld balance scale back with her. She placed the pork into the tray and adjusted the weight to 3 pounds and 2 ounces before lifting the scale. If the weight held steady and didn't tip over, it confirmed the accuracy. Comrade, your electronic scale is incredible. The pork weighs exactly 3 pounds and 2 ounces, not an ounce more or less. When Sister Zhang saw the balance scale hold steady at the correct weight, amazement flooded her face. Does that mean a large silver dollar can buy that much meat? If so, wouldn't the silver dollars we've saved at home come in very handy? Upon hearing this, Wang Qiulin smiled and explained, Auntie, this silver dollar is genuine, hard currency. It's worth a lot. However, our current meat prices are already quite fair. The main goal is to help everyone solve their practical problems. As for the silver dollars you've saved at home, it's best not to spend them lightly. They might come in very handy someday. Sister Zhang picked up on the thread and said, The young comrade is right, but we ordinary folks don't understand such deep principles. It's more practical to eat while we have food. Who has the time to worry about whether it'll be worth anything in the future? Everyone nodded in agreement. Afterward, everyone paid their bills one by one and left happily, each carrying their share of meat. The room suddenly fell silent. Wang Qiulin tidied up the electronic scale, which had been used to its fullest, a satisfied smile lighting up his eyes. He looked up at the view outside. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the town's streets in a warm, hazy light. Days like this are actually quite interesting, he muttered to himself. Then, picking up his tool bag, he set off in another direction to continue his busy journey. Is it worth 3 yuan? I'm giving you 2 silver dollars. You should give me 1 yuan and 20 cents in change, right? Sister Zhang smiled warmly as she pulled out 2 silver coins. That's correct. I accepted the silver dollars and fished out 1 yuan and 20 cents from my pocket to hand to her. The other women, seeing that silver dollars were truly valued at 3 yuan with me, quickly began to produce their own. Some handed over 1 silver dollar along with a few paper bills, while others gave 2 silver dollars and asked for change. In their eyes, the bank only valued silver dollars at 2.5 yuan, but I offered 3 yuan, an obvious bargain. Only a fool wouldn't take advantage of it. Anyone with silver dollars at home wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. The truth was, I was the one benefiting. Thanks to having an underground resource, I could afford to make this deal. And, in a way, I was giving them a little welfare. It was a win-win situation. After collecting the money, I efficiently packed up my things, gave a brief goodbye, and strode out of the miner's residential compound without looking back. Many of the residents here were potential long-term customers, but I didn't say much about it. Conducting business like this was still considered a form of speculation and profiteering. Since it couldn't be done openly, talking about it wouldn't help and might even invite trouble for myself. I had left the house after breakfast, but ran into Li Meixiao on the way, which delayed me by 2 hours. By the time I reached the town, it was almost noon, and my stomach was growling with hunger. Looking up at the sky, I muttered, It's about time to eat. I heard there's a communal restaurant in town that's similar to a state-run one. I'll go there for lunch. Our town was called Town. Because of the coal mine, it was more prosperous compared to other towns and even had a communal restaurant. These communal restaurants were much like the state-run ones. In some places, paying for meals required not only cash but also ration tickets for supplementary food, and ordering staples needed grain coupons. Thankfully, our town's restaurant didn't require supplementary food tickets. However, what dishes were available wasn't up to personal choice. There were only a few meat options: braised pork, shredded pork in garlic sauce, or braised ribs, all dependent on what the restaurant had prepared that day. Just as I sat down, a female server walked over with a haughty look, speaking in a stiff tone as if looking down her nose. Today we have braised pork, 2 yuan per portion. Rice is 10 cents per portion and requires 1 grain coupon. I didn't take her attitude to heart. It was normal in those days. Service workers in restaurants and supply cooperatives held iron rice bowl jobs, which made them feel superior and act arrogantly. I'll have 1 portion of braised pork, 1 portion of green vegetables, and 1 portion of rice, I said, placing 3 1 yuan bills on the table and then patting the other pocket absent-mindedly. Never mind, I forgot to bring grain coupons today. Skip the rice. Actually, I still had a few grain coupons on me. I just thought it wasn't worth spending both money and tickets on a bowl of rice, so I casually made up an excuse. No green vegetables. Braised pork, 2 yuan. The waitress took the 2 yuan, coldly throwing down the words as she turned and walked away. This was just the norm under the planned economy. It wasn't about what you wanted to eat. It was about what the restaurant had available for you to eat. I had often heard that the braised pork at state-run and communal restaurants was legendary, said to be the first choice for dining out. Naturally, I wanted to try it for myself and see how good it really was. When the braised pork was served, I eagerly picked up a piece and popped it into my mouth. But as I bit into it, I realized it wasn't at all what I had imagined. The taste was very average. The meat wasn't stewed to tenderness, and the color wasn't from caramelized sugar but from soy sauce poured on afterward. While it wasn't unpleasant, it was overwhelmingly greasy, a clear sign that the fat hadn't been rendered properly. Of course, this was just my personal taste. I understood that during these times, people hadn't had much fat in their diets. To them, the grease in braised pork was a treat, which was also why fatty meat was more expensive than lean meat. I symbolically ate 2 pieces before putting down my chopsticks. Retrieving a food container from my supermarket space, I prepared to pack up the rest of the braised pork to take home. A middle-aged man sitting nearby noticed that I had only eaten 2 pieces before stopping. Turning toward me with curiosity, he asked, "Comrade, is today's braised pork not good? You hardly touched it." Though he spoke softly, the restaurant was small, and his question caught the attention of others. Several heads turned to look our way curiously, including the haughty female server, who glared at me with apparent displeasure. To me, the braised pork was indeed mediocre, but I couldn't just say that outright in the restaurant. Smiling, I explained, "Comrade, you misunderstand. Braised pork is such a luxury. Of course, I want to take it home to share with my family. I just wanted a taste. How could I be selfish and eat it all myself? Young man, I didn't expect you to be so family-oriented. If it were my brat at home, he'd definitely gobble it all up without leaving a drop for us." The middle-aged man joked, shaking his head in self-deprecation. "That's right." An elderly man sitting nearby chimed in with a chuckle. "Not just young folks. Us old guys can't even resist sneaking in an extra bite or 2 of braised pork when eating out." I just smiled without saying much. The truth was, with access to fresh food supplies from my supermarket, it was incredibly easy for me to let my family enjoy meat whenever I wanted. I didn't really need to pack it up from the restaurant. I only bothered with it because the dish was nothing special and couldn't compare to what I could cook myself. As I walked out of the restaurant, I overheard a few people discussing me. They were marveling at how rare it was for a young person to resist the temptation of braised pork and even think about sharing it with their family. Passing by the supply cooperative, I noticed bicycles for sale inside. But at the moment, I didn't have a ticket to purchase one, nor enough money, so I didn't even bother going inside. Instead, I turned and headed back toward the miner's residential compound. I planned to scout the black market first. No use wandering and clueless later at night. Reaching the so-called black market, I discovered it was nothing more than a desolate, empty field, surrounded by open space with only a few sparse trees in the distance. The openness was both an advantage and a disadvantage. You could see people approaching from far away, but escaping would be hard if someone surrounded you. If I hadn't noticed traces of frequent activity on the ground, I would have doubted whether this was a black market at all. The terrain wasn't complicated. I took a quick walk around and was about to leave when a man suddenly appeared in front of me, calling out to stop me. He looked to be in his 30s, dressed in a neatly pressed blue work uniform that made him look like some lower-level leader. Smiling courteously, he approached and said, "Comrade, I've finally found you. I heard you can get hold of pork. Is that true?" Judging by his tone, he seemed to be a buyer. But I didn't answer his question immediately. Instead, I narrowed my eyes and asked cautiously, "And who exactly told you that?" "I'm just an ordinary citizen. How could I possibly have such a resource? You must have mistaken me for someone else." Without knowing his intentions, I had to deny everything. "My apologies, comrade. We didn't explain ourselves clearly," the man quickly said, plastering on an apologetic smile. "I'm Xie Changjun, the person in charge of the cafeteria at Qinghe Coal Mine." As he spoke, he took out an identification card from his pocket and handed it to me. "Here, this is my ID." I took it and examined it carefully, looked over his shoulder nervously, glancing toward the horizon, muttering to himself, "Wasn't that young comrade supposed to deliver the meat right at 3? Where could they be before that?" Here's the full translation leading up to this scene. Indeed, upon looking, I could confirm he was the person in charge of Qinghe Coal Mine's cafeteria. I nodded slightly as I handed the card back to him, still not uttering a word. Seeing my hesitation, Xie Changjun explained further. "I heard from Aunt Zhang that you have access to meat. She described you, and I searched for quite some time in town before finding you. Now it clicked. It was the stir caused earlier when I sold meat to those aunties." As for how he recognized me immediately, that was no mystery. Most likely, it was the disposable mask I was wearing, something completely unfamiliar in this time period. My appearance might remain indistinguishable, but the mask made me stand out far too much. Still, I stayed silent. Not deterred, Xie pressed on. "Comrade, I understand this might trouble you, but the coal miners haven't eaten any meat in ages. I had no choice. Once Aunt Zhang mentioned you could procure some, I just had to try my luck." "Comrade Xie," I finally replied, "logically speaking, your coal mine receives a monthly allotment of rations, including meat. How is it that you haven't had any in months? I don't know the specifics, but state-owned enterprises generally fare better than the commons, even if not by much. There should be allotments, yes, but this year's harvest has been poor. Less pork is being produced, so the goods distributed are scarce. And when it comes to mines like ours, unfavored and forgotten, we don't get much at all." He sighed deeply. "Comrade, I'm at my wit's end. If I don't get some meat for the workers, I'm genuinely afraid of unrest. If you can provide any, you can name your terms. As long as it's within my ability, I will agree to them." Hearing that, I did feel somewhat moved. After some consideration, I nodded. "Indeed, I do have a way of obtaining meat. But it depends on how much you need, Comrade Xie. The more you want, the harder it will be to procure, and naturally, the price would reflect that. You understand." "As much as possible," Xie responded quickly. "The price can be negotiated. We have hundreds of workers in the mine. No less than 100 pounds would suffice. More would be even better. 100 pounds isn't an issue. Don't even mention 100 pounds. 2 to 3. Before I could finish my sentence, Xie interjected excitedly. "Comrade, if you can provide 2 to 300 pounds, that would be incredible. I'd represent the entire mining team in thanking you." "No, no need," I said hurriedly. Raising my hand to stop Xie in his tracks, I added, "Let's not rush into gratitude just yet. Hear my conditions first, and then decide whether to thank me." Lifting one finger, I began. "First, the price will remain the same as what I sold to Aunt Zhang and the others earlier, 1 yuan and 50 cents per pound. Second, you must throw in an additional bicycle ticket." Pausing momentarily, I added, "By the way, since you learned about me from them, you've likely also heard this. If you pay in silver dollars or gold, there's an extra discount." I mentioned this on purpose, in case he didn't know. Of course, I wasn't insisting that he must pay in gold or silver dollars. It was merely an option, one he could decide for himself. To be honest, while precious metals sold for high prices at the supermarket, any money gained was locked into upgrades or restocking the inventory. Meanwhile, here in the real world, I was as strapped for cash as anyone else. So, I wouldn't turn away paper money either. After a long silence and visible inner struggle, CF finally gritted his teeth and nodded. "All right, I'll agree to all your terms. I'll provide the bicycle ticket, but the pork cannot be less than 300 pounds. I'll go back now to prepare the money and ticket. Can you deliver the meat by tomorrow?" "No need to wait until tomorrow," I said with a grin. "If you can have the payment and ticket ready today, I can deliver the meat by 3 this afternoon. It all depends on how urgent your need is." My suggestion was driven by the desire to get myself a bicycle sooner. If it wasn't urgent for him, I could still deliver the meat the following day. Waiting another day to buy a bicycle wasn't a big deal. I could walk back tonight if necessary. "Yes, absolutely yes," Xie nearly shouted, overcome by excitement at the thought of receiving meat that very afternoon instead of waiting. "Comrade, thank you so much. I'll head back to prepare everything immediately. Please deliver the meat to the back door of our cafeteria. I'll be waiting there in advance." With that, he turned and bolted, running to gather the money and bicycle ticket. Finding a secluded spot, I slipped into my supermarket space. I decided not to sell the silver dollars just yet, concerned that once the money arrived, The supermarket's auto-replenishment function might spend it all before I could purchase the meat. So, I first disabled automatic restocking and only then sold the silver dollars. When the money arrived in my balance, I first set aside 300 pounds of pork, keeping it safely to the side. Then, I re-enabled the automatic restocking feature. The moment I did, the 1,000+ yuan that had just appeared in my balance vanished in an instant. While the previously empty shelves were restocked with various goods, not all of them were filled completely. Good thing I had the foresight to set aside the 300 pounds of meat first, I muttered, feeling lucky. Otherwise, I'd be left without enough funds to buy the meat. With those tasks handled, I found myself with extra time. However, it wasn't sufficient to tackle other significant matters. Exiting the supermarket space, I noticed the trash I had brought in last night from the Su household still hadn't been dealt with. Since the vast wilderness around me made for a suitable dumping ground, now was as good a time as any. Making sure no one was around, I located a small hollow in the dirt before dumping the leftover rubbish from the Su family in one go. All done. Now to check out the coal mine's cafeteria, I said, dusting off my hands and heading out. On my way to carrying out my delivery, muttering to himself, I've prepared both the money and the ticket. Could it be that he didn't manage to get the meat and is too afraid to show up? What should I do now? I've already told the chef there'd be meat tonight and even informed the workers. If there's no meat, how am I supposed to explain this? He paced back and forth at the entrance, his anticipation gradually turning into anxiety. After observing for a while and confirming there wasn't any trickery, I finally stood up, waved, and shouted, "Comrade Xie, over here." Xie Changjuan's face lit up the moment he heard my voice. Spotting me under the big tree, he broke into a run and hurried over. Comrade, what are you doing here? I thought you didn't get the meat and got scared to come," he exclaimed, panting heavily as he stopped in front of me, having run too fast. "Comrade Xie, this is our first business transaction. It's only natural to be cautious. I hope you understand," I said with a smile. "That's why my partner didn't deliver the meat to the entrance, but instead brought it here. Getting a few people to carry it back shouldn't be a problem, right?" In truth, there was no partner, nor did I have any tools to transport the goods. 300 caddies of meat were far too heavy for me to carry, and taking it directly out of my supermarket space in front of him was out of the question. This arrangement was the only feasible option. Absolutely, I understand. Don't worry, I'll have someone here to carry it immediately," Xie Changjun nodded repeatedly. "But before we move it, could I inspect the meat first?" "Of course. I guarantee there's no less than 300 caddies, and it's all freshly butchered meat," I said, gesturing toward the line of pork laid out on the ground. On the ground, I had pre-laid oil paper, arranging the 300 caddies of meat into several pieces. There were no pork heads, no innards, no tails. It didn't look like it all came from one pig, more like choice cuts from two different pigs. "Comrade, all of this is prime meat. There's not a single scrap of innards or even a pig's head," Xie Changjun exclaimed, his mouth wide open in shock. In these times, things like innards, pork bones, and pig heads were hard to sell and usually bundled together with other cuts. Even when rationed out at workplaces, it came with half a carcass including the pig's head. For someone like me to offer only premium cuts, without any of the less valuable parts, was virtually unheard of. When I do business, integrity is key. If I say it's meat, I won't pad it with worthless parts, I said earnestly. "What's the matter, Comrade Xie? Do you want the pig head and innards? If so, I could arrange to send them later, but the price stays the same." No. I just didn't expect you to be so particular about quality." Xie Changjun waved his hands hurriedly. "This is absolutely perfect. It looks so fresh. I'll call people over to carry it right away." He was genuinely afraid I'd deliver the pig head and innards after saying that. At the same price, why would anyone want unpopular scraps when they could get premium meat? Earlier, he'd thought my price was high, but now, seeing that there wasn't an ounce of subpar product among the meat, he no longer felt it was expensive. After all, meat sold off the ration system, and without meat coupons was inherently pricier. The quality alone was worth it, never mind the added value of exceeding the ration or not requiring a coupon. "Comrade, the total is 450 yuan for 300 caddies of meat, plus one bicycle ticket, right?" Xie Changjun said as he pulled out a wad of cash and a bicycle ticket, handing them to me. "Here's the bicycle ticket and 200 yuan. For the remaining amount, would you accept one small goldfish?" Perfect. More than perfect. Internally, I was beaming with excitement, but outwardly, I kept a composed expression, pretending to deliberate before nodding. A single goldfish is a bit of a shortfall, but I did say that payments with gold or silver come with a discount. So I'll accept one small goldfish as covering the remaining 250 yuan. A small goldfish usually weighed over 33 grams. With the gold price at 6 yuan per gram these days, it was only worth about 200 yuan. By exchanging it for 250 yuan, Xie Changjun must have felt like he was getting an incredible bargain. Without hesitation, he fished out the small gold ingot and pressed it into my hand, anxious that I might change my mind. Comrade, the money and goods are settled. I'll bring the people to move the meat right away. He then rushed to the cafeteria entrance and shouted, "Hey, someone come out to move the pork. Everyone gets extra servings tonight." I tucked the small goldfish into my pocket with a smile. From my perspective, I was the one scoring a massive deal here. Before my time travel, gold prices had skyrocketed to over 1,000 yuan per gram. This modest-looking small goldfish, in today's terms, was worth over 30,000 yuan and could buy thousands of caddies of pork. Comrade Xie, the money and goods are settled. I'm heading off now. Let's work together again next time, I said, leaving without further ado and disappearing quickly from his sight. It took a while before Xie Changjun realized what had happened. He shouted at my retreating figure, "Comrade, I don't even know your name. How will I find you next time?" Caught up in his excitement, he had forgotten to ask for my contact details. But by that point, I was long gone, walking briskly directly toward the object of my longing, a bicycle. With the ticket secured and 200 yuan on hand, I wasn't going to wait another moment. Heading straight to the cooperative store, I paid in full without a second thought and walked out with a brand new bicycle. Even the usually aloof clerk at the cooperative store was starry-eyed as she watched me. Young, handsome, and so straightforward. It was like watching the rich kids in luxury car dealerships throwing cash around decades in the future. But I paid no attention to the young woman's gaze. After completing the purchase, I immediately pushed my new bicycle out the door. In this era, owning a bicycle was akin to owning a luxury car decades later. In a time when merely having enough food could land you a wife, having a bicycle meant you could pretty much choose whomever you wanted. The moment I exited the cooperative store, I hopped onto the gleaming new bike and raced home like the wind. In the countryside, there were almost no paved roads at this time. Even so, cycling was much faster than walking. What would have taken me an hour on foot, I managed in just over 30 minutes. Approaching the village, however, I put the bike back into my supermarket space, covering the rest of the way on foot. Riding a bicycle home might have drawn attention, but I preferred to keep a low profile. Before the reform and opening up, sneaking some meat was one thing, but flaunting a flashy lifestyle wasn't wise. Who knew which seemingly minor incident might cause trouble? Anyway, it wouldn't be long. Less than a year until reform and opening up. For now, I decided to keep things understated. Just as I reached the village entrance, an older woman sitting nearby greeted me with a wide smile. "Shilin, where have you been running off to these past few days? Don't tell me you've been upset about that matter." "I stopped worrying about that long ago. I'm just wandering the mountains out of boredom," I replied with a chuckle. "Who knows? I might get lucky and bring back a wild boar one day to treat the whole village." Once home, I took a slab of pork belly out of the supermarket space and waved it at my younger sister, Wang Chunyan. "Chunyan, look what your big brother brought you," I exclaimed. "Is this pork?" she shrieked excitedly, running over. "Brother, where did you get such a big piece of meat?" "Where I got it doesn't matter. The important thing is, it doesn't matter where I got it. What matters is..." "Yeah." Dad furrowed his brow, but he still couldn't resist picking up another piece of meat and stuffing it into his mouth. With his mouth full, he mumbled, "But it really does taste good. Much better than with soy sauce." "Right, Dad? This was my own idea. Today's meal was totally worth it," I said with a smile. All right. Eat up, eat up. The meat's already cooked. There's no point in being picky now." Dad nodded slightly and went back to eating. The whole family kept their heads down, focused on eating. The aroma of braised pork filled the dining table, and even my parents, who were usually so frugal, ate without a care this time. The atmosphere at the table was exceptionally warm and harmonious. Today's meal seemed to wash away the fatigue of the past few days, filling each of us with a warm and comforting feeling. At that moment, looking at the satisfied expressions on my family's faces, I suddenly realized, even though life is tough, as long as the whole family is together and we can share a hot meal, that is the greatest happiness. "What?" My dad's eyes widened as he scolded me. I kept silent, silently picking up a piece of meat and putting it in my mouth. Sugar was indeed a luxury these days. Most families treated any sugar they had as a treasure, saving it for emergencies, like when someone at home was sick. Even saccharin was considered precious, let alone pure sugar. My dad was about to say more when suddenly, a familiar shout came from outside. "Lindsay, I heard you from afar talking about having braised pork tonight, and it turns out to be true. The smell is amazing. I'm really here at the perfect time." It was Wang Yaozu's voice. My brows knitted in annoyance. How could he have the nerve to waltz over and say such a thing? "You all keep eating. I'll go deal with him," I said, standing up and walking outside. "Lindsay, since it just so happens that you're eating braised pork tonight, how about scooping a bowl for me too?" Wang Yaozu spoke with an air of entitlement, as if giving an order. What the hell? Where did this lunatic come from? What horrible luck! I muttered under my breath as I absent-mindedly grabbed the broom by the door. Ignoring him, I started sweeping the dust toward him. Wang Qiulin, can't you see me? Are you blind? Or are you doing this on purpose? He jumped aside, cursing loudly. Huh? Is someone around? Where? I don't see anyone. I continued to sweep the dust toward him and feigned innocence, looking around as if I truly couldn't see him. Are you being deliberate, Wang Qiulin? I'm standing right here, a living, breathing person, he hollered, retreating in frustration. I suddenly turned as if I'd just noticed him, putting on a face of exaggerated surprise. Oh, isn't this Cousin Yaozu? What are you doing here? I just heard a dog barking outside and thought it was a stray. Turns out it was you. I quickly added. Don't get me wrong, though, I wasn't calling you a stray dog. I was just cursing at that stray dog. Eyeing him up and down, I said, by the way, cousin, what's with all the dust? Did you just roll around on the ground? For heaven's sake, you're a grown man, and yet you're rolling around in the dirt like a kid. It's fine if you like to roll, but don't do it at my doorstep. Our Wang family can't afford that level of disgrace. I heaved a dramatic sigh after finishing my remark. Wang Yaozu exploded on the spot. Wang Qiulin, don't push it. The dust on me is all because you swept it on me with your broom. I retorted immediately, impossible. When I was sweeping, I didn't see anyone. Then, as if a light bulb had gone off, I smirked and said, oh, I get it. You saw me sweeping and deliberately rolled on the ground to get yourself covered in dirt just so you could come here and frame me, didn't you? Don't bother denying it. I'm warning you, that kind of thing doesn't work on me. As I spoke, I raised the broom and began nudging it at him, all the while shouting, back off. The broom was filthy. Who knew what disgusting things it had swept up? Just the thought of it poking into his mouth was nauseating. No matter how annoyed Wang Yaozu was, he reluctantly played along, taking steps back as I waved the broom at him. He probably started questioning himself, wondering if he really had come here to ask for trouble. Amidst our back and forth, a girl appeared on the small path nearby. She wore long, thick braids, one of which she clutched in her hand as she skipped over curiously. Yaozu, what are you guys doing? She asked, her wide eyes curious. Is this a new game? Xiaofeng, why are you out here? Wang Yaozu turned to her in surprise. The moment he looked back, his steps stalled, and my broom jabbed right into him, leaving a dirty mark. I wasn't sure if it was because Xiaofeng was present, but instead of getting mad, he laughed awkwardly and explained, it's nothing. I'm just fooling around with my cousin. Though it was clear he wanted to tear me into pieces, he forced a smile and added, Lindsay, enough messing around. Go get me a bowl of braised pork. My fiancée is visiting my house tonight, and this will be a nice dish to serve. He sounded so matter-of-fact, as if there was no way my family would refuse him. I immediately turned sarcastic. Wang Yaozu, don't you think you're going overboard? You knew your fiancée was coming today, yet you didn't prepare anything in advance and came running to my house for food last minute? Aren't you a bit too careless about her? Xiaofeng was truly beautiful, with big eyes and thick, lustrous hair. She looked a bit like the Xiaofeng from that song people always mention. This was a golden opportunity to stir things up. Sure enough, Xiaofeng's expression shifted slightly at my words. Wang Yaozu noticed too and hurried to smooth things over, smiling as he said, Lindsay, let's not sweat the small stuff. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine, right? That made me laugh in disbelief. Oh, since you said what's yours is mine, does that mean what's mine is also mine? He gave a dry laugh, clearly stuck. Not even someone as shameless as him could say, what's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. Forced to swallow his pride, he mumbled, yeah, of course. We're family, no need for boundaries. Oh, I see. So if what's yours is mine, does that mean your fiancée is mine too? I asked with a sly grin. Great, problem solved then. I'll just bring her home and feed her myself. No need for the braised pork to be carried all over the place. It'll be much simpler this way. Wang Yaozu dumbly nodded at first, thinking it made sense. After all, what difference did it make where they ate? Coming to my house might even mean more food. All right, sounds fine. Xiaofeng and I will come with you, he agreed, preparing to head to my house. I raised the broom to block him and sneered. Wang Yaozu, I said your fiancée is my fiancée now. I'm only hosting my fiancée, not you. Since your fiancée is mine now, I'll make sure she's well taken care of tonight and send her back to you tomorrow, safe and sound. The phrase safe and sound hung heavily, dripping with implications. Who would believe she'd come back unscathed? Wang Yaozu's face turned a furious shade of green as he clenched his fists in anger. Wang Qiulin, are you bloody asking for it? How dare you eye my fiancée in front of me? Cousin, what you're saying doesn't make sense. Didn't you just say your fiancée is my fiancée? What I do with my fiancée is none of your business, right? None of my business? You harassing my fiancée and then claiming it's none of my business. His anger had him laughing bitterly. No, no, no. She's my fiancée right now. She'll be yours tomorrow. What's it got to do with you for now? I shook my head dramatically and then reached out to take Xiaofeng by the hand. Your name's Xiaofeng, right? Come along. Let's head back to my house for some braised pork. Still reeling from the absurd twists in our conversation, Xiaofeng didn't resist or pull away. She instinctively nodded, letting me lead her toward my house. Infuriated, Wang Yaozu lunged forward and shoved. Opening my hand, he shouted angrily. Wang Qiulin, are you looking for death? You're holding my girl's hand right in front of me. I'll kill you today. As he spoke, he clenched his fists and charged toward me. I glanced at him coldly, raised my leg, and delivered a fierce kick to his rushing body. The force of my kick sent him staggering several steps back before he fell to the ground on his butt. Without even sparing him another look, I smiled and asked Xiaofeng, do you want to come home with me for some braised pork? Swallowing her saliva, Xiaofeng softly shook her head. She had been caught off guard earlier. No matter how much she wanted to eat meat, she couldn't just go home with a strange man, especially not in front of Wang Yaozu. In these days, a woman's reputation was invaluable. Even if Wang Yaozu wasn't her boyfriend, she couldn't afford to act so recklessly. Wang Yaozu, having been awakened by my kick, climbed off the ground and stood protectively in front of Xiaofeng. With a cold snort, he said, it's just a bowl of braised pork, and you think I care? Even if you begged me, I wouldn't eat it. What happened today, I won't forget it. Don't blame me for being ruthless in the future since you've disregarded our brotherhood. Xiaofeng, let's go. Unable to best me in a fight or an argument, he knew he had no advantage. Leaving behind a threat, he slinked away, pulling Xiaofeng along with him. My good mood was ruined entirely. This hard-earned meal of braised pork was eaten by my family in complete silence, devoid of any playful conversation. The sky gradually darkened. There were deals I had promised a few people last night, and I couldn't break my word. Once the night fell completely, I snuck out of my house wearing a headlamp and headed toward the village entrance. As I neared the entrance, a kerosene lantern suddenly lit up in a nearby alley. A familiar female voice called out to me, Wang Qiulin, is that you? I immediately recognized it. It was Luo Xuezhen, the educated youth I had dealt with the previous night. I wondered inwardly, was it a coincidence that she showed up here at this hour, or had she deliberately waited for me? I walked over and asked, educated youth Luo, what are you doing here so late? Waiting for you, obviously, she replied confidently. I heard your family had braised pork tonight. Do you have a way to get meat? Could you get me some too? I was puzzled. My family having pork. How did the entire village already know about it? It felt like someone deliberately spread the news. Instead of answering directly, I countered. How did you know I'd be passing through here tonight and waited intentionally? And aren't you worried about bad people roaming around, being out alone as a girl this late? I wasn't sure, just took a chance since I guessed you might be heading to the black market tonight with something good. Besides, I wasn't waiting for too long. There aren't any bad people in the village. She spoke straightforwardly. Village or not, it still isn't safe for young girls to be out alone at night, I said, cautioning her before nodding. You guessed right. I do have a way to get meat. But I don't have any on hand now. I can bring it to you tomorrow. The price might be a bit higher. See if you're okay with that. As long as it's reasonable, I trust you. Just name the price. She waved her hand. But could you deliver it before lunch or dinner tomorrow? Sure. As for the price, pork, whether it's shoulder, hind leg, or pork belly, is 1.5 yuan per pound. Let me know what you want and how much, and I'll arrange it for you. If it's all the same price, I'll definitely go for pork belly. I want 2 pounds, she decided instantly. No problem. I'll deliver 2 pounds of pork belly to you before lunch tomorrow. Don't underestimate 2 pounds. Being able to deal in this kind of trade at all in these times was already remarkable. After bidding goodbye to Luo Xuezhen, I continued on to the pine forest. Li Dajuan, still clad in his army green coat, had arrived at the pine forest just after nightfall. He had been pacing around, failing to spot me, and was growing anxious. Why isn't he here yet? Did he lie to me last night, and he actually can't get the goods? Then he shook his head. No, he has no reason to lie. It wouldn't benefit him. I probably just came too early. That must be it. You're absolutely right, a rough voice said from behind. A burly man walked over, patting Li Dajuan's shoulder with a big hand. You're here waiting for that young comrade from last night too, aren't you? Me too. Let's wait together. Before the burly man finished speaking, I arrived. This time, I had turned off my headlamp and was wearing a mask, carrying a bamboo basket on my back as I slowly entered the pine forest. Young comrade, you're finally here. Did you bring the goods we asked for? Both Li Dajuan and the burly man immediately surrounded me. I nodded, set down the bamboo basket, and pulled out 2 packages wrapped in red cloth, handing them over. Here's what you wanted. Payment upon delivery. Without a word, the burly man retrieved a 4 to 5 kilo rabbit from his bag, handed it to me, took the package, and disappeared into the night without looking back. Lee Dajuan promptly took out his money, saying, "This is for the 20 towels. Count it." I counted the money, put it in my pocket, and asked with a smile, "Anything else you need, brother?" Frankly, I owed him a bit of gratitude. If not for his insistence on marrying off Lee Meisha to the Su family, the incident earlier today wouldn't have happened. Of course, just because he was Lee Meisha's father didn't mean I'd give him any discounts. I even considered taking the opportunity to earn more off him. "What else do you have that's good?" He hesitated slightly. "Such as the thermos bottles and basins you saw yesterday. Today, I brought mirrors, combs, snow cream, and brown sugar, things girls like the most." Lee Dajuan had initially planned to buy a thermos and a basin tonight, and had intentionally brought extra money. Hearing my list, he wanted everything but worried he might not have enough. Cautiously, he asked, "How much for all of it?" "Not much, just 18 yuan, barely even 20, I said casually. "This price is impossible to find elsewhere." "All right, I'll take one of each," he gritted his teeth, pulling out a wad of cash and meticulously counting out 18 yuan for me. As we completed the transaction, more people started gathering around. Many of them had never seen such goods before, and they were especially in demand in this rural black market. It wasn't long before everything I brought was sold out. That night, I earned over 100 yuan and even scored a fat rabbit for free, a pretty substantial haul. But as I packed up to head home, I realized that someone seemed to be following me again. Black markets were the most chaotic places these days. It seemed I was being eyed as a fat target. I muttered to myself, "Who's tailing me this time? Could it be the Su brothers yet again?" This time, I noticed the tail earlier than I had last night. The faint noises behind me kept a steady distance. As I neared the edge of the forest, I suddenly quickened my pace and darted into a path on the left. Damn it, discovered again. Quick, don't let. Would never dare to disrespect you too, but isn't this frustrating for you? Wasting your precious time on false accusations. Huh, you're quite the talker. The older red armband interjected, giving me a suspicious glance. But whether it's a false accusation or not, it's up to the investigation to decide. Let's go. Of course, I'll cooperate completely. I replied with a smile, maintaining my calm demeanor as I followed them out of the house. As we walked away, I could feel a pair of eyes burning holes into my back. I didn't turn around, but I could tell. I recognized that shadowy figure from earlier. It had to be him. Interesting, I thought to myself, a sly smile creeping across my face. Since you've drawn first blood, don't blame me for what comes next. I'll show you what happens when you try to play dirty with me. This battle is far from over. With my secret powers, revenge is within my grasp. I even suspect that this person not only harbors a grudge against me, but may also harbor a grudge against one of you. I assumed that report was anonymous, right? I knew in my heart, if it really was Wang Yaozu, he wouldn't dare file the complaint openly without any evidence in hand. Seeing their expressions change, I realized I had guessed correctly, so I pushed further. Think about it, both of you. If I were really guilty of profiteering, there's a reward for reporting. Why would he remain anonymous? Doesn't that show this whole thing is groundless? The younger red armband, known for his short temper, after hearing my analysis, seemed to realize he had been used as someone's pawn. With a face full of anger, he cursed, "Damn it! How dare someone use me like this? Let me find out who, and they'll regret it." "Comrade Wang, you're right," the other finally said with a calming tone. "The report was indeed anonymous. It claimed you privately went to the black market to buy meat, disrupting the planned economy on purpose." "Ah, so that's what it was about," I replied with a sudden look of realization. "That's just vicious. My family only ate a few pieces of meat yesterday, and in their story, it's turned into profiteering." "What? Your family really had meat?" The younger red armband looked shocked, not expecting me to admit it so directly. "Comrade, eating meat isn't a crime, is it?" I showed a look of grievance mixed with confusion. Are ordinary people not even allowed to eat meat anymore? I've never heard that eating meat counts as profiteering. My family went so long without any meat, and yesterday, when I went to the town, I happened to see the canteen at the commune selling braised pork, so I packed up a portion and brought it home. "So you're saying the meat you mentioned was braised pork bought from the commune's canteen?" The younger red armband looked taken aback again. "Exactly. If you don't believe me, comrades, we can head to the commune canteen right now and ask the waitress there. She can testify for me." I looked at the two red armbands seriously and added, "At the time, not only the waitress but several other people saw it too. I bought one portion of braised pork, ate just one piece, and packed the rest away in a container. People nearby even joked with me, asking if I didn't like braised pork. But how could I not like braised pork, right? I explained with sincerity. I told them my family hadn't had meat in ages, so I just wanted a taste. The rest was meant to be shared with my family at home. No need, no need. We believe you're telling the truth." The younger red armband hurriedly waved his hand. With the story laid out this clearly, It was so detailed it could hardly be made up. They decided not to bother investigating any further. After all, eating meat was no crime to begin with, and if it hadn't been for the report, they wouldn't have cared at all. Since this was clearly a malicious report, let's leave this matter here. The older one finally concluded. Thank you, comrade, for your cooperation. We'll be on our way. Wait a moment, comrades, I stopped them. I think people who file malicious reports for their own personal gain are wasting state resources and should face punishment. If reporting irresponsibly carries no consequences, wouldn't everyone start doing it? People would report anyone they don't like. On a larger scale, it could throw the whole country into chaos. On a smaller scale, it directly affects your work. While they might not care about the larger implications, the smaller ones directly tied to their jobs hit home. What used to be an easy job would turn into an exhausting one if people kept filing false reports. The younger red armband frowned, sighing in frustration. But this was an anonymous report. We have no idea who did it. So even if we wanted to punish someone, we couldn't. Comrade, I think I have a guess. I leaned in close to him, lowered my voice, and signaled for him to look behind with a discreet glance. That guy over there, who's been acting all suspicious and watching us carefully since you arrived, he's the likely suspect. Last night, he came to my house, asking me to give him half of the braised pork. I refused, and I think he held a grudge and filed this malicious report. What? There's actually someone that's shameless in this world. The younger red armband cursed again, nodding as if convinced. The way he's acting all sneaky. He's probably the one who reported it. By the way, comrade, what's his name? His name is Wang Yaozu, I replied. As soon as the words left my mouth, the red armband's expressions darkened, and the younger one strode directly toward Wang Yaozu. Hidden in the shadows, Wang Yaozu, who had been watching everything, suddenly felt his heart sink. What's going on? Why aren't they arresting Wang Qiulin? Why are they coming for me? Could they have found out? Should I run? No, I can't scare myself. While he wrestled with himself, the red armband had already reached his side. So you're Wang Yaozu? With a stern voice, the red armband dragged him back to reality. Aye, that's me. Comrade, is there something you need? Are you the one who reported Wang Qiulin for profiteering? Do you even know that false reporting is a crime? No, of course not. Wang Qiulin is my cousin. Why would I report him? Someone else must have filed that false report. Wang Yaozu quickly tried to distance himself from it. He had been watching the whole time, and when he saw the red armbands barely investigate Wang Qiulin before coming toward him, he instantly understood. This report not only failed to harm Wang Qiulin, but might actually backfire on him. At this moment, he knew he couldn't admit it. The red armband snorted coldly. Good. It better not have been you. False reporting is illegal, remember that. It was a warning, plain and simple. The two red armbands left as quickly as they arrived, as if they'd never been there at all, but they left behind a knot in Wang Yaozu's stomach. From afar, he glared at me with a hint of apprehension in his eyes. I didn't expect Wang Qiulin to have these kinds of connections. It seems reporting him for profiteering is a dead end. Just as I was about to head back home, I saw Wang Dezhu rushing over, followed by a group of young men from the same village and a few educated youth. Lindsay, we heard that the Su family's private plot was cleaned out last night. Want to go take a look? Wang Dezhu, passing by, wore an amused expression as if the Su family's misfortune was the highlight of his day. Yeah, the Su family has been really unlucky lately. The night before last, their kitchen was ransacked, and last night, their private plot of vegetables was wiped clean. Do you think they might have run into something unclean? One of the educated youth joined in. Don't jump to conclusions. We don't know what's going on, so let's not make wild guesses, another educated youth quickly interrupted. By the way, Lindsay, we heard the red armbands came looking for you. Are you okay? Wang Dezhu finally remembered. It's nothing. Someone falsely reported me, and the red armbands came to ask a few questions. Once they realized it was a misunderstanding, they left. I shook my head, not giving it a second thought. Upon hearing this, Wang Dezhu became furious. This has to be the doing of the Su family. So despicable. I think it serves them right that their kitchen and private land were cleaned out. This is karma coming for them. I, Wang Qiulin, have nothing to hide and no fear of anyone's petty tricks. I responded with a smile, not explaining further. Weren't you all planning to check out the Su family's land? Let's go. I'll come with you. When we arrived, there was already a crowd surrounding the area, eager to watch the scene. Don't you think someone is deliberately targeting the Su family? Look, none of the surrounding neighbors' crops were touched. Only theirs got completely stripped clean. It's obviously an act of vengeance. At first glance, it does look that way. But take a closer look. Honestly, this doesn't seem like something a person could do. Even if it were revenge, who could clean out an entire plot so thoroughly in the dead of night? Let alone at night. No one could manage it even during the day. Exactly. This doesn't seem human. Even their kitchen yesterday, everything was taken, down to the stove, but the ground was spotless without any trace left behind. A group of women stood together, whispering while pointing at the now barren plot of land. The Su family, all standing dumbfounded, stared at what was, just yesterday, a lush green field reduced now to an empty patch of dirt. Suddenly, Wang Yaozu stepped forward, shouting, "Stop spouting nonsense. There's no such thing as spirits or ghosts in this world. What you're doing is spreading feudal superstition." Of course, he wasn't actually trying to persuade anyone. Whether others believed in superstitions or not had nothing to do with him. He was just seizing what he saw as a perfect opportunity to target me. This has nothing to do with spirits or ghosts. It was clearly done by a person. Wang Yaozu cleared his throat, growing more confident. And I know exactly who it was. It was Wang Qiulin. What? It was Qiulin who did it. Quite a few people immediately turned their eyes to me, alarmed. Wang Yaozu became even more triumphant. Everyone knows Su Xiaohua stole Qiulin's fiancée. Qiulin must have been holding a grudge ever since. And this is his way of taking revenge. Think about it. Why has the Su family been fine all this time, but suddenly started having incidents one after another after that event? That's your proof. What's more, last night, I saw with my own eyes Wang Qiulin sneaking off alone in the dark. Doesn't that just confirm it? He spoke so passionately, it almost sounded like he had witnessed everything firsthand. So it really was you, Wang Qiulin. You've been taking revenge on my family all along. Su Xiaohua burst out of the crowd, pointing at me furiously. Why are you still doing this kind of petty, malicious stuff? Sure, I was wrong about me and Yulian, but relationships are complicated. We weren't entirely at fault. And we even returned the bride price in full and gave you an extra 100 yuan. You agreed at the time, so why are you still targeting my family? Wang Yaozu was just looking for someone else to pin the blame on, but ironically, he had hit the nail on the head. That said, since there was no evidence, I wasn't about to confess. I looked at Su Xiaohua like he was some idiot, smirking as I shook my head. Third young master Su, a brain is a good thing, but it's a shame you don't seem to have one. Are you really going to believe whatever anyone says? If someone claimed that Qin Yulian was pregnant with my child, would you believe that too? Wang Qiulin, don't you dare slander Yulian. Back when you were her fiancé, the two of you didn't even hold hands. I'm not falling for your petty attempts to stir up trouble. Su Xiaohua's eyes turned red with anger. Heh, as if Qin Yulian has any reputation left to lose. I scoffed lightly and shook my head. But forget it, that's beside the point. I was just making an analogy. Why are you getting so worked up? The same reasoning applies. Why are you so quick to believe what Wang Yaozu just said? This morning, someone even reported me for illegal trading, but when the red armbands investigated, it turned out to be baseless, just a malicious accusation. Care to guess what my first thought was? I fixed my gaze on him. There was such a thing. If it were me, I'd suspect Su Xiaohua right away. Exactly. He's the most likely suspect, murmured some of the onlookers. Rubbish. I never did anything like that. Su Xiaohua shouted, flustered. Third young master Su, of course, I know it wasn't you. I never suspected you for a moment. Do you know why? I asked with a smirk. Su Xiaohua froze in confusion. Why don't you even suspect me? Because I have a brain, which you lack, I said flatly. I know very well that your family's troubles weren't caused by me. Someone out there is targeting both you and me at the same time, playing a game of framing and incitement. Their scheme is obvious. They want to make us fight until we're both losers, all while they wait to swoop in and reap the benefits. With that, I deliberately shifted my gaze to Wang Yaozu, who had been hopping around instigating just moments before. You like stirring up trouble? Fine. Let's see how you like the black pot dumped squarely on your head. Let's see if you can keep causing trouble, or if trouble will crush you in return. After my explanation, the crowd seemed to paint the scenario in their minds. The more they thought about it, the more my reasoning seemed to make sense. Even Su Xiaohua's expression darkened as his gaze at Wang Yaozu became increasingly hostile, especially Su Minghua. After listening to my analysis, though he still thought this matter might not be humanly possible, if someone was pretending to be supernatural to cause trouble, then it had to be Wang Yaozu. Without saying a word, he stepped through the crowd, maneuvered behind Wang Yaozu, and kicked him hard, sending him sprawling to the ground. Wang Yaozu, you little schemer. So it was you all along, messing with my family behind our backs. You think the Su family is an easy target anyone can bully. Not waiting for Wang Yaozu to get up, Su Minghua pounced on him, straddled him, and began raining punches on his head. You dare plot against us? If you don't compensate for my family's losses today, I'll beat you to death. Exactly. Besides the private land, you'll also have to pay for the kitchen losses from yesterday. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving in one piece today. Su Xiaohua joined in with a furious charge. Seeing this, the rest of the Su family also jumped into the fray. Whether these incidents were caused by spirits or by Wang Yaozu didn't matter anymore. Now that they had pinned Wang Yaozu as the scapegoat, they were determined to bleed him dry. Stop. What are you doing? What does this have to do with me? Why aren't you causing trouble for Wang Qiulin? Why are you beating me? Wang Yaozu could hardly believe what was happening. He had wanted to turn the Su family against me, but instead, they had turned on him. Completely unprepared, he let out pained screams as they pummeled him. Stop hitting me. You should be going after Wang Qiulin. I didn't do it. I might not have seen him do it with my own eyes, but he's the only one with a motive. It has to be him. He didn't run. I immediately seized on this phrase and shouted. Did you all hear that? He himself admitted he didn't even see me. Yet, just now, he was swearing on his life that he saw me do it last night. Such contradictions. It's obvious he's trying to stir trouble. If he had no guilty conscience, why would he need to sow discord? Isn't his motive plain as day? Upon hearing this, the Su family became even more furious and started beating him harder. You conniving bastard, Wang Yaozu. Still trying to deny it at this point? If it wasn't you, then explain why you needed to cause trouble, huh? Wang Yaozu shrieked in pain as he was beaten. Stop. Please stop. I'm innocent. I swear. I just don't like Wang Qiulin, so I wanted to use you all to teach him a lesson. I had nothing to do with this. His slip of the tongue earlier made it impossible for him to claim he'd witnessed anything, so now he could only admit the truth. But the truth only made him less believable, especially when he'd just been caught lying the moment before. Who on earth would trust him now? In no time, Wang Yaozu's face was beaten beyond recognition, swollen and bruised. He looked so pitiful that even his own mother might not have recognized him. Yaozu, my poor Yaozu. Yi Shuiqin suddenly came stumbling over, wailing and crying. She shoved aside the Su brothers who were still hitting him. What are you doing? What gives you the right to beat up my Yaozu like this? You better give me an explanation, or this won't end here. She screamed at the Su family, then spun around and furiously glared at me. And you, Wang Qiulin, are you dead or what? Just standing there watching your cousin get bullied without lifting a finger. Are you even part of the Wang family anymore? Me? What does this have to do with me? I pointed to myself, looking completely shocked. Your cousin, Wang Yaozu, was the one who snuck into someone's private field last night and uprooted all their vegetables. He even tried to frame me for it. If I didn't beat him up myself, it's only because he carries the Wang surname. And now you want me to help him? Are you delusional? You're talking nonsense. My Yaozu didn't even leave the house last night. Yi Shuiqin hurriedly screamed and tried to argue, insisting that it was me who did it and that Yaozu had wrongfully accused me. I laughed. See that? You just exposed yourself. I never mentioned it was last night, but you're already all flustered, claiming Yaozu didn't leave the house yesterday. You practically confessed without being asked. The Su brothers immediately chimed in. Exactly. You're his mother. Of course, you'd side with him. But the evidence is clear. He did it. Our vegetables were completely trashed. You have to pay for the damages, or else this isn't over. The truth was, they didn't actually care whether Wang Yaozu was guilty or not. Heck, they didn't even care if it was done by a person or animals. Since there was no one else to hold responsible, pinning it on Wang Yaozu was just convenient. Whether they got compensation or not, at least they had an excuse for giving him a good beating. Yi Shuiqin plopped down on the ground, wailing and rolling around. Where's the justice in this? Just because we're a family without a man to rely on, you think you can push us around and turn the tables on us? I added fuel to the fire from the sidelines. Aunt Shuiqin, Uncle Wang isn't even dead yet. By saying this, aren't you cursing him to die early? At that, the surrounding crowd roared with laughter. Yi Shuiqin's face turned red, then pale, as she glared daggers at me. You little brat. Who asked for your opinion? A few other women nearby teased her, laughing. Shuiqin, that's not very fair. Lindsay is just trying to help you out. Why do you have to scold him for it? Wang Yaozu's attempt to frame me ended up backfiring spectacularly, leaving him no room to argue. In the eyes of the Su family, he was the prime suspect, or more accurately, he had to be the prime suspect, whether he actually did it or not. In the end, the village head had to step in to mediate. Lacking any solid evidence, both sides had to make compromises. The Su family agreed to drop their demand for compensation, and Wang Yaozu's beating would be chalked up as a loss. With that, the matter was put to rest. On the way home, I remembered a conversation I'd had with Wang Daju a couple of days ago. Hey Daju, haven't seen you around much recently. What have you been up to? You've got a memory like a sieve, Lindsay. Don't you remember? You asked me to look into learning a trade at the Honglong commune. That's what I've been busy with these past 2 days. I let out an awkward laugh. Of course, I remember. I was just asking how it's going. Have you made any progress? He sighed, looking frustrated. It's tricky. Honglong commune does have an infrastructure team, but it belongs specifically to the Honglong brigade. Everything has to be tied to the collective now. Members of the team must belong to the Honglong brigade. All earnings are submitted to the brigade to be redistributed based on work points. They're not interested in outsiders joining. Back in those days, private economies were still prohibited, and rural industries were all collective enterprises. If you didn't belong to the same brigade, you couldn't even make it past the first hurdle. I thought for a moment and then said, Daju, I think you're overcomplicating this. Learning a trade doesn't earn you wages anyway, so why not offer to work without claiming any work points? Even if you have to spend a bit of your own money, it'd be worth it. If you explain this clearly, I'm sure they'd be more than happy to take in a free laborer. Don't think of it as working for nothing. Once you've learned the trade, you'll be the only skilled craftsman in our village. You might even be able to start your own team in the future. This wasn't bad advice at all. Learning a trade was going to be a big trend in the coming years, and decades later, when the real estate industry boomed, a lot of these skilled workers would end up becoming tycoons. Wang Daju nodded. What you're saying makes sense. I'll give it another shot. If the first time doesn't work, just keep going. Sincerity can move mountains, right? Persistence wins the battle. I patted his shoulder encouragingly. Besides, it's not like you have anything better to do right now, right? Right, exactly. We parted ways at the crossroads, each heading back to our respective homes. As I approached my house, I noticed Luo Shuezhen standing by the alleyway, signaling for me to come over. After waving, she quickly ducked into the alley. I wondered if she might be coming to cancel an order, but nevertheless, I headed her way. As soon as I stepped into the alley, she spoke up. Comrade Wang, I heard the Red Armband Brigade came by this morning checking on allegations of speculating and profiteering. Can you still get the meat today? I hadn't expected her to be here asking about the delivery rather than canceling it. Smiling, I replied, Don't worry, Comrade Luo. A small issue like that won't affect our transaction. I'll deliver it to you on time. Good to hear. I've already promised my guests we'd have braised pork for lunch. If you couldn't deliver, I'd have no choice but to buy from the commune's canteen, she sighed in relief. Only then did I realize that she wasn't buying the meat to secretly eat it herself. She was boldly hosting others with it. That was a little risky. After considering the matter for a moment, I decided not to say anything. If she was daring enough to do this, the guests she invited must be people she trusted. And worst case scenario, if someone reported it, as long as I didn't confess, they couldn't pin anything on me. Evidence. As I walked out of the alley and approached my house, I caught sight of a familiar figure. I never imagined Yao Xingtong would come looking for me at this time. Seeing me approach, she quickly lowered her head, her face tinged with a slight blush. You're back? Everything okay this morning? I didn't reply and instead walked closer with a smile, gently taking her hand. Xingtong, are you worried about me? Don't do that. She looked around nervously and immediately lowered her head again. I just wanted to ask, if you're okay, then I'm heading back now. You're already here, why rush off? Come on, let's go have breakfast at my place. She tried to pull her hand away, but I held on to it even tighter, leaving her no room to refuse and pulling her toward my house. No, that's not a good idea if someone sees us. It's just breakfast. Even if someone gossips behind our backs, I'll take full responsibility for it. I meant it wouldn't be good for you, she stammered. That makes it even less of an issue then. I don't care about that. I smiled nonchalantly and soon had her at my doorstep. My assertiveness left Yao Xingtong both nervous and shy. She had never encountered such a bold man before, someone who clearly knew her social standing yet acted so unconcerned. Most ordinary men and women wouldn't dare behave this way, and those who did would be considered improper at best. But in her heart, alongside the nervousness and shyness, she felt a tiny bit touched. As soon as we stepped inside, we ran into Wang Chunyan on her way out. She immediately recognized Yao Xingtong as the girl from the cattle shed family. But instead of showing any displeasure, she teased me with a cheeky grin. Brother, is this the new sister-in-law you found for me? Then she warmly greeted Yao Xingtong. Sister, you're so pretty. My brother's handsome too. The two of you really look perfect together. Yao Xingtong's face turned crimson on the spot. I flicked Wang Chunyan on the forehead and scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? New sister-in-law. What's that supposed to mean? Do you want people to think I've been married before? That kind of talk can easily cause misunderstandings. Right, my bad. Wang Chunyan quickly turned to explain to Yao Xingtong. I'm so sorry, comrade. My brother actually never had a sister-in-law before. You're the first. The more she tried to clarify, the worse it sounded. I felt a headache coming on and waved my hand. All right, just finish breakfast and go play outside. Okay then, I won't disturb you two lovebirds. She left giggling. Xingtong, see how much my family likes you? You really don't need to worry, I said, gently guiding her to sit at the dining table. We don't have much at home, just porridge for breakfast. Don't mind it and make do. I avoided using any of the items from the supermarket and instead went to the kitchen to scoop up 2 bowls of porridge. This is already very nice. Families don't have much extra food now, she said, no longer resisting as she picked up her bowl and began sipping in small, careful bites. These days, most households were the same. Every bite of food was strictly rationed to last until the next harvest. After finishing the porridge, she licked her lips and set the bowl down. I'm full. I should head back now. From the look of you, I can tell you're not really full, I replied with a smile. Wait a moment. I'll get you something better. No, no. She shook her head vigorously and got up to leave. She had already accepted several favors from me before, and taking more made her feel uneasy. What's there to be formal about with me? Come on, come to my room. The phrase come to my room made her face flush bright red, her mind completely short-circuited. As an unmarried young woman, how could she go into a man's room? That was something only intimate couples would do. Before she could collect her thoughts, I had already pulled her inside. Come, sit here. I gently sat the dazed girl down on the edge of the bed, looking at her with a mix of tenderness and concern. Look how thin you are now. Such beautiful hands, but they're covered in calluses. What a waste. Her hands really were beautiful, slender, delicate, and cold to the touch. If not for the rough calluses, they would have been soft and supple. Using them for hard farm work felt like such a pity. She opened her mouth to speak, but was quickly silenced by me. Don't talk for now. Let me get something good for you. Reaching behind me, I secretly pulled out a bottle of yogurt from the supermarket and placed it in her hands. This is yogurt. It's tangy and sweet, delicious and nutritious. Go ahead, drink it. This is too precious. I can't accept it, she quickly protested, shaking her head like a drum. She didn't know exactly what yogurt was, but she knew milk and formula were expensive, so yogurt had to be even more so. She tried to force it back into my hands. I specially had a friend bring this back just for you. If you don't take it, I'll throw it away, I said firmly, though as I spoke, I casually twisted open the cap. She thought I was serious about throwing it away, and as she shot me a desperate look, I took advantage of the moment to press the open bottle to her lips. Gulp. Caught off guard, she swallowed a sip. Her eyes widened immediately, sparkling with surprise and delight. Xingtong, how is it? Tasty. Tangy, sweet, with a rich, creamy aroma. It's so much better than plain milk. She took another sip and nodded eagerly. Brother Chiolin, how is yogurt made? I have no idea. This is the first time I've heard of it too. I lied, pretending to be clueless. Then, Brother Chiolin, you should try some too. It's really good, she said, looking longingly at the yogurt still in my hand. All right then, I'll have a good taste. Smiling, I didn't drink from the bottle. Instead, I leaned in closer and suddenly kissed her soft, cherry-red lips. Her eyes widened in shock as her mind raced in turmoil. I asked you to try the yogurt in the bottle, not the yogurt on my lips. After what felt like an eternity, I slowly pulled back, licking my lips with satisfaction. The yogurt indeed tastes amazing, tangy, sweet, and fragrant. It's just like first love. If I could have this every day, I'd be content. It was only then that she snapped out of her daze. Wiping her lips with the back of her hand, she raised two small pink fists and playfully punched my chest. You scoundrel, you terrible scoundrel. I'm going to teach you a lesson for bullying me. Though her tone mimicked an angry little tiger, her punches were so soft they felt more like a young wife playfully complaining to her husband. Laughing, I reached out an arm and pulled her into an embrace, gently teasing her. Xingtong, all I did was share your yogurt. Why are you being so stingy? If it comes to that, you can have the rest. You just bullied me, she mumbled, lifting her head slightly, her eyes rimmed with red. I can't quite figure it out. Is it because I feel so aggrieved to lose my first kiss this way? Or am I just upset at myself, this shameless jerk? This isn't just about a sip of yogurt. This concerns a girl's honor. This couldn't be considered bullying. Now this is what you'd call real bullying, I said as I leaned down and kissed her again. That first kiss moments ago was just a brief taste. It couldn't really be called bullying. If you're going to bully someone, you have to do it properly. This time, it wasn't just longer but far more passionate. The hand resting on her back also began to get a little out of line. I don't know how much time passed before I finally let her go. Xingtong whimpered in grievance. Why? You bad guy. How can you do this to me? How am I supposed to face anyone from now on? I just like you too much. I couldn't hold myself back. I replied with an awkward smile, quickly adjusting my expression to a more serious one. But don't worry, I'll take responsibility for you. You only know how to bully me, she pouted as she gently pushed me. Who said I want you to take responsibility? You're the worst, and I don't want you taking responsibility at all. Really? You don't want me taking responsibility? I chuckled slyly, giving her a little squeeze. Xingtong, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, doing all this to me and then trying to deny it. She looked like she was about to cry but couldn't shed a tear. It was clear that I had crossed the line first, yet I was twisting things around to pin the blame back on her. Most couples might only dare to hold hands in the early stages of a relationship, but I went straight for kissing and touching her, while she hadn't even agreed to start dating me yet. Wait, at this point, with things as they are, even if she doesn't officially agree, she won't have a choice, right? Otherwise, wouldn't this loss be for nothing? I wrapped her tightly in my arms, lowering my voice to a gentle murmur. Don't worry. I'll definitely take responsibility. You already belong to me now, and you can't escape. In times like these, even if a woman were rescued from drowning by a man, society might claim she was touched and force her into marrying him under the pressure of public opinion. Let alone what I'd done just now. That was something only a husband could do. Although Xing Tong kept calling me a bad guy, her tone made it sound more like playful banter. She didn't actually resist me deep down. It was likely just her natural reserve as a girl and the suddenness of it all that made her too embarrassed to admit it outright. Hearing my tender but domineering assurance, she buried her head even lower in silence, as if silently accepting the relationship between us. But I had no intention of letting her off so easily. Leaning closer to her ear, I whispered, "If you're not saying anything, does that mean you're agreeing to it? If so, can we take things a step further now?" "What? What else do you want to do?" she gasped in alarm, lifting her head to look at me with fear written all over her face, genuinely nervous about what I might try next. The more panicked she acted, the more things unfolded just as she feared. She had barely raised her head when she saw me smirking mischievously, leaning in close to her again. She hadn't even finished speaking before her mouth was sealed by mine once more. It didn't take long for her to understand the feeling. She instinctively tried to push me away, but her arms faltered, refusing to listen to her commands. In fact, she seemed to be pulling me closer instead. Gradually, her initial helplessness gave way to a clumsy attempt at reciprocation. Then, as if suddenly awakened, she shivered as a chilly realization came over her. Grabbing my hand tightly, she stared up at me with a crimson-red face, shaking her head as she pleaded, "No, please don't. Xing Tong, don't worry. I promise I won't go that far." I truly had no intention of taking things to the next level, but I also didn't bring myself to stop what I was doing. But, I raised a finger and softly pressed it against her lips, lowering my voice tenderly. "Shoo, just let things stay like this, okay?" She hadn't stopped me earlier, and now it felt as though there was no going back as we reached this point, even if we didn't fully cross the ultimate line. For her, this was already a significant moment. However, given how far we'd gone, stopping me now seemed unlikely. Looking into my eager eyes, she somehow nodded ever so slightly, seemingly bewitched by the moment. "Xing Tong, you're truly amazing. Could I kiss you again?" I asked politely, though I didn't wait for her approval. Loosening my grip slightly, I moved in for another kiss. People often say a girl's waist is a deadly weapon, but few understand that a girl's lips are an even more lethal poison. I felt like a man lost in the desert who had suddenly stumbled upon an oasis, eagerly drinking its sweet nectar. No matter how much I drank, it wasn't enough. I even wanted to pack this oasis up and take it with me. Given the time and place, I wasn't truly planning to take things too far. After all, there was always the chance that my mom, dad, or younger sister might unexpectedly return. I didn't want to cause too much commotion. That said, there were other advantages I could still indulge in, some boundaries that could be explored in advance. Don't let Xing Tong's petite frame fool you. She was indeed slender, but there were certain parts of her that certainly weren't lacking. While not overly exaggerated, her curves were unmistakably more pronounced than most. Not long after, Xing Tong left. Yet after this experience, I felt confident that progressing further next time would be much easier. "That little minx," I sighed, shaking my head as if exasperated. She almost made me lose control. Letting out a long breath, I decided, "Never mind. Let's first get the meat that Luo Shuezhen asked for delivered. Afterward, I'll find some time to swing by and check on Su Anhua's wife." Instead of taking out the meat directly, I left home empty-handed and wandered around the village casually. Once I was near Luo Shuezhen's place and confirmed that there was no one else around, I retrieved 2 pounds of pork belly from the supernatural storage space of the supermarket system and knocked on her door. To my surprise, it wasn't Luo Shuezhen who opened the door, but her roommate, Wei Yunyan. Upon seeing me, she quickly stepped aside, gesturing nervously. "Come in quickly, don't let anyone see you." The way she was acting so tense made it look like we were about to sneak off and have an affair. I shook my head with a sly grin. "Relax. Even if someone catches us, I'll just say I'm here to win you over and offer my services. Nobody will know what we're actually doing." That's no good." Wei Yunyan blushed furiously, her thoughts spiraling as she realized just how bold my words truly were. Without another word, I chuckled lightly and stepped inside. She led the way, still preoccupied with what I'd said earlier. The more she thought about it, the more problematic it seemed. What did I mean by nobody will know what we're actually doing? Ironically, my attempt to downplay the situation only made it sound worse. Distracted by her racing thoughts, she wasn't paying attention as she entered the room and accidentally stumbled over the threshold, nearly falling flat on her face. "Ah!" Her startled cry barely escaped when I reacted swiftly, reaching out and catching her from behind. She ended up falling into my arms. Are you all right? I asked, concern lacing my words. Blinking in shock, she finally regained her senses, stammering. I'm fine. Thank you. That's good to hear. It was nothing, I replied, offering a small smile. It was then that she became acutely aware of our intimate position. Her face turned beet red as she fumbled for words. I've got my balance now. You can let go, can't you? Oh, my apologies, I said hurriedly, realizing to my embarrassment that my hand had landed on an inappropriate spot. Quickly pulling away, I scratched the back of my head awkwardly. No, it's okay. I know you didn't mean it. Her face turned even redder. In her panic, she managed to rationalize the situation. After all, no one saw it, so they could just pretend it never happened. But she couldn't be certain whether I did it accidentally or on purpose, because just now, she clearly felt me take advantage and squeeze her hand. Even if the initial act was unintentional, the subsequent one seemed very deliberate. Yet, it wasn't something she could openly confront me about. Hearing the commotion, Luo Shuezhen hurried out of the room and asked, Yun Yin, are you okay? Wei Yunyan immediately stepped away from me. I'm fine, just tripped over the threshold. Worried about revealing anything, she quickly changed the subject. Oh, by the way, Comrade Wang brought the pork you asked for. This successfully redirected Luo Shuezhen's attention to me. Wonderful. Finally, we can have braised pork for lunch today. She pulled a silver dollar from her pocket and handed it to me. Comrade Wang, here's the money for the meat. All right, here's the pork. Inspect it, and if it's fine, I'll get going. I took the silver dollar and handed over the meat. Looks good. The meat is fresh. This piece must be at least 2 pounds. She smiled contentedly, weighing it in her hand. Besides, I trust Comrade Wang's character completely. I didn't linger further. Pocketing the silver dollar, I bid them farewell and left. Unexpectedly, as I was stepping out, I was caught by 2 male, educated youth. To make matters worse, these 2 were known admirers of Luo Shuezhen and Wei Yunyan. Pleased with the unexpected gain of a silver dollar, I had just turned the corner when the 2 youths blocked my path. Something you need? I asked indifferently, glancing up at them. The one with glasses fixed me with a stern glare and warned, Listen, kid, stay away from Luo Shuezhen and Wei Yunyan. They're headed back to the city sooner or later. They're not someone a country bumpkin like you can covet. The other was less subtle, sneering, Look at you. Take a piss and see your reflection in it. You think you can compete with us for women? The bespectacled one was Zhang Shengli, pursuing Wei Yunyan. The other was Wang Yufei, chasing after Luo Shuezhen. Who you like is none of my business. I replied with a mocking smile and looked at the 2 of them, my gaze full of disdain. But blaming others when you can't win over a woman? This is the first time I've seen such shameless behavior. You know what I despise most? Men like you who fail at everything but blame everyone else instead of reflecting on themselves. Who are you calling useless? What right does a bumpkin like you have to speak to us this way? Zhang Shengli was so incensed he acted as though someone had stepped on his tail. What gives me the right? I smirked coldly. The fact that I'm better at farm work than either of you. If you're not happy, let's compete right here and now. Huh? What else can a country bumpkin like you do besides farming? We're educated youths sent here to support rural development. Who cares about farming competitions with the likes of you? Wang Yufei scoffed. You've been farming for years. We've only just begun. Pick anything else. Do you have the guts? If you came here to support rural development, then what else is there to compete in besides farming? I sneered. Let me ask you, what contributions have you made to rural development? Increased crop yields? Boosted efficiency? No, none of that. You haven't accomplished anything. So what gives you the right to talk about supporting development? I know from the start you've looked down on rural life. You only came here because there were no jobs for you in the city. Let's face it, you're utterly useless beyond your urban registration status. My voice grew sharper as I jabbed a finger at their faces. People like you can't even earn enough work points to support themselves, yet you have the audacity to disdain farmers? Why you're spouting nonsense? We're volunteers. Nothing forced us here. Wang Yufei hastily tried to retort. In truth, most of the educated youths sent to the countryside were unemployed singles who had no choice in the matter. Genuine volunteers were few and far between. But now that they were here, of course, everyone claimed they came willingly. All right, whether you're here voluntarily or by force has nothing to do with me. I waved dismissively, growing impatient. And who you like is your business too. Just don't act like mad dogs, barking and biting at anyone in sight. Winning over a woman takes sincerity and charm, not stalking them and forbidding them from seeing other men. Keep this up, and you'll never succeed in winning their hearts. With that, I sighed deeply and patted each of them on the shoulder before striding away while they were still dumbfounded. You know, what he said might be true. Winning over a woman does require sincerity and charm. I'm completely genuine in my feelings for Comrade Wei, and my charm will definitely win her over. Zhang Shengli said thoughtfully, nodding. Win her over, my ass. That guy's just slick talking you. You're actually believing him. Wang Yufei barked, giving him a swift kick. But he doesn't seem like he's after Comrade's Wei or Luo himself, does he? Otherwise, why would he even bother telling us this? Zhang Shengli adjusted his glasses. That's true, Wang Yufei admitted, nodding. I'll let him off this time since it's not like he's vying for the same women. But if I see him near Comrade Luo again, he'll regret it. Exactly. If he dares show up around Comrade Wei, I'll make him pay, Zhang Shengli added forcefully. But there was a clear hollowness in their declarations. They had both heard about my recent wild outburst. Even together, they probably weren't confident they could take me in a fight on my home turf. When push came to shove, verbal posturing was all they could muster. Ugh, my good mood's completely ruined now. Might as well head to town and see if I can buy something good, I muttered to myself. With a bicycle at hand, going to the town was convenient anyway. Initially, I thought about heading near the Su residence to try my luck and see if I could invite Peng Qingzhu out. But on second thought, I dismissed the idea. It wasn't likely I'd catch her alone unless I stumbled upon the opportunity. Better to focus on making money for now. Yet, not long after leaving the village, I changed my mind. Fate often has a way of surprising you. Up ahead, not far in the distance, I saw Peng Qingzhu walking alone. Huh, I didn't plan to look for you, yet you walked right into my path. If I let this chance slip away, I'd be doing myself a disservice. I stopped in my tracks and muttered under my breath. As for making money, there's always time for that later. Right now, I have more pressing matters to attend to. With that, I decisively veered off course and began to catch up with her. Judging by her direction, she seemed to be heading up the mountain again. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity one couldn't pass up. Recalling the serendipitous encounter we'd had on the mountain 2 days ago, that fleeting yet mesmerizing moment, an unstoppable urge began to stir once more in the depths of my heart.